They stepped on our heart. They tried to tear our country apart. But we stood strong, and when the dust cleared, they saw the USA. Yes, we're still here. Together, together, together with Old Glory, we're together, together, together under God, we're together, together, together we're the USA, 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 USA. Yes, 911, we will never forget. Flight 93 saved us from a bad hit. People of the world saw our twin towers gone. Cries of help were heard from our Pentagon. But we're together, together, together with Old Glory. We're together, together, together under God. We're together, together, together we're the USA, 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 USA. Another time, another call, the jewel in the sea, Pearl Harbor's call. They sought to rip our country apart. Instead they awoke our giant heart. Together, together, together with Old Glory, rest together, together, together under God. We're together, together, together we're the USA, 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 USA. What's going on, everybody? 911, our heroes were there. Responders red and blue, great courage they shared. So many were lost, and the shock was great. But through it all, we're the USA. Together, together, together with Old Glory, we're together, together, together under God. We're together, together, together we're the USA, 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 USA.
Okay, let's get fucking real.
What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What a fucking Weasley little liar,
Boys,
dude.
girls, and MBs.
Holy shit, dude.
Fuck it, I'm saying
It's 9/11. It's September 11. I'm doing 9/11. Oh, I'm doing 9/11. Why?
Only thing I know about the song that I think is really funny.
What a fucking liar, dude.
Tomorrow I'm doing 9/11. I spoke to the vice.
What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude.
To debate, and tomorrow I'm doing 9/11. And tomorrow I'm doing 9/11. 11. 9/11. Tomorrow I'm doing 9/11.
What the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I'm doing 9/11, Jack. Fuck it, we ride. Why? What's going on, everybody? I'm a South Piker. This is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is 9/11.
Tomorrow I'm doing 9/11.
That's right. Today is 9/11. Okay. And it's a little bit of a national holiday around these parts, as you guys know. But honestly, you know why it's a national holiday around these parts. Hold on. Watch this.
Did you mean that?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So, folks. This is Brother Broadcast, where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Okay? Let me tell you, folks, let me tell you, a lot has happened in the world of HasanAbi Piker, except nothing really happened. I ended the broadcast after 11 hours, and I immediately went to sleep. Okay? That's what I did. I immediately went to sleep, and I woke up, I worked out, I had 2 back-to-back calls. I had the debate lords call that I had to do a walkthrough for the show. That's obviously going to happen at TwitchCon. You guys know this already. Very excited about that. And then beyond the debate lord show, run of show, I also had a call with New York Times about, streaming the debate and stuff like that. So, you know what it is. You know how it is. I still cry watching you react to the British 9/11 meme. Holy shit. Yeah. What is this blast off meme? Okay, we're not going to use that. So yeah, that's it. That's it, folks. There's really not much else to go on. I mean, this is obviously a national holiday for many reasons, never forget type shit. You already know. But also because last night a very big thing happened. A big debate happened, as a matter of fact. So it's, it was a little bit like a 9/11 for Donald Trump. Okay. It was a little bit like, his Twin Towers fell a little bit last night. And it was his own undoing, as a matter of fact, if we're going to be really honest about it. But I'll talk a lot about that. I'll talk extensively on that. We got a massive show today. I'm just going to dive right into it. Normally, I would give you a little bit more background on my personal news about what's going on in my life. But honestly, that's it. It was push day, okay? It was motherfucking push day. Upper body, you already know. Looking brolic. It's not a big deal. Make no mistake. The kid is brolic as hell. And I'm also, getting back down, hopefully, on the weight class. So that's good. The Twin Tower still standing? Yeah, I mean, I will never. He had his own Vietnam and now his own 9/11. Yeah, that was not great. That was not great for Donald Trump last night. We'll talk about that as well. What is this? I grew up in the South and in a red household, definitely a middle-leaning red, but still red. Before I knew you, I heard the line that you said America deserved 9/11, and I thought you were an actual sociopath. Now I'm a full-fledged member of this community and the most progressive person in my community, bar none. This is what it's all about. That's crazy. Local hogs at the coffee shop thought Trump did bad. Yeah, because he did. Taylor Swift endorsement. That was crazy. We're going to be talking about that too. What the fuck? NYPD. At 9 a.m., United Airlines Flight 175 crashed into the southern facade of the World Trade Center South Tower. Wait, why? That is insane. Why would you post that, NYPD News? Are y'all crazy? Bro. They posted it like it just happened. Oh my God, these motherfuckers are crazy, dude. I swear to God. Anyway, have you ever seen this ad read from 9/11 a few years ago?
It was a tough time in our history. And tomorrow is going to be an emotional day for a lot of us. I mean, the fact that you see kids, 20-something now, never even knew their family members, it's tough. But let me tell you something that's not tough. Not tough at all. And I'm talking about direct TV stream.
Oh!
Right? Does it sound familiar?
Oh, that's nasty work, man. Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. He said he segued in a way that I consider to be uncouth. He did something that even I would not do. Just kidding. I'll probably do that shit. Let's be real. I definitely do that shit. Most normal Sixers fan. Yeah.
Familiar. You've got one device that lets you catch the game live, another that lets you stream your favorite shows. Just to say it was a tough time in our history. And tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh.
What this does? Oh! Jesus Christ! Oh, shit!
Start
What the fuck? Put it back up!
I'm leaving today. To be part of it. New York.
That's fucked up, man. That's
York.
fucked up. Guys, I did not do 9/11, okay? It was Austin. It was all Austin. He was on the fucking, he was holding the wheels of the plane, okay? That's fucked up, yo. Austin did that shit. Nah, he did the Pentagon. Yeah, I was, dude, I was one of the Muslims on the rooftops in New Jersey dancing, okay? That was me. All right. The flight simulation stream is still one of the best moments on here. Yeah, it was so fucking, it was so dumb. Yes, I saw the Elon Musk disgusting fucking statement. He is like, I think men need to dial it back a little bit across the board. Like some men, like they just feel far too comfortable just openly being rapists on the timeline. Like it's like, I'm no rad lib, okay? As you guys know, I'm Mr. Misogyny, but holy fuck, dude, you really gotta fucking button this shit up, okay? You gotta button this shit up. This is unacceptable. My neighbor is listening to Philly D and I just heard your voice and it was so fucking weird. Like while I'm also watching you, that's crazy. It's not that crazy. Philip DeFranco puts me in his clips all the time. He's probably in here right now in the chat. Great edit.
Fine, Taylor.
Oh God. Okay, we'll do. Yeah. All right, let's blast off. It's 9/11 time. Okay, I don't know why I keep saying it like that. All right, I'm just gonna dive right into it. Fuck it, YOLO mode. Okay, we're doing the dang thing. Okay, it's 9/11. I'm gonna try to keep Felix's 9/11 memes to a minimum, hopefully. Okay, over under on how many times he's gonna say his dad was making phone calls right before 9/11. I don't know. Oh my God. All right. This is like a perfect sequence of events. It's like a perfect disaster waiting to happen. Felix Biederman on the broadcast on 9/11. Jesus Christ. Okay, it's 9/11. Fucking, I don't even know what to say here. Trump's disastrous debate. Trump's disastrous debate. W's and L's. Taylor Swift endorsement of Kamala and Elon's gross reaction. Buyer Logic will be in the building later. Get in now. Trump is definitely not going to do another debate. He got fucking clobbered, dude. He got dookied on. And honestly, just like Joe Biden, actually, he kind of did it to himself. Like Kamala Harris steered the ship in that direction. She did a pretty good job. You got Nick. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. I'll just say it like this, okay? Kamala Harris did a really good job baiting Donald Trump, but Donald Trump did not have to eat the bait. He could have like presented himself as normal, but he didn't. He failed to do so in a spectacular fashion. What a disastrous performance by Donald Trump. This was not as bad as like Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, because that was unique in the sense that like Joe Biden literally had to fucking drop out of the campaign. But Donald Trump basically did as bad of a debate as you can have historically without it being like the worst debate of all time. Because Joe Biden's debate performance was the worst debate performance of all time, bar none, historical. It will never happen again, most likely. And Donald Trump's debate performance was up there. Okay. It was close. Like that's how bad that shit was. Okay. That is how bad that shit was. Part of the reason was because ABC actually had moderators that wanted to do their fucking real jobs. And here's the reality. If you don't want to fucking get moderated and fact checked in the midst of a debate, don't openly lie about some of the most insane shit, you know, like easily dismissible talking points because you just chose to be a fucking psycho because you're used to nobody in the mainstream media ever actually holding you to account in real time because they're too pussy to fucking do anything. David Muir, my goat, he was not too cowardly to do so. Sexy ass David Muir. Okay. He was looking hot as shit, dude. Looking like a 1940s anchor, looking sexy as fuck. He was like, no, dog, that's not real. Haitians are not eating fucking cats, dude. Sorry, Mr. President. Hate to break it to you, but we did some goddamn research. You know, we're journalists after all. I heard about the earring headphone conspiracy. It's pretty awesome. Very excited about that, obviously. He even asked the HasanAbi question directly, which was cool. Chinese netizens' reaction to debate on
也许该分心，不应再说话。得放弃的我，应有此日吧吧。 如果我总是这样外貌无恙人，能否再让我试一下，抱一下？
回探望伴你走，尋來未曾幸福過。
恨太多，也結果往事。
It's kind of sad that like the debate is exactly the opposite of this. Like, imagine how much better of a life we would have if they were just singing to each other in Mandarin, and that's what like the debate was all about. You know, I'm a centrist for this kind of shit. You know what I mean? The debate was exactly the opposite of this in terms of like, incredible things are happening. Swing state voter live reacts to the debate. Okay, dude, that's Muhammad. Come on now. My Ohio Facebook friends are all doubling down on the Haitian pet eating migrant shit. Yeah, because it's Cantonese, not Mandarin. Sorry.
下半身陪住你，懷疑快樂也不多。
被我傷了你做，也許。
New post-debate polls from CNN. We're going to be looking at all of that. Stop sending me links, goddammit. We got too much. We got too much stuff to talk about. Why? Here's the blast off meme. Let the people know. Let them know that we're live. We are alive. We got a lot to talk about. I'm diving right into it, baby. I'm diving right into it. Okay. The Haitian stuff is all over TikTok and Facebook. I know. This country has a real problem with fake bullshit that corresponds to their own biases, okay? Like, as long as there's enough transphobic people, for example, you could just be like, trans people are literally secretly eating babies at the abortion clinic, and like 30 million people minimum will believe you, okay? Minimum. That is an issue. If you can't understand that this is a legitimate issue, I don't know what to tell you, okay? That's a real big problem, dog. We gotta fix this shit. They'll be like, yeah, cannibal Haitians are eating humans now. They stopped eating the cats. Now they're eating the actual white Ohioans. And you got like 100 million motherfuckers in the United States of America going, yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Why? Because I'm the most racist man you've ever done seen. This is completely out of control. We got to fix this shit. We got to do re-education camps, dog. I'm sorry. Okay? That's it. There's only one way forward. There's only one path forward. We got to send these motherfuckers to the countryside, okay? That's it. That's it. How do you fix this? How do you fix this? Because you can't avoid it. You can't stop. You can't just act like it's not happening, okay? I am going to keep ringing the fucking alarm bells every goddamn day on this issue. It is a real, legitimate problem that a massive number, an increasingly growing number of Americans will just straight up look at a position of authority, okay, from the likes of Donald Trump, who will just straight up say, like, you know, these guys are cannibals. Venezuelans are eating humans now, and go, I believe it, okay? And if the Democrats don't do something about this, we are just going to have a very different country, okay? We're going to have an overtly, openly fascist country. Like, a lot of people were watching the debate last night and joking and laughing when Donald Trump was like, oh, Kamala Harris is going to do forcible gender surgery on aliens in prison or whatever, okay? You laugh, but every time he says some fucking unhinged shit like that, okay, there's another 10,000, 100,000 people who go, I believe that. That's really happening. I believe it. I believe it. Okay? I promise you, you do not want to live in a country like this. Okay? I promise you, we are kind of there, and we're getting there. We're getting past the point of no return at this juncture. Okay? We are getting past the point of no return. If there is no fucking restoration of sanity, if there is no restoration of sanity, it's going to get worse. Okay? It's going to get fucking worse. I keep saying it. Nobody wants to listen to me. At the 9/11 ceremony, a second handshake between Harris and Trump. Bloomberg getting Harris's attention to shake Trump's hand. Damn, Joe's kind of fucking boss mode, dude. Big boss mode. Yeah. There's no better representation of the uniparty / duopoly than having the former mayor of New York who ran for president on the Democratic ticket, who is a billionaire, getting the current president, the current Democratic Party's presidential candidate to shake the hands of the former Republican president who used to be a fucking Democrat, who is also a billionaire, at the 9/11 event, okay? Meanwhile, Joseph Robinette Brandon, he ain't fucking around with that. He's like, no, dog, you're dead to me. As far as how many people saw this debate, the viewership last night was 28% higher than the Trump-Biden debate on the initial main channel viewership, not counting streaming or mirror channels or family viewership. Yes, more people watch this. I don't know what the ratings are, but more people watch this than the previous debate, I'm pretty sure. But that's expected because, like, the race is coming up soon. Normally, this is when the debates start, you know? This is when the debates normally used to start. We had, obviously, 200,000. I think it was like 197 is where it, like, maxed out last night at its peak, okay? Which is, you know, an impressive number, I'll say. I had no predictions on where we were at. 192,633 was the peak count last night. Okay, thank you. Where's America's mayor, Rudy Giuseppe Giuliani? I don't know why he wasn't there. 9/11 is his thing, you know? Yeah, I fell off, dude. I fell off, boys. I fell off. Only 200K. Lame, you know? Lame. Everybody knows it. I've fallen off. I done fell off. Anyway, my normie friend who's a lib literally said to me last night that they think the assassination attempt was a psyop, and I couldn't convince them that it was a lie. It was so sad. Yeah, no, the situation is definitely getting funnier and funnier, but it's also making this place like a more unlivable place by every moment that passes. This is a little disappointing. I have to say it's a little disappointing because there's one guy there that said he was going to do 9/11 tomorrow, and it seems like he's currently not doing 9/11. So I don't know what he meant by that. I don't know what was going on there. You know, he just kind of dropped that in there. But it seems like he's this is yet another case of the Dummycrats flip-flopping on positions. You know, Kamala Harris says she doesn't want fracking. Now she wants fracking. Joe Biden says he's going to do a 9/11 tomorrow. Here he is not doing a 9/11. So what can you trust in terms of the Dummycrats, okay, the demon rats? What can you trust about what they say? You can't trust anything. Promises made, promises unkept. Promises made, promises broken. Once again, okay? Bruv, he going through a 9/11 mentally. Dude, there is not a single thought behind those eyes, okay? There is not a single thought behind those eyes. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on, okay? He's probably looking at this. He's like, what happened to the towers? There used to be towers here, Jack. I remember. Where are the towers at? He's looking around like, why? Where's the World Trade Center? Send this man back to Rehoboth Beach right now, okay? You think this is the moment where Trump was thinking, like, at this point, if I'm Trump, I'm thinking, imagine how wonderful this could be right now. This could have been our second debate, okay? This could have been my second debate with Brandon, where I have, like, 10 points on him, okay? And I would be fucking putting up like Reagan numbers across the board. I'd be running the goddamn table. And yet here we are where I got absolutely fucking eviscerated last night. Incredible shot. A real will they, won't they type situation. Okay? That's what it is. That's what it is. Trump doesn't have any cogent thoughts. No, he's like, he still has a little bit. He still has a little bit of fucking brain processing power. Like, he's still better than Biden in terms of, like, I mean, it's not saying much because Biden's got nothing in there, okay? Nothing in the tank. But overall, you know, he's narcissistic enough to recognize that the situation is not looking good. That's why he fucking regularly talks about how he misses Biden in his goddamn campaigns. Anyway,
with just 50.
Let's get to mainstream media coverage over the debate that we all watched last night. I'm going to give you my thoughts on it. I got a lot of them, and then we'll do some hogwatch. A lot of conservative tears were shed last night. I got to pee real quick.
5 days until the final votes in a race that is in a dead heat. Kamala Harris faced off against Donald Trump. It was the first time the two have ever met in person. The night began with the vice president walking across the stage to shake the former president's hand.
Harris clearly signaling there that she wanted to take command, kicking off 90 minutes of confrontation. Former President Trump on defense for most of the night. In the first debate, polls say that voters think Harris won. Our team is live in Philadelphia this morning. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce starts us off. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, this was a fierce and fiery face-off. Donald Trump on the defensive for much of the night. Kamala Harris taking every chance she could to get under his skin, goading Trump to go off message while avoiding much focus on her own vulnerabilities. The policy often overshadowed by these personal attacks. But this morning, the big question remains, will any of this be enough to fundamentally change the dynamics of this race?
It started with what appeared to be a moment of civility, a historic handshake initiated by the vice president, the rivals meeting for the very first time.
Kamala Harris, let's have a good debate.
Have fun.
Thank you.
But the niceties didn't last, the nominees quickly digging into each other, beginning with the issue top of mind for many voters, the economy.
Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
She doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes.
The vice president repeatedly goading Donald Trump, trying to get under his skin.
And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
The former president taking the bait.
She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go.
But Trump throwing the heat right back at her.
Wait a minute. I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out.
One of the most contentious exchanges of the night on abortion. Harris trying to capitalize on Democrats' advantage on the issue.
One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that.
But she also dodged when asked if she would support any abortion restrictions. While Trump...
Bro, that was like probably one of her peak on direct policy, on like direct attacks against Donald Trump. I mean, so much of last night. Holy fuck, dude. All right, let's get started on it, okay? Sir, permission to live the fuck out? No, because I will tell you exactly what's going on. You not talking about the former VA governor doing post-birth abortions when there's actual video footage of him talking about is crazy? No, dude. The reason why I'm not talking about a fucking doctor describing the gruesome fucking process of a stillbirth baby being carried to fucking... a stillbirth baby being carried to term, and the gruesome nature in which like the medical process that has to take place in that circumstance is because I'm not entertaining your fucking mania. Okay? The fuck is wrong with you motherfuckers, dude? Oh, you not talking about the Haitian woman eating a cat is crazy? It's like, no, that wasn't a Haitian woman. That was just a random black woman, okay? During a mental health episode that you assumed was a Haitian woman. Do you see what's going on here? You just fucking think in your mind that things that are not happening, that are completely fucking illegal, are happening all the goddamn time. Okay? Yeah, but they try to place it as fake news. What do you mean? What are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. It is fucking fake news, dumbass. That's not a real thing. Neither Haitians are eating fucking cats, okay, and stealing people's pets, nor are they doing post-birth abortions, as in executions. It is illegal, okay? It is. Bunch of post-birth abortion survivors in the chat. I know. This is one of... There's actual video of him saying it. I need a post-birth abortion. I need it. 33 years prior to my fucking birth right now. Dog, I know there's video of him saying it. Are you fucking stupid? Have you never, like, actually looked into this at all? Holy shit, dude. I just described to you what is going on here, and you're like, nah, but he said it. Do you think it's happening? The question is, do you think it is legal for a doctor to just chop a baby's head off after the baby fucking slides out of the pussy, okay? Like, do you think that's what's going on? A post-birth abortion where the baby is alive is just a baby being placed on palliative care while it dies because of some horrific birth defect. These chatters need to fucking stop. I know. But they don't know. One, because they're never going to fuck and they're never going to have children because they never leave the goddamn basement. Or two, they're too stupid to understand how the world works. Okay? That's the issue. I hate, absolutely hate that every fucking year, okay, year after year, the conversation keeps devolving and getting dumber and dumber. And we have to sit here and have a serious back and forth as though the person I'm talking to is like a normal adult with real opinions. Like, I cannot entertain your fucking delusions every goddamn day, man. Okay? I can't. Like, you've been duped. I don't know what else to tell you. So what you should do in this situation is go, wait, I was lied to? Holy shit, let me reconsider. You know? Instead of being like, no, I'm going to double down and act like a thing that is directly illegal, okay, completely fucking illegal, is actually happening, and that the governor of Virginia was doing it, okay? Like, what is more likely? That the governor of Virginia is chopping baby heads, okay? Or as a doctor is describing the process of a fucking stillborn birth and the gruesome nature of, like, allowing the baby that has a horrific birth defect to fucking die. What do you think happened? If you think the first thing, if you're like, nah, dude, actually, I see it all the time. People are just chopping baby heads like left and right. If you legitimately think that, you're an insane person. You are not mentally well. Okay, I wish you well. I hope you get all right, like as quickly as you can. But you're not mentally sound right now. You're not in a place where you are of the right mindset. And I don't even completely fault you for it, because this gets to my other argument. When you got a motherfucker like Donald Trump in a position of authority, utilizing the bully pulpit to repeat this bullshit, of course, every Tom, Dick, and Harry who does not have a unique thought in their fucking heads is going to repeat that shit and be like, oh my God, I can't believe it's happening. Oh my God. It's deeply frustrating. It's deeply frustrating. And again, it's always a defensive posture. It's always a defensive posture against like the collective delusions of like the most insane people. Okay? Hasan, shut up. No aura, man. I have females. Yeah, okay. Referring to women as females, instantly, I know what you are. Post-birth abortion survivor here. 10 doctors told my mom she should get rid of me, but here I am, barely sentient, spreading the most brain-dead takes in chat. I'm pro-life, but voting for Kamala because Biden did NATO. Well, as opposed to your take, let me tell you, okay, as a post-birth abortion survivor, the doctors tried to chop my head off, but it was even tinier back then, so they couldn't even fucking figure it out. Guess what? I survived, bitch. I will be voting for Donald Trump for one reason, and one reason only. My favorite politician, Viktor Orban, the beautiful leader of Hungary, keeps saying Donald Trump is awesome. Okay? I am the Viktor Orban swing state voter. That's right. I lied. I'm not even in California. I live in Erie, Pennsylvania, Erie County, Pennsylvania. And the moment that Donald Trump said, Viktor Orban thinks I'm handsome, I was like, that's it. That's my guy. That's the magic words. Those are the magic words. He strung them together and he said it perfectly. Don't give a fuck about anything else. Dear Mr. Piker, how come when I show liberals in my family that progressive policies poll well, they just say, I don't think I agree with you? What do you mean? Because they're fucking blue MAGA. That's it. Yeah, the Viktor Orban difference, baby. This was... As a Swiftie who supports Viktor Orban, I guess you could say it's been a hard night. Dog, I was dodging the machete straight out of the womb. I swear post-birth abortions are real. Trust me, bro. Yeah. Hasan pre-watched the debate. What is this?
The Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany. The biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate, he let...
If women didn't have their prenatal rights removed, maybe we wouldn't be in this position. And the tip of the hour ad break on... Oh, hell no, dude. I thought you were making... Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord. It's the first one of the day. Right out of the fucking... Right out the gate, dude. Right out the fucking gate. God damn it. Why did I read that? I'm done. I'm done reading chat, bro. I swear to God, it's over. It's done. It's done. God damn it, dude. God damn it. And the tip of the hour ad break on 9/11 means our rights have been Taliban for the future Swifties. Long life, Elon and X or Twitter or Russia's Playground or whatever it's called now. Holy shit. I was so invested in the fucking in the comment. I got, okay, chatters, you're not rating it 9 out of 11. That's not, you can't do that. Anyway, 3-minute ad break is upon us. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for fucking $6. I think it's like $5 now because it's September, in spite of Brandonomics, or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Long time sub here, but your competition on the debate got me questioning my loyalties. What is this?
Hey, get rid of the democracy door.
Getting out of here.
Okay, let's get rid of this. No more door. Okay.
Trump quoting Mao Zedong, Hawk Tua. Trump accidentally calls Kamala Biden. Trump drinks water with 2 hands. Kamala calls Trump a felon. Trump makes a brand new claim about immigrants.
The democracy door is out of here. We're back. We're back. Okay, get rid of the
Did I miss that? No, I didn't. I saw a whole lot of ass. Respect. Another one of your moments yesterday got 47,000 likes. What the fuck?
Springfield, in Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies in Springfield, they're eating.
It's just, it's fucking ridiculous, dude. It is so goddamn ridiculous. Oh God. Oh no, they're here. A General Services Administration spokesperson tells NPR that as of 11 a.m., there have been 306,000 visitors to vote.gov. Refer from Taylor Swift's URL she shared on Instagram last night. Holy moly. Dude, I'm like Trump doing the RFK slot and just like going after just having the most groiped up campaign that you can do when it obviously was a failure for Ron DeSantis shows me that he has lost his sauce, okay? He's lost it. A lot of people forget that, like, the most successful campaign he launched was in 2016. And he launched that shit because he presented himself as a moderate on a lot of social issues that, like, most normal people don't give a fuck about, okay? Including being pro-LGBTQ, okay? He was like anti-war, pro-LGBTQ. He was not like aggressively speaking about cutting entitlements and shit like that. He has just lost it, dude. He's got nothing. No NAFTA mentions, you know, no like, remember how the Democrats ruined the Midwest? None of that shit. The best he could scrounge up together was, I have a concept of a plan. I will say this much. Donald Trump was probably going to have a boring performance overall and not a good one. But Kamala Harris's consistent baiting worked entirely too well. Okay? That is a man who has lost his fucking reasoning, okay? He is so goddamn narcissistic. It is his downfall. This is his own undoing, okay? He caused his own motherfucking downfall by just going nutty mode. Every time Kamala Harris brought some shit up, I was like, there's no way. I was like, there's not a single fucking, there's no reason for him to like invoke these things. There's no reason for him to even like repeat any of those things. And it was entirely too easy. Like shooting fish in a fucking barrel, dude. It was crazy how easy it was. Like, if I'm the Harris campaign, I'm literally showing all of his like lowlights from last night and just being like, you think this guy who couldn't shut the fuck up about himself because of a couple baits is going to be able to handle Putin? You know what I mean? Like, these world leaders are going to fucking play tricks on him. They're going to fucking, you know, pull some keys out and start jiggling it. And he's just going to go after that shining object. First of all, he was so goddamn emotional. You know what I mean? The idea that like he can't even do the women are emotional shit, which is not exactly an effective strategy anyway. But like, he was so fucking hysterical, dude. Our newest ad just dropped. It's 1 hour and 40 minutes of just the debate. That's funny. She did so well. She did so fucking well that Republicans immediately started doing the conspiracies. Like, if you want to know without a shred of doubt that Kamala Harris fucking clobbered last night, like absolutely eviscerated Donald Trump last night, made a fucking fool of him, look to what the Republicans are saying. Because if that debate was, you know, a banger for Trump, they'd be doing victory laps right now. Instead, they started crying about the moderators while the debate was going on. They haven't stopped crying about the fucking moderators. And on top of that, Trump immediately went to the spin room and started fucking chirping about Twitter polls. They're crying about the mods. And on top of that, they're fucking immediately locked in on conspiracies like, oh, she had a earpiece. She had a fucking earpiece in her ear. Like they're looking for reasons as to why she actually did so good. That's how you know Donald Trump got fucking gutted, okay? What's the best response to Blue MAGA voting for Jill Stein? Like, as in, if you're voting for Jill Stein and Blue MAGA gets mad at you, just be like, win my vote. What do you mean? I want to vote for the Democratic Party. Why is the Democratic Party not fucking looking to secure my vote? I'm so willing. I'm so able. That's it. Yeah. Before we get to the Hogwatch shit, which by God we will get to, okay? We will get to it. Let's watch some of the fucking highlights and lowlights.
Repeated false claims, prompting a fact check from moderator Lindsay Davis.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born.
And he refused to rule out signing a national abortion ban. On immigration, Trump trying to pin previous chaos at the border on Harris.
They're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done.
Harris laying into Trump for urging Republicans to kill the bipartisan border deal.
But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised.
Trump responding by repeating a false conspiracy theory.
I will say this much. Kamala Harris's weakest moments in terms of like, the broadest snapshot of the conversation is disaster for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris outperformed my expectations and many other people's expectations. She outperformed her previous debates. She was on it. Okay. She came in hot. She came in assertive. You could tell that she was a little nervous in the beginning. And as time went on, she and her attacks, her like light fucking jabs at Donald Trump ended up paying off massively. She got way more confident. Okay. On the aesthetic front, she was great. She was fantastic. Okay. So liberals, if you were looking for a fucking major W, you got it. Having said that, there were obviously weak moments as well, and I will get to that in a second. But overall, broad analysis of last night. I tweeted this. I tweeted this last night as well. Okay. But if Kamala Harris's goal was to demonstrate competency, okay, and show the American broader electorate that she is here and she will be a normal leader, okay, something that Joe Biden definitely couldn't do anymore. She did that, okay. And if her goal was to also overall show how fucking narcissistic and petulant of a man-child Donald Trump is, she did that fantastically. I said she put up LeBron numbers on that front. Okay. However, if her goal was to get the couch voters, the non-voters, the undecideds, the real undecideds, because the mythical moderate undecided is not a real thing. That's a made-up phenomenon. It's not a real concept at all. Kamala Harris is not like converting Trumpers to her ticket. Okay. Even though that's what media keeps repeating, even though that's what it seems like they're trying to do. That's not the real fucking people, okay? The real people are people that have voted for the Democratic Party and right now are thinking, I'm probably not going to go out and vote. Those people have a bunch of different reasons for not doing so, okay? So in order to get those people to come out and vote, right? People that consider themselves independent, people that say that they're undecided between sitting on the fucking couch and voting for Kamala Harris. They're not undecided between voting for Kamala Harris or voting for Donald Trump. And that's only because Donald Trump was the president And everyone is already, most people, like the overwhelming majority of people that have already voted and will definitely vote this election cycle have already made up their fucking minds on him. That is precisely the reason why it did not even reflect in a minor bump in terms of the way people perceive Donald Trump when he got fucking shot in the head. Okay? That's how polarized people are on Trump. That's how convinced they are. They were either crying tears of happiness that he got shot and survived, or crying tears of sadness that he got shot and didn't die. But nobody was like, I don't know. I think now that he got shot, I feel like I'm more on board with Donald Trump. So that's the reality for him, right? He has a very hard race in front of him. He's a very hard race in front of him, which is part of the reason why I keep saying, especially when you look at down ballot races, especially when you look at like all these other races, like Edinger Mentum calls them normal adult races, you know, Democrats are fucking putting numbers on the board. Okay, so the overall performance of the Democratic Party is good. The overall like outlook on the Republican Party is very bad. But Kamala Harris, in order to absolutely win this race, like solidify her lead, has to bring people who are like, I am not going to vote this time around. I just don't give a shit. I don't care. Okay? You seem to speak for everyone, but you don't say a word to anyone outside of your tiny little internet orbit. Every interaction you have with people is on fucking Twitter. Go outside. Bro, for someone who speaks for most people, you never speak to fucking anyone outside of your tiny little orbit on the internet. All these people's opinions you're talking about is fucking Twitter. What? Politics is fucking gross because no one tells the truth. You're a fraud. Bro, she couldn't speak for the first 20 minutes. Brother, holy fuck. She said the same things Hillary said. Didn't answer any questions and stood on Israel. First of all, I haven't even gotten to like, I'm giving you a broader snapshot. There's a lot of issues that I have with Kamala Harris. Let me get there, okay? And in terms of I don't speak to people outside. What are you talking about? For a person who spends 8 to 10 hours online as I do, you are not going to get anyone that is more fucking tapped into the normal public opinion than someone like myself. As a matter of fact, I regularly shit on Democrats who hyper focus on Twitter, who think that like Twitter is real life, media members who do this as well. This is like one of the major points that I made about last night's debate. As a matter of fact, Trump is extremely online. Trump was doing Haitians are eating cat memes. That shit does not poll well with the broader electorate. Okay? Ain't nobody's going to be like, oh, I know exactly what he's talking about. I'm tapped in. Okay? I know the internet is not normal public opinion. What the fuck are you talking about? Yes, they will know what he's talking about. That's the fucking issue. Okay, you're all right, I'm banning you. Shut the fuck up. You just said I'm extremely online, and then you turned around and said, no, actually, every random American is really invested in the fucking right-wing memes that blow up on Twitter. But in real life, when you bring that shit up, people look at you like, what the fuck are you saying? Thanks. Yeah, that's precisely the reason why they fucking did not win by massive numbers in the 2022 midterms, by the way. That was a horrible fucking instinct, and I called it, and I was fucking right on that, so suck my dick. Okay? And I told you, if Republicans keep leaning into this like random fucking culture war nonsense, they are going to be off-putting and normie repellent. They're going to be off-putting to the like normal fucking suburban voters. Doors open. Doors open. Okay. My mom heard about it for the first time during the debate and was confused and started laughing. Yeah, same shit on like transgender illegal aliens getting bottom surgery inside of prisons, forcible medical bottom surgery for transgender illegal aliens. Like, you say shit like that, and that might play well to the dumbest 8 people that you know. But normal people hear that and they're like, what the fuck are you saying, dog? No, it's not Felix, it's delivery. So that's the point. Okay, this shit is incredibly fucking off-putting. This shit is incredibly gross, incredibly sweaty, and incredibly off-putting to like normal people, because normal people do not find themselves in a fucking Twitch chat. Okay, normal people do not make sock accounts to come to the Twitch streamers, to the Twitch chat of a fucking socialist political commentator. Okay, you are the furthest from normal. Especially if you've been paying close attention to politics. let's be fucking real, okay? You are not the average voter, nor the average voter eligible population. You're not. You're fucking not, okay? You're in here. That means automatically you are very different than the average person who goes out and votes, or a person who has the capacity to vote but usually doesn't even exercise it, okay? Which is a pretty sizable chunk. Anyway, I'm really disappointed that neither Trump nor Kamala talked about PAYGO. Yeah, my queen Nancy Pelosi and her beautiful, brilliant proposal of PAYGO.
About migrants eating people's pets in Springfield, Ohio.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there had been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
The people are on television saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Oh, I do gotta add a note on this. Kamala Harris's like off the ball performance, like off the ball movement, excellent. High marks for that too. She obviously debate prepped and knew that there was a fucking camera on her at all times. So like there was never a moment where she was like presenting herself as like weird. There was a couple instances where she like maybe reacted in a way that I didn't necessarily appreciate, but overall she obviously was very cognizant that there is a fucking camera on her at any given moment. And your off the ball performance is also very important. The way you express yourself, the way you like react to certain things that Trump was saying. And in my opinion, she did a pretty decent job on that as well. Donald Trump, as opposed to her, literally was like angry and just constantly looking down like this. That's the type of shit that like normies do care about, even if they don't like hyper analyze it, right? They still see it because it's a vibe that you're putting out. And the vibe that Donald Trump was putting out was seething, okay? He either looked tired or he looked angry. And that's not a good vibe to put out at all. And he didn't look angry because America is fucked. Okay, that's the difference. Because 2016, Donald Trump did a pretty good job of being like, I'm angry because the establishment fucked you over. I'm angry because you're angry. We're both angry together. I'm angry for the same reasons that you're angry for. Here, he just comes across as, I'm angry because they're yelling at me. I'm angry because they're calling me out. I'm angry because I'm, she said that people leave my fucking debates, or people leave my rallies. So the more you can successfully show people that Donald Trump doesn't give a fuck about them and only gives a fuck about himself, the better you're going to do. And on that front, Kamala Harris did a really good job. Okay, she did. Don't worry, I'm gonna still talk about the negative consequences of like maybe even Kamala's successful performance last night in a brief moment.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme.
The candidates also
like I wouldn't have laughed in that situation because like that's a layup. And also what he's saying is like crazy. Sure, you're deflating it, but I think that's a perfect opportunity for her to be like, see, this is what we mean when we say Republicans behave in a weird way, because that's like cutting, right? That cuts into Donald Trump. Like, this is what we mean when we say Trump is being weird. That's not a real story. That's not only is it not a real story, it's a very racist story. Like, you just made that up. These are some immigrants are what makes this nation great. We're a proud nation of immigrants. And I said this last night as well. Like, the way that she should have retorted on that front, even if she were to be as moderate as possible, is to basically fucking say, this is a completely made up story. Now, one must ask the question, why Donald Trump chose to go with this story that is completely made up. He wants you to hate your neighbors. That's why. He wants to divide this country. We are a nation of immigrants. My parents are first-generation immigrants. I'm Kamala Harris now, okay? Donald Trump's grandparents are immigrants. Every single person in this country, with the exception of Native Americans, can trace their origin back to someone who didn't used to live here. That's what makes this a strong country. And Donald Trump wants you to hate that. We talking about illegals, brother, not illegal. Yo, dog, the difference between an illegal immigrant and a legal immigrant is nothing. You know that, right? It's just paperwork. Like, just because you slap that sticker in front of it doesn't change the reality that these are just like normal human beings, you know, that are participating in the American economy in the same exact ways that your bitch ass is. Anyway.
Sparring on foreign policy.
It is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear they can manipulate you with flattery and favors.
The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent.
And getting personal, Trump asked about his statements questioning Harris's racial identity.
So
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was...
Like, what a terrible, terrible fucking response. Like, just jumping on that fucking landmine. What an idiotic move from Trump. Okay? What the fuck? Biden puts on a MAGA hat? That's AI, dog. What are you talking about? Like, you can't tell that this is like fake? Like, immediately this doesn't seem weird to you? Anyway, let's get back to the debate. So, in terms of the debate, I think that there are very real reasons as to why Kamala Harris should abso-fucking-lutely push back on the immigration stuff, even if it is not necessarily, even if it's not because like she wants to fucking win the election, but because this is genuinely going to cause harm down the line. Okay, we are moving towards straight up pogroms. Okay, but counter messaging on this front would also have electoral benefits for her. They need to stop being so scared. Okay, they need to stop being so scared. They see polls and they're like, oh, 60% of Americans want mass deportation. So I guess we can't speak on that. And it's like, no, you can, because if you completely drop that conversation, then you're just leaving that for the Republicans to pick up. It is crazy how openly and annoyingly scientifically fascist the Republican Party has become. They already were, but like the greatest difference between like 2016 Trump and 2020 Trump versus Trump now is that in 2016, when he came down the fucking escalator, he was like, Mexicans are rapists, right? And drug dealers and murderers. But then he said, and some are very fine, some are fine people, I'm sure. He dropped the last part. He literally dropped it from 2016 to 2024. Now he's just like, nah, they're all rapists, dog. They're eating cats. They're coming up with new shit. Not only are they rapists and drug dealers and murderers, but they're also eating cats now. They're eating your fucking cats. Like, he doesn't leave even a counter for people to be like, oh, you're racist, so that he could be like, oh, no, I'm not. I'm not racist. I said some could be fine people too. So do you see what I'm saying? Like, we've lost the fucking plot. We're losing the goddamn plot. An environment where there's this much outward hostility to fucking migrants is going to be really damaging to American society in general, where people are going to start doing fucking pogroms. That's number one. And number two, beyond the fucking fabric of society unwinding, okay, it also, if you're like a bloodless sociopathic wonk, okay, or a fucking staffer in DC, understand that this is a massive opening for the Republican Party. You are giving them, you are ceding this territory to them. This is their issue, okay? This is their fucking issue. So if you don't counter message against it, if you don't get on the defensive posture, or even, dare I say, the offensive posture by, you're wrong, you made me feel stupid. Wait, really? He actually, it looks like at the Shanksville Fire Station, POTUS spoke on the country's bipartisan unity after 9/11 and said we need to get back to that. As a gesture, he gave a hat to a Trump supporter who then said that in the same spirit, POTUS should put on a Trump cap. He briefly wore it. Oh my God. Okay, I apologize to Macias. The Macias was right. My fault. I should have never doubted you. It did straight up look like in the video. It looks like a fucking AI video because of the movement in the video, but that's probably because he's just a robotic ass motherfucker who moves like an AI. Anyway, Thoughts on RFK Jr. literally eating dogs? Yeah, I don't care. He's insane.
Black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people.
Less than 2 months until the election, Trump still refusing to concede he lost the last one.
You have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
That.
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically.
Oh, wait. Why did you say, oh, I said that, if you didn't say that? Because that's weird. That doesn't make no sense either. Interesting. Oh, I was just being sarcastic. I mean, he's just got nothing, dude. He's got nothing, okay? He's got nothing on it. Recognizing that he fucking said that it's a lose-lose, okay? It's just a lose-lose for him across the board. Because if he constantly harps on it, then he's a fucking loser. He's just like crying over and over again about how he lost. And even like people who want to support him are probably going to look at that and be like, come on, dog, shut the fuck up. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Stop fucking crying that you lost, you know? It's already incredibly stupid, right? Because if the Democrats are like stealing this election just like they stole the last one, why the fuck are you going out to do a goddamn debate anyway? Why are you even going out and voting? It makes no sense. Okay, I think you're underestimating the real MAGA chuds. Yes, brother, I'm not underestimating them, but they're locked in already. Okay, they're unshakable. They're an unmovable object. Okay, there are like 30% of the base for the Republican Party is locked in. They're laser focused. They are going to vote for Donald Trump. Donald Trump could literally bring up MAGA hogs one by one and fucking kill them on stage. They would still be like, yes, Mr. President, I love that. Please kill me more. I wish I was the one you sacrificed. Okay? Or I shouldn't say 30%. Fuck it. I'll say 30% of the broader electorate. Not even just the Republican base, because the Republican base is just locked in for Trump. That is just, no matter what you do, no matter what he says and does, they're in. They're invested. Now, that's not enough to win an election, though. And the more unhinged that 30% gets, the more the people that would normally vote for the Republican Party get a little weirded out by the Republican Party. This is the problem, okay? This is the problem with where the Republican Party is headed and why they will have issues even after Donald Trump, okay? Because once Trump goes away, there is no guarantee that those cultish freaks are going to be permanent Republican Party voters, because they're only invested in the loyalty that they have to Donald Trump, okay? So the rest of the moderates might come back, or the rest of the fucking normal Republicans might come back to the Republican Party when there's like a boring country club Republican-ass presidential candidate. But then they most likely lose a big chunk of the base of support beyond like the evangelicals and shit that already have their networks for turning out people, right? That vote as a reliable, consistent voting bloc for the Republican Party. So that's a larger issue for the Republicans that I don't want to dive into too much right now, okay? But like I said, Donald Trump's goal here is, or Donald Trump's goal coming into this was to come across as like as normal as he possibly can and hit Kamala Harris on flip-flops, hit Kamala Harris on like, adopting some of his policy positions, especially the big one being on immigration, not be as insane on immigration so that he can come across as reasonable and like find that perfect pocket of like the 60% of Americans that want mass deportations, okay? Without coming across too Hitlerian that like even the most rabid like Hispanic MAGA voters don't turn around and go, okay, maybe he hates us too, okay? But he couldn't do that. He fucking passed. He failed the vibe check on that one, where he just came in hot and was like, Haitians are eating dogs. Like it's over. At that point, it's like you're like, even people who are invested in mass deportation are going to look at that and be like, the fuck? Like if you go too far you will even end up making people who are like-minded or people who want to be invested in this narrative feel uncomfortable about it. You can't be nerdy about your racism, something that I describe all the time, like with what Ron DeSantis used to do, and you can't be too crazy. There's a limit to there is a limit to what you can get away with. Take a day off. Don't send me dumb shit right now. I'm doing political commentary. No memes. Can you do that thing where if you were a Republican strategist, what is the best course of action for them in this moment, you think? Dude, I don't know. There's no way of controlling Donald Trump. Like, I would probably play highlight reels of 2016 and be like, remember what you used to be like, Mr. President? Please do that. Please be more reasonable. You are Mr. Room Reader, okay? You are Mr. Room Reader, Mr. President. What happened? You're now objectively not reading the room. The room you're reading is Twitter. And Twitter is not real life, especially now. Twitter never was real life, and now it's even less like real life. Now it's just Nazi life. Okay, so if you mistake the botted out fucking right-wing Nazi accounts for real, genuine support that will translate to real voters on the ground, you are gonna fucking lose, Mr. President. That's what I would say. That shit is like thinking, that's just like looking at 4chan and being like, well, you know, these guys really like my ideas, so I'm just gonna run on them. Do you think most undecided voters at this point are only undecided on whether they'll still vote for Harris or not, and Trump isn't an option? I mean, I think there's a lot of, if there are any undecided voters for Trump, they actually just want to vote for Trump. They have voted for Trump, they want to vote for Trump, but he just makes it too hard. But that number is like tiny in comparison to the much larger number of people who don't know enough about Kamala Harris, don't know what she is going to do for them, and think, or even think that like Kamala Harris is not there on some of the issues that they care about. Okay? And one of those major issues is Gaza. There is a big chunk of people, young voters, Arab voters, Muslim voters, like anti-war voters, who legitimately are like, nope, that's my issue, and I'm not going to vote for Kamala Harris. She has not made a coherent split from Biden on this issue. It is very obvious. It is very obvious that she is deeply invested in continuing the genocide. I will not vote for her. There are hundreds of thousands of people like this. And for some weird reason, and many of them are in this community, by the way, and for some weird reason, Kamala Harris is looking at that situation and just going, I don't care. Well, Trump hasn't either, so what's next? That does not matter. That does not matter at all. Okay? What do you mean? Like this idea that people are going to go out and vote when they were not interested in voting for Trump at all is stupid. Okay? This is how you fucking lose. You need to motivate people to go out and vote for you. And for that to happen, you have to tell them what you're going to do for them. And if it's not going to be on Israel-Palestine, which is such a easy gimme, okay? It's such a easy fucking gimme for her, all right? Then you have to do something beyond, like, I'm going to offer $50,000 to the opportunity economy people, startups. I hate that shit, okay? I absolutely hate that shit. I hate the messaging around it. I think it's so lame. When someone says opportunity economy or we're going to give $50,000 in tax breaks for startups, you know what I think? I think the Manosphere PUA guys selling yet another fucking drop shipping how-to FAQ. Okay, that's what I think. It invokes the feeling of another drop shipping company starting up in my mind. Okay, I don't like that. I consider that to be like somewhat of an out of touch bicoastal elitist language. I don't think that like Americans broadly give a shit about that. Okay. And I think it's a silly way to message. She said it 3 times last night, which was weird. I don't know why she thinks it's like great. Dropshipping 2016. The new grift is telling people how to resell stuff on Facebook Marketplace. Regardless, whatever it is. Okay. This is objectively good for market competition. Thank you, Average Anarchy, for coming in and talking about market competition. Yeah, because normal fucking Americans are like, oh, this is objectively good for market competition. That's the calculation that people make. If you think that like a fucking bus driver, okay, is going around watching this debate, watching pieces of this debate and going, well, it seems like this is going to be objectively good for market competition, I'm definitely voting for Kamala Harris. You are the most delusional person on the fucking planet, okay? What the fuck? I don't think Gaza alone can swing the swing states, though, unless a broader conflict starts. No, it can't. But it would make Kamala Harris's chances significantly better. That's the point. And if the margins are close, then you absolutely have to not let any voters, you can't just leave voters out on the table. You know what I mean? The assumption that they're going to come and vote for you because they're too afraid of Donald Trump is a silly one, okay? That's not how people vote. I keep repeating this over and over again. The dumbest guy you know still understands that, like, well, this person is not motivating me to go out and vote. It seems like, you know, regular old bullshit. Why the fuck should I take time off from my day to go out and vote? They do not think about harm reduction like that, okay? No matter how much you repeat it. Now, this community will always repeat it because you are not the normal voter. You are nerds. You love politics. You follow it on the off season. Of course, you're very familiar with Kamala Harris. There's like 50% of the fucking broader electorate that doesn't know who she is. Think about that. Think about how much you know about Kamala Harris, regardless of the lack of information out there. Now think about the average person. The average person has no fucking clue. So if Kamala Harris is talking about like the Nikki Haley voting constituency after Nikki Haley has already fucking said that she is endorsing Donald Trump, if she's desperately going after those voters, why the fuck isn't she going after people who have already historically voted for the Democratic Party but are now saying they don't want to, like young people? She's gotten a lot of gains in the youth vote overall, but there's still much more that she can go after, especially because she's not Joe Biden. Okay? Joe Biden could have made this calculation of college-educated white voters going for him as opposed to Donald Trump. But she needs to be going after an Obama 2008 constituency. She needs to be going after an Obama 2008 coalition, not a Joe Biden 2020 coalition. But the policies that she's presenting so far are actually not really all that interesting for the Obama 2008 coalition and more interesting for the Joe Biden 2020 coalition. Okay? This is, in my opinion, a mistake. Having said that, however, in spite of the flubs like leaving a lot of the immigrant conversation out there for Donald Trump to message on, which he ends up flubbing on regardless because he's just far too insane on it, she still presented herself very well. She outperformed expectations. She destroyed Donald Trump. She just kept fucking needling at him, and he just fell apart. So obviously it was still good. So if you're a liberal and you're like really worried about Trump winning or whatever, don't worry, okay? This was great for her. Polls already show that she's like, you know, doing better than Donald Trump to begin with. Okay? Not good enough in my opinion, but better. And now you got the Taylor Swift boost as well. We'll see how that looks like. But I do worry that in the limited amount of time she has from this point on, there is still plenty of voters that she's leaving out there.
Sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it, and they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval.
The reality, there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud, and President Biden won the 2020 contest. Harris using the moment to call Trump unqualified.
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling.
Simple as she is taking unnecessary risks in an election where she can't. Yes. Thank you. That's precisely. Did he say she pussed out last night, or did I imagine that? I don't think he said that.
And the American people deserve better.
In their closing statements, Harris vowing to help take the country forward.
I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
While Trump finally honed in on his message, questioning why Harris hasn't accomplished her plans during her time as vice
He did, but it had context. I don't remember that.
President.
They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it?
Oh. He was talking about how she like put out a statement or something. Okay.
Chief Washington correspondent John Carl, our Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz. Welcome to you both. John, let me begin with you. I think one way to think about what was going on last night is that Kamala Harris was engaged in a kind of psychological warfare.
Yeah, and it began right from the moment the debate started, even before it started, when they walked onto the stage and Kamala Harris walked over to Donald Trump, going to his side of the stage for a handshake that Donald Trump did not expect and seemed like he didn't want. He started out the debate relatively calm, at least for a couple of minutes, but as the debate wore on.
Dude, the pivotal moment in last night's debate was when Kamala Harris said, "People leave your rallies." Okay? He was already like pissed off from the jump, but the moment that she said, "People get bored of the same old bullshit at your rallies and they leave by the end of it," something changed in his mind. So he just reset. Like he literally, from that point on, he just could not be normal at all. He fucking snapped, and it was downhill from that moment. Okay, from that moment on, he was just losing it. And she kept needling him. While also packaging it in a, I would say, a very expert way. She needled him in a way that he would eat the bait every single time. But she also wouldn't just do it like by directly needling him. She would also package that with like actual like issues that Trump has. And it was just terrible. It was terrible for him.
He became increasingly rattled and angry, yelling a lot of his answers as Kamala Harris tried to provoke.
Do you think she did it on purpose? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely, dude.
Tried to get inside his head, hitting some key touch points, ridiculing his crowd size, talking about how he is saying he is mocked by people around the world, talking about the long litany of former senior Trump officials, people that Donald Trump hired who now say that he is unfit for office. And Trump clearly was upset. He took the bait over and over again, was unable to really take the argument to Kamala Harris. Now, this morning, George, Donald Trump is saying this is his best debate ever, his great.
Yeah, I mean, he's just like delusional, right? This is completely delusional in a way that like, it's completely delusional in a way that actually cuts against like what people could see with their eyes. Like, even if you are a cultish MAGA loyalist, you probably still saw him not in the best light. There were people last night who were like, "I'm a fucking MAGA supporter. I still think he's going to win," but he did a terrible job last night because he did. Like, he couldn't get any of his good points across. He had 3 major strong suits, okay? 3 major positions where he is objectively polling better than Joseph Robinette Biden and Kamala Harris. Okay, 3 points. This is very important, as opposed to 2 points that Kamala Harris is better, outperforming. 2 important points that Kamala Harris is outperforming Trump on. For Kamala Harris, it's simple: abortion, like an insane. It's just like not even a question, right? Abortion is the #1 thing for the Democrats, right? It's the #1 point that they have. And Joe Biden historically was doing terrible on that front in terms of communicating because he's fucking Catholic and he's old and he doesn't really like abortion anyway. And Kamala Harris, both being a woman and also, you know, having that like personal connection to this insane situation that we found ourselves in, did a really good job presenting exactly what the problem is with Trump's restrictive policies that he had to fucking take ownership over. Okay. The second point that she's good on is demonstrating competence and showcasing that he's narcissistic. That one, and also you can tie that to like democracy, preserving democracy, which was a big point for the Democrats in general. But the three key points that Donald Trump outperforms the Democrats on consistently are much more important, with the exception of abortion. Okay. Number one, immigration. Americans, due to no counter messaging from the Democratic Party and an unimaginable amount of fucking propaganda, are very right wing as it stands currently on immigration. Okay? Very right wing. But for Donald Trump, all he needed to do for immigration was to simply say, look, you guys made this a problem. You called my supporters racist for years, and now you act like you want to build a wall. Well, you know, we don't trust you. You've mishandled the situation, and we don't trust you. Why should anybody ever trust you on this? Okay? Like, if he were to just simply stick to a coherent message on the issue of immigration, he could present himself as like a normal person on an issue where he is obviously outperforming the Democrats on by wide margins. And it's especially a shitty predicament for the Democrats because there's no real counter to it, because you've already adopted their right-wing framing that like immigrants are a threat to this country, which is really fucking terrifying. Okay, really terrifying. But the high notes on this immigration front from the Donald Trump camp, like what people will remember this debate on the issue of immigration, is only going to be how he said they're eating the dogs. Okay, everyone is going to remember this debate on your most powerful point as they're eating dogs. They're eating fucking dogs. We got to do something about it. Okay? It's just, you sound like a delusional old man who's yelling at fucking clouds. And sure, there's people in your base that love that, and they also are delusional old men, but you're not going to win anyone else like that might be in the fucking margins. Okay? The other two issues that he's also strong on is the economy. Okay? And it was insane to me, actually, as a debate watcher, that on the issue of the economy, he immediately dialed it back and started talking about how Haitians are eating dog. Like, that's crazy. He doesn't even have policies for the economy, and he's still defeating the fucking Democrats on this front. Think about that. Like, because people are understandably upset with the way that the economy looks like right now. That's how upset they are. That they're like, this guy's policy-less, but it doesn't matter. I still think it's like, you know, I still think he'd be better than the Democrats. And he still fucked it up. You should have absolutely hyper-focused on that, you know? But he didn't. Yeah, he didn't even mention no tax on tips because he fucking forgot everything. He got so mad. He got so fucking mad that he had nothing, okay? He had nothing there. There was a moment where he literally said, oh, I have a concept of what I can do, which is, oof, so bad. And last but not least, Donald Trump outperforms Democrats on wars, okay? Especially Israel-Palestine. Part of that is because part of that is because he's not the president, okay? He's not the president, so people do not attribute to him the failures of the Biden administration, and maybe even attribute too much failure to the Biden administration in terms of foreign policy. In 2016, he presented himself as a peaceful dove, okay? As a peaceful dove, as opposed to the failure of the Iraq War. That played really fucking well. That played really well in terms of the broader electorate. They saw him as a very different kind of anti-establishment, maybe even perhaps moderate Republican, okay? Peace through strength type shit. He normally acts like, you know, he's going to be a strong negotiator, and that's why he's going to cut deals. Obviously, all of this is fake and bullshit, but people do want to believe him on this front, okay? I know you are memeing when you call him a peaceful dove. This motherfucker is 100% a deranged psychopath that eludes the mafia. Dude. I'm not saying that Donald Trump is actually a peaceful dove. Do you not understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? I'm saying that he used to present himself as that, and people responded positively to that. Okay? It's how you portray yourself that matters to a lot of people who just kind of look at the optics of the situation. And the optics of the situation on 3 of his major fucking strong suits was Garbo. Okay? And then beyond that, he also fucking flubbed the abortion one that was going to be the strongest part for Kamala Harris and was going to be very difficult for him to climb out of. He kept repeating this like idiotic notion that like everyone actually wanted Roe v. Wade to be repealed. Okay? Which is utterly ridiculous. And then he even turned around and said, in places like Kentucky and Ohio, people voted more progressively on abortion, demonstrating that even in those fucking states that where people should have been demanding this overturning of Roe v. Wade, they still want to carry Roe v. Wade. They want to protect it. He absolutely fucked up on that front too. My aunt literally told me that she's voting for Trump because he keeps money within the U.S. instead of starting war abroad. My auntie's a self-described Democrat in New Jersey. That's what I'm saying though. Like people hear that and they remember that, and they all, if you're not paying close attention to what the fuck's going on, and many people don't, okay, then you're gonna be oblivious to the reality that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. But you shouldn't be. You should know that it's 1 p.m. Pacific time and that there's a 3-minute ad break coming right now. Now, if you no longer want to see those ads, well, then all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6, even though it's September, so it's 30% off, I think, or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Like people prefer to hear no new wars as opposed to the most lethal military. Yes, exactly. In its most reductive terms, people would rather hear someone say, I didn't start any new wars and I will end the wars that currently exist, rather than someone who says, no, we have to have wars and I'm going to have the strongest military force of all time. It's especially shitty when it's coming from a Democrat, okay? Because ultimately, people perceive Democrats as, historically at least, they perceive the Democratic Party as weak, as like, you know, you can't take ownership over patriotism and a lethal military force. You don't have the riz to pull that off. There was also a lot of good moments where Kamala Harris deflected on hard questions, deflected by basically needling Trump again and then forcing Trump to be on the defense. Okay? Let's continue.
Greatest debate ever, but there are several indications that not even Donald Trump thinks that is remotely true. The first was the way he walked out before all those reporters in the spin room last night. And this morning, he actually refused to even commit to a debate on Fox News. He doesn't seem to want to get on the stage again with Kamala Harris.
Okay, and Martha,
honestly don't understand why you guys think having a lethal military is a bad thing. I don't know, man. Why do you think we call it the fucking Department of Defense and not the War Department any longer? Like, even on the optics front, we try to fucking act like the military doesn't kill, okay? Reminding people that that's what the military does, when that is definitely what the military does, simply means that you're just going to be more violent than the previous fucking administration on this issue. And Americans, by and large, personally want to think that, like, we are a force of good, okay? We are a force of good. When you say we're lethal, that automatically reminds people that we are a force of evil. Are you a fucking fascist? What the hell is going on right now? Oh, what? I don't understand why people have an issue with the most lethal military force thing. I don't think that's what it means. I just think the lethality is the point of a military law. Of course, lethality is the point of the military, but there is a reason, like I said, even on the optics front, that we call it the Department of Defense and not the Department of Offense. We don't call it the War Department anymore. Do you want to know why? Do you understand why they changed that? Because they want to propagandize that the military is there sometimes to do shit that nobody wants to do, but they don't want to do that originally. They want to be a peacekeeper. They want to be the peacekeepers, okay? When you say you are fucking lethal, the military is lethal, you're giving the game away. You might as well say, yeah, we're going to have the most baby-killing machine out there. And you're going to be like, well, that's what the military does. Duh. That's crazy. Rebuttal, question mark? You're not asking me for the rebuttal. You're asking for him, right? Yeah. Yeah. Why isn't it called the Department for War? Why is it called the Department of Defense now? Because it used to not be. Why is it called the Department of Defense? But fear not, liberals. Donald Trump, like I said, is far too invested in defending that his crowds are actually pretty large and people don't hate him to actually make short work of Kamala Harris's warmongering sentiment that actually, if he made short work of, would come across as very fucking shitty to a broader base of voters. Obviously, I don't want to know. I know it's called the Department of Defense as a guise to cover his true purpose, as a purpose to project power. Think about the reason why it's called Department of Defense instead of Department of War. You will arrive at the conclusion, because the same principle behind that is now in reverse. The principle behind naming it the Department of Defense and not the Department of Lethality or the Department of War, which is what it used to be called, is because people want to think that the military is there as a strong force that doesn't kill babies, okay? That, like, the lethality should not be the main focus when you're marketing the fucking military. And it's not. There is a negative association with the term lethal. It means you're killing, okay? Openly admitting that the military is going to be fucking hard-dicked killers is idiotic. It's not even the point they market when they're trying to get recruits. Exactly. She's posturing for probably national security people. That's it. There's no other person that you want to, there's no other person, there's not a single person that's going to be like, hell yeah, I love that. Unless you're a Reddit brain dipshit and a NAFO Andy or something that thinks like, hell yeah, that like posts about fucking aircraft carriers lasering fucking ports in Yemen and says things like, oh, they gonna learn today. They gonna learn why we don't have healthcare today. Those are the only people that love that shit, okay? Oh, I agree that military should be defensive in the purpose. We should only have militaries to protect those that can't protect themselves. I think Kamala's just trying to say we have the best killing machines, etc. Brother, you are mentally fucking disabled. I don't have anything else to say about this. Take a fucking week off, okay? Sorry. Like, I don't know how to have this conversation with you. You literally have an intellectual disability. You are refusing to understand words, okay? God damn, dude. Holy fuck. Who the fuck is voting to have the fucking strongest murder machines? Dumb fuck. God damn.
There was a fair amount of attention on foreign policy last night, trade with China, the Gaza war, the war in Ukraine. Harris's mantra, Donald Trump has been weak and wrong.
Like, why do we call it lethal aid even? Why do we call it aid? Why do we call it aid and not we're giving baby murder machines? Like, how the fuck do you not understand this simple goddamn point? Like, I'm talking about literally just the optics of it, okay? Why do they add aid at the end of that?
Exactly, and Donald Trump fired back.
Motherfucker said, I'm a single issue voter, and my single issue is more murder machines, please. I want more efficient murder machines. Are you Mr. Raytheon? Are you John Lockheed? What the fuck do you mean, dude? Who are you? Like, there is not, like, I genuinely don't understand it. Like, hello, I'm Mr. Boeing. I'm Mr. John Boeing, okay? And I love when I hear the Democratic president say, we are going to have the best death machines, okay?
Back, of course, saying that the war in Ukraine would not have happened. Vladimir Putin would not have gone in if he were president. He says the same thing about Israel, offered absolutely no evidence. And in fact, at one point, David Muir saying directly to him, do you want Ukraine to win this war? Seems like a pretty simple question, George, but he never answered that question. He also claimed that millions had died, that fake numbers were coming out of Ukraine. Kamala Harris basically just looked at him and smiled. She was asked directly, of course, about Afghanistan and whether she takes any responsibility for that disastrous pullout. She did not answer that directly.
Yeah. By the way, fuck the media as well. That's why there's so many goddamn dumbasses in this chat as well every now and then. Oh, disastrous pullout of Afghanistan. First of all, she did take ownership over it, and she fucking stood 10 toes down and said it was a good fucking thing that they did that, which was correct That was one of the best fucking points of the entire night. Okay? Another major flub from the Democratic Party for not regularly defending one of the most defensible positions of the Biden administration. Okay? Being a pundit seems like being the most annoying reply guy on Twitter about everything. Being a chatter is like that too sometimes. 4 presidents said they'd do it. We did. Exactly.
Directly,
Respect.
she threw that back at Donald
Dumb
Trump.
question. Why was it good? I mean, here, numbers on the board. 67 fucking military, 67 active duty service members were killed in Afghanistan in the 4 years that Trump was president. 13 were killed under Joe Biden during the withdrawal. Okay? There you go. Turns out no extra fucking people die when you actually pull your units out of a never-ending active war zone. A thing that Donald Trump also recognized, by the way. He was like, they're sniping our people. They're sniping our soldiers. So I had to make a deal with the Taliban. Remember when he said that? The counter to that is so simple. You just go, hey, remember how you recognized that the Taliban was sniping our soldiers? Perhaps that's the reason why 67 of them died, but nobody's talking about that. Whereas not a single death of a veteran is acceptable. Having said that, however, you had, whatever, what would the math look like? 67 and 13? What is that like? You had almost six times more fucking soldiers die when you were in office. I'd say that's objectively, if 5 times those soldiers die, I would say objectively that is a success, that you were trying to present as a fucking failure because you were too cowardly to actually continue with this troop withdrawal.
About the fact that he was the one who wanted to pull out of Afghanistan and had a specific date to do that, George.
Martha Raddatz, John Carl, thanks very much.
Nicole Killian watched the debate last night at Penn Tap Room in Doylestown, Pennsylvania, alongside voters with a wide range of views. Nicole, good morning. What did they tell you?
Hey, good morning to you, Nate. We are in the heart of Bucks County, which is a competitive swing county here in Pennsylvania. The voters we talked to said that they didn't necessarily see eye to eye on this debate, but they did agree on a few things. For instance, they appreciated that former President Trump and Vice President Harris shook hands before the debate. They also felt that the candidates should have spoken more about policy and gone less on the attack. And one issue that was top of mind for all of them, immigration.
We need to do something with the border. It needs to be closed. I am a business owner, and this is something that I, struggle with continuously, and I have been struggling with.
I agree that we need strong border controls. I don't believe that we can deport everybody in the country. It isn't physically possible, and our economy would collapse if we did.
Did it surprise any of you that this conspiracy theory about Haitian migrants and cats came up during this part of the debate? And what was your...
In Bucks County, Pennsylvania, too. I'm a business owner in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, and we got to get these migrants out. What the fuck are they doing? What have they done to your business, dumbass?
Reaction to that?
Yes. Even Donald Trump, I did not think was going to go there.
I was initially had that same reaction. I was like, what is he doing?
I was shocked. I said to myself, what is he doing?
Remember how you kept saying, oh, I love Trump many times in your streams, but now you criticize him? Okay, the collective IQ of this community, when all the normies come back to fucking watch, drops dramatically. I know I said originally that I want hogs in here, and it makes me happy. I'm reconsidering that. I'm reconsidering that position. Okay. Maybe it wasn't the best thing. You don't know what you got till it's gone.
So it took me back to when COVID came and he was calling it the China virus.
Wait, hold on.
That same reaction. I was like, what is he doing?
I was shocked. I said to myself, what is he doing? So it took me back to when COVID came and he was calling it the China virus.
We also talked about some of the exchanges over reproductive rights. Take a listen.
I think that Kamala stood her ground on her position. I think that she's always been more pro-choice.
He kind of avoided it. He didn't want to touch the subject.
Are you concerned about an abortion ban?
In that aspect, I am. I do believe in a woman's right to choose in certain circumstances.
She tried to emphasize that it's the voters' rights to put like abortion protections and make it a state referendum. He tried his best to try and give a non-answer or deflect it, but because that's really all he could do at that point.
Most of the group was split between Harris and Trump voters who told me that the debate mostly reinforced their views about the candidates. But one voter was undecided. He said after the debate he is considering Harris, although he's not completely sold.
I've been getting slightly irritated with actually the both of them, especially with people like me as a veteran and as somebody that's kind of on the fence for either or. They're not making it easy to choose somebody that I feel as though is actually right. They're not giving any solutions to any of the problems. And from there, it just seems like it's more entertainment than it is actually debating on problems.
I mean, that was like one of the... No, I look, we say undecided voters are dumb, but like that was the one fucking coherent person. He's not wrong. He literally is right. He's like, neither of them are addressing anything meaningful. And it's correct. If like on the issue of abortion, obviously Donald Trump did a horrible job. Kamala Harris did a great job. You know what her positions are on that. You know what his positions are on that. Okay. But he's like, as a veteran, I'm looking at some of these problems that I'm experiencing, and neither one is like what do you say to that guy? Do you say, excuse me, sir, have you not considered that this is the opportunity economy and startups are going to get fucking $50,000 in tax breaks? Like, do you think that that's a valid position? Think about it. Okay. Think about it. Is that the actual thing that you're going to get this guy on? Why don't you start a small business, sweetie? What the fuck is wrong with you? It's the opportunity economy. Go ahead. Tell him that. No, that motherfucker probably has issues with healthcare, bro. Just like you do. Think about the problems that you experience, okay? Think about the problems that you experience on a day-to-day basis. Wouldn't it be nice to hear from a fucking politician in terms of like addressing those problems? Rent's out of control. They say we're going to do fucking we're going to go after landlords, corporate landlords that are price fixing. They say that. Kamala Harris says that. Didn't say it at the debate. She couldn't even get herself to say Donald Trump is a fucking landlord. You know? That's the type of shit that would be very meaningful for a lot of people, for a lot of voters. There are people here in the suburban safe community that bring up migrant crime during HOA meetings, and I want to throw chairs at them. These borders are an issue. Medium voters are everywhere, and it's maddening. They're so stupid and overwhelmingly white/privileged. Yeah, part of the problem is because there's no counter messaging on this front. Just like with crime, it is a panic narrative. It is collective hysteria. It is collective delusion. Okay? The numbers do not match up. Like the reality and the empirical evidence does not match up with their hysterical opinions. And the reason why they have this hysterical opinion is because the Republicans have fucking run the table on this issue and they keep pumping it over and over again. I don't want to wait for another Trump presidency for the media to remember how fucking cruel and unusual the Trump administration was in terms of like its treatment of migrants, okay? Dragnet operations from ICE, child separation at the border as a deterrence mechanism. These were things that were objectively cruel, okay? And people hated it. People hated it so much. Why is the question you must be asking yourself. Why did they hate it? Because it was, one, insane, incredibly violent, and two, the Democrats were campaigning on it over and over again, and the media was covering it relentlessly. And that reality was reflected in the polls. That's why when you look at like 2020 polls in terms of immigration and who would handle the situation better, Biden was sometimes even beating Donald Trump. I don't want to have another abortion-style situation where the Democrats don't fucking act for years and years, and then the Republicans come back into power and they do Hitlerian policy only to have the Democrats use said Hitlerian policies to their advantage to fucking fundraise and win another election and then not do anything about it. Okay? That's the problem. And that's precisely what the Democrats did with abortion. They waited and waited, and the Republicans kept fucking needling on the issue of abortion. They used the fucking Supreme Court of the United States to take away that right, and the Democrats fundraised off of it. What good is that? What good is that for the fucking red state teenager who is a victim of rape, who can't go and get this medical procedure What good is that for that person? She's just a talking point. It's disgusting. And I fear that we are bouldering towards this fucking idiotic situation, this unimaginably cruel situation where the Republicans are going to win and then they're going to do concentration camps. And then we're going to be like, oh man, this is really bad. Abolish ICE, please. Abolish ICE. But don't worry. They'll be able to fundraise off of it, you know? And maybe win the fucking election 8 years after we did concentration camps. Oh.
All of the voters said that they wanted to hear about other topics that didn't come up last night, like how the candidates may support veterans and also what they would do to bring down the national debt. So they all believe that there should be another debate. Whether or not they get one remains to be seen. Tony.
Well, there was a lot of personality last night, that's for sure, and we'll see about it.
Anyway,
former President
Trump went on Fox News to lick his wounds and fucking complain about, what is this? Who had the better tax plan for the average American?
Is better for the average American family, Trump or Harris? We're going to actually run the numbers and find out. We're going to use census data to build the average American family, and then we're going to apply each tax code to that family and see who they're going to do better with. Talking points are one thing, but data is another. So let's use the data we have and actually just do the math. Okay, first let's establish how much this family made.
Okay, I don't want to watch this. Let's watch Donald Trump cry. Let's watch him fucking cope and cry on Fox News.
President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris squaring off on the debate stage last night, meeting face to face for the very first time. It was a heated debate. Less than 2 months until Election Day.
Joining us right now on the phone to react after that very busy night, the 45th President of the United States, to the GOP presidential nominee, Donald Trump. Mr. President, how do you feel about the night? 105 minutes long. You've done this before. I think your 8th one. What is your review of your performance?
Well, I looked at the poll numbers. I listened to Harold Ford. I don't know what he was watching because I think he wasn't watching the debate that I was in yesterday. I think we did great. It was 3-1. It was a rigged deal, as I assumed it would be, because when you looked at the fact that they were correcting everything and not correcting with her, and we knew it when it was 100% good coverage for her over the last month or last year. I looked at it and only bad coverage of me, no matter what. The press is so dishonest in this country. It's amazing. Now, I didn't mind because, frankly, I knew I was pretty sure that's what they would do. CNN was much more honorable. The debate we had with Biden was a much more honorably run debate. But this was incredible. I mean, everything, so many things I said were debunked, totally debunked, like Charlottesville. I have a list of 7 different things. And she could say anything she wanted, everything. Every time I spoke and my stuff was right, they'd correct you. I thought it was terrible from the standpoint of ABC. They're the most dishonest, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's crying about the referees, which is when you know you fucking lost, even if you claim that you didn't. Because if he had won, he'd be like, "Oh, it was great." You know, shouts out to ABC. They did a great job. You know, it's just very obvious that you didn't do a good job and you recognize it. And now you're trying to portray yourself as actually doing fine. Yeah. And the reason why he's praising CNN is because they didn't fucking do any moderation and they didn't do any fact checking. I personally am a fan of fact checking. They should fact check Kamala Harris as well. If she fucking goes off the hinges in the same way, they should have fact checked Kamala Harris when she was like, oh, mass rapes were happening on October 7th, for example. Of course, they would never do that. Let's be fucking real. Right. But in terms of like the one aspect of this conversation, where she could have gotten fact checked is when she said the bloodbath line. OK, that's it. That's the only time where Trump has been like kind of taken out of context. That's it. They're not going to do a mass rape fact check. Don't be ridiculous. And also, ABC only fact checked Donald Trump when he went crazy. OK, there weren't any on October 7. As it stands, this does not meet the fucking standard of genuine reporting. Investigations have been conducted. There is one primary witness, and that wasn't even on October 7. There's one primary witness that is a victim of sexual assault, and it happened under captivity. Okay? the New York Times' own reporting on screams without words does not meet the same standards that the New York Times has in terms of reporting. Okay? Supposedly the Charlottesville, both sides are fine, taken out of context. No, it's not. One side were fucking neo-Nazis. He tries to claim that, like, when he said there are very fine people on both sides, that actually he meant, like, you know, the peaceful protesters on either side. It's like, yeah, dude, the peaceful protesters on one side were fucking Nazis. Like, they were saying Jews will not replace us. You know? The fuck do you mean? No, they were not very fine people. That's not a contested point. The only point that is contested that Kamala Harris used in terms of, like, her line of attack against Donald Trump that they didn't, like, fact check or kind of let her get away with was when she said, you said it was going to be a bloodbath. That's the only thing that she said that actually was taken out of context. Donald Trump was obviously using embellished language, but he wasn't talking about, like, fucking actual violence. He was talking about how the economy is going to be fucking destroyed. Or, yeah, it's just, like, that's it. And even then, that still tracks with everything else that he said that is incredibly violent. In terms of, like, the moderation being unfair or the debate was absolutely rigged against Donald Trump, you're fucking delusional, dog. The debate would obviously not be unfair if Donald Trump wasn't regularly fucking lying. What kind of pathetic baboon bullshit is this where it's like, no, you don't understand. You don't understand. I want the debate to not be fact-checked. Like, okay, I want my candidate to lie to me. Okay? That's all you're saying in this situation. The debate was 100% rigged against Trump. It was like 3v1 with ABC totally siding with the other candidates. They kept coming at him, and the moderators didn't even try to hide their bias. But honestly, Trump still held his ground and came out on top. They thought they could gang up on him, but he handled it like a true gentleman. Dog, if you might be too far gone. You know, you might be too far fucking gone for us to be having a normal conversation with you. If you looked at last night's performance, that even Republicans were like, yeah, that shit sucked. Even Donald Trump himself technically recognizes that it fucking sucked. That's why he's crying about the fucking mods here, okay, on Fox News. You're out of your dang mind. If you think Kamala won that debate, you're just being biased and not paying attention. Let's be real. She didn't have anything solid, and the media was practically cheering her on. Anyone saying she won is either not seeing the clear picture or just being dumb about it. I know, man. Yeah. Is this what Republicans think we sound like? I don't know. Like, I say this as someone who is incredibly critical of Kamala Harris to a degree where liberals get outright mad at me. They get ass mad. They get super fucking pained. Anytime I talk about Kamala Harris, they're like, wow, God forbid you say anything mean about my perfect fucking presidential candidate. Okay. Trump never accepted he lost the debate. You are faking it. Yeah, dude. Look at Donald Trump's conversations after the CNN debate where he dumpstered Joe Biden, who failed on his own, really, but still, versus the way he's talking about this debate, you fucking dingus. God, you people are so stupid, man. You people are impossible to fucking reckon with, okay? There is no way I can reason with you. You are delusional. You are living in an alternative reality, dude. You can't see this shit right in front of your fucking eyes. Fuck. Yeah, oh, Donald Trump didn't accept he lost. Yeah, obviously he's not going to be like, yeah, I lost, dumbass. Why the fuck would he say that? That's why you have to look at what he said after CNN, where he objectively destroyed Joe Biden so fucking hard that he had to drop out, okay? Versus this debate, crying about the mods, saying, like, I saw a Twitter poll 20 minutes after the debate that said I won, so I guess I won. Like, you're fucking delusional. Yeah, that's a good point, too. Trump won't even accept he lost the fucking election. Bro, if you think that laughing at his points is winning, sure, buddy. His points are made up. No matter how hard you try to believe in your fucking little peanut brain that Haitian migrants are eating cats and dogs, it's not real. It's made up. Okay? Sorry, buddy. You are engaging in collective hysteria. 70% of Trump supporters thought he won. That's 30% thinking he lost. Like, how do you do that badly with your own base? I know. But the people in Ohio say the pets thing is real. No, they are. No, they're not, dude. No, they're not. Okay? You're gonna show me. Here, this is what this dumb fuck is talking about, by the way. Here, I'm going to show you this video without context, okay? People in Ohio also say Bigfoot is real. There you go. I guess Bigfoot is real now. We've decided Bigfoot is real because some people in Ohio said it's real. Okay? This is what you're talking about. Let me show you something. Okay? I'm just going to show you a video without context. Don't spoil it. And then I'm going to give you additional context after it. Okay? Hold on. Here's a video from a Springfield City Commission meeting in Springfield, Ohio. Let's take a look.
I was at the head of the anti-Haitian immigration march earlier this month. I'm sure the Honorable Mr. Rob Rue recognizes me, considering he supposedly knew of our action before we even arrived.
He's a literal Nazi. He marched with swastikas.
First of all,
Okay, she's spoiling it. Yeah, he is a literal Nazi. This man is a literal Nazi. So people can say whatever the fuck they want. You have to still look at the facts. Because if your pet was stolen, for example, the first thing you would do if your pet was stolen by a Haitian migrant would be to call the cops. So if the law enforcement officers in the state of Ohio, in Springfield specifically, are not saying that there's people reporting that their pets are being stolen and eaten by Haitian migrants, then yeah, I don't think I'm going to fucking listen to this Nazi dickhead who is a literal out and about Nazi, okay?
I would like to dispel the myth that you knew of our march and intentionally had no reaction or made no forewarning about it as
So one Nazi scum in Ohio means that you can't trust all people from Ohio? You think everyone in Ohio is saying that Haitians are stealing their pets and eating them? Okay, let's look at another guy that has said that people are stealing the pets in Ohio, cats and dogs in Ohio. Because he's not the only one, right? You said people in Ohio are saying this. Well, let's look at another wonderful, wonderful guy, okay? Here, Benny Johnson posted about it from our favorite Tyler Oliveira.
Don't wave at me, you sorry sand monkey.
There was Haitians in a white van driving around the neighborhoods, collecting cats, skinning them, and eating them.
In my opinion, they're worthless. Bunch of worthless sand monkeys.
Do we think these guys are credible? Or do we think that they might have, I don't know, another vested interest in fabricating this fucking story? Find him someone from Ohio that denies it to blow his mind. Why do conservatives love fucking AI art so much? It's so weird. Video shows an Ohio woman accused of killing and eating a cat. She's not an immigrant. Yeah. The video of the cops fucking arresting a woman who's like obviously insane was spread on Twitter a couple days prior to the debate. That's what sparked the people, the Haitian migrants in Ohio are eating cats conversation. The woman was not Haitian. She's just black. She's a black woman. Obviously having a mental health episode. I can't believe that under normal circumstances, if everyone was just like even a little bit more normal, if everyone was like marginally like 3% more normal, this would not be a story. We'd be like, what the fuck are you saying? And move on. And many people do say that, for the record. The majority, the broad majority of Americans look at this and they're like, dude, what the fuck? Come on now. Remember what I talked about. Remember what I talked about in terms of like permissible racism and misogyny. Okay? The smart racists, I know that sounds oxymoronic, recognize the need for dog whistles. Because when you go above a certain point of white supremacist sentiment, you come across as patently unlikable. Okay? You come across as repulsive with your white supremacist takes. Okay? To even other people who are, you know, who also share similar values. You know, white people that fucking lock their doors when they panic when they see a black person walking towards them. That's the type of racism that is like that there's a level of white supremacist sentiment that you can point to for people like that are going to be on board, okay? But even those people are going to be like, oh, black people are eating dogs and cats. They're going to be like, oh, I don't know about that. That seems a little fucking too much. Do you see what I'm saying? You probably don't, because you're too stupid to recognize this, so it doesn't matter. Okay? Republicans over the past 8 years have collectively deluded themselves into thinking that their positions are actually more popular than they are. This is the reason why they are out and about with their racist sentiment, not realizing that like that kind of messaging comes across as incredibly fucking repulsive to most normies. Anyway, also from Springfield, J.D. Vance used his son's death to spew hate against Haitians. Yeah, I saw that.
Politicians, Bernie Moreno, Chip Roy, J.D. Vance, and Donald Trump. They have spoken my son's name and used his death for political gain. This needs to stop now. They can vomit all the hate they want about illegal immigrants, the border crisis, and even untrue claims about fluffy pets being ravaged and eaten by community members. However, they are not allowed, nor have they ever been allowed to mention Aiden Clark from Springfield, Ohio. I will listen to them one more time to hear their apologies. To clear the air, my son, Aiden Clark, was not murdered. He was accidentally killed by an immigrant from Haiti. This tragedy is felt all over this community, the state, and even the nation. But don't spin this towards hate.
They're so fucking shameless that they caused a grieving parent to come to the fucking Springfield City Commission meeting to speak out against the Republican Party collectively weaponizing his son's death to win fucking racist ass arguments. Did you see Ortega's comments on your Instagram? Goddamn. No. Who's Ortega? Lay it on me? That's not real, dude. There's no fucking way. No, you're insane. No. Hasan, I wanted to know your opinion on something. Do you think you could be friends with someone who doesn't share the same political views as you? Yes, of course. I am friends with a shit ton of people who don't share the same political views as me. Link not sending, but someone here sent it. Yeah, I don't think this is real. I think you've been debated. Run before he bans you. Why is everybody being weird as fuck? So much hate in your IG comments. What the fuck? Let's continue.
In order to live like Aiden, you need to accept everyone. Choose to shine, make the difference, lead the way, and be the inspiration. What many people in this community and state and nation are doing is the opposite of what you should be doing. Sure, we have our problems here in Springfield and in the U.S., but does Aiden Clark have anything to do with that? Did you know that an 11-year-old boy could be passionate about gardening, that he could haggle for a better price at a yard sale? Did you know that he researched different cultures to better appreciate and understand people that he interacted with? Did you know that one of the worst feelings in the world is to not be able to protect your child? Even worse, we can't even protect his memory when he's gone. Please stop the hate. I said to Aiden that I would try to make a difference in his honor. This is it. Live like Aiden. Thank you.
Crazy. The modern Republican Party has become openly disgusting monsters, and this is further evidence of that. And if we were a normal society, we wouldn't let anybody get away with this shit. Okay? The fact that you have a grieving father, come out and be like, don't speak on my fucking 11-year-old son's death like this. And there were people who literally in this chat even being like, oh, did you see the fucking dad wished that his son was killed by a white man instead of a Haitian migrant? That's what someone said in the chat earlier today. How indecent of a scumbag do you have to be? He's saying, do not fucking dishonor my son's memory by turning him into your own fucking political project to do harm to others. Once again, I repeat, Republicans have lost the fucking plot. They are utterly deranged. And because of the way that echo chambers work online, they're stuck in their own hug boxes thinking that other people are not repulsed by this freak-like behavior. They are. The issue, however, is that for those who are already in the circle, for those who are already invested in the Republican narratives, they're getting increasingly more insane. There's no cultural reset. There is no check to this kind of repulsive behavior. And every day that the Democrats don't openly showcase this and talk about how dangerous this is, for how divisive and racist and un-American this rhetoric is, and how insane Twitter has gotten, that feeds into the conspiratorial nature of the Republicans all around, especially the permanently online Republicans. We are galloping towards a really, really scary place. Okay, we're kind of there already for many reasons, for many issues, but this is just utterly incomprehensible. Detective Chud, says the insane guy. This ain't good, man. This ain't good. This is real bad.
Opinion, the most dishonest news organization, and that's saying a lot because they're all essentially really dishonest. But I thought I did a great job. It was 3-on-1, and I thought I did a great job. Now, we sent you the polls, but every single poll last night had me winning like 90-10. We had C-SPAN at one point was at 80-20, and I don't know how it finished. That was late last night, so I have no idea. But it was at 80-20. I told that to Brett Baer, and we sent him a lot of polls, and we sent you a lot of polls this morning. And every single poll had us winning by a lot, despite the fact that it was an unfair debate, obviously, and it was a 3-on-1. And that's okay. I've had worse odds in my life. I've had it before, but never so obvious. A lot of people are very angry about it. You know, you have corrupt news organizations. You have a lot of bad people. It's amazing in that business. In your business.
Yeah, Mr. President, we kind of expected it because when you look at Media Research Center, they said 100% of the stories covered on ABC about Kamala, 100% of the time was positive. 93% of the time when they covered you, it was negative. So it was infuriating to watch them fact check you and not her when she brought up IVF, when she brought up Project 2025 several times, and when she brought up Charlottesville. Here are some of the lies that she said about you. Listen.
A detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. If Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking.
And the bloodbath, you were talking about the economy. It's a term that's used.
That's it. That is the only one that was massaging the truth. Okay. That's it. He did use the term bloodbath, but he wasn't talking about like actual violence, even though there are plenty of instances where he has talked about real, actual political violence. You know damn well. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up, dude. Goddamn Trumpers, dude. Undecided voter on yesterday's debate.
Yeah, at the start of the debate, I was leaning Trump. In 2016, I voted for Trump as well as in 2020. And as the debate continued, I really started to lean toward Trump. I entered the debate with an open mind, and I really wanted to hear some of Kamala Harris's policies. I just wanted to listen. I was a complete blank slate and an open book. But every time Kamala Harris talked, I just wanted to hear more Donald Trump. This morning, I'm still undecided. I have yet to mail in my completely filled out ballot for Donald Trump, but it is sitting on my counter. When the door closes to my apartment, I wonder where the hallway has gone.
That's a good one.
A lot when people are talking about a bad economy. What's your reaction?
By the way, going back to the bloodbath take, in comparison to the actual severity of the lies that Donald Trump told versus that one instance that requires the moderators to fact check Kamala Harris, it's not even on the same level. Like it would be ABC overcorrecting in an effort to present themselves as like truly biased or truly unbiased. That was the expectation. Okay. Like the idea that like, if they fact check, they're on that front and like making it seem like that, using Donald Trump's words against him in an unfair representation is nowhere near at the same level of just like straight up lying about an entire group of migrants eating fucking cats. Okay. Like that is crazy.
Why didn't the moderators correct her?
Because they're dishonest, and because I think ABC took a big hit last night. I mean, to be honest, they're a news organization. They have to be licensed to do it. They ought to take away their license for the way they did that. Bloodbath was referring to the economy. Everybody loved the term because as soon as they heard the word, it's sort of a vicious word. But referring to the economy, they have created an economy. Bloodbath was the word that I used. And it was fine in that context. And they were trying to make it sound like there was a riot or something, and it was a bloodbath. IVF, I was a leader on IVF, the IVF, which is fertilization. I was a total leader on that. When I first heard about it, like right from the beginning, I was one of the leaders on it, and the Republican Party has been a leader on it. She tried to say it was just the opposite.
When he first heard about IVF, like this isn't this isn't like a new thing, man. Oh, when I invented IVF, actually.
The whole thing with abortion, what he said, I mean, it was incredible. I think he corrected me 6 times, and each time I was right. I believe each time I was right, didn't correct her at all, and she was saying these things. She was using, like, Charlottesville. She was using Charlottesville, and everybody, you take a look at Laura Ingraham, she did it incredibly. She had it totally debunked. She said that, in fact, it makes it angry. She gets angry when people hear about Charlottesville when they use that, because what they did is they stopped and they didn't put the following sentence in. And when they put the last sentence in, when it was all put together, what I said was absolutely perfect. And ABC knew that. Everybody knew that, frankly. I think they lost a lot of credibility. But regardless, look, the polls are saying that I won that by 80-20, 90. We have one here, 92-7, and I sort of believe that's right. I thought, look, I've been told I'm a good debater. I think it was one of my better debates, maybe my best debate. I think. I don't know. That's why I'm disappointed in this guy, Harold.
It's crazy to me that he's still. Why are they saying Charlottesville was a lie? He's trying to claim that he was simply talking about the peaceful protesters on both sides, but the issue is, the peaceful protesters and the not peaceful protesters on one side were literal fucking Nazis who were openly saying Jews will not replace us and shit like that on the fucking streets of Charlottesville. So obviously, when you look at the context of what he was talking about, it's still completely insane. You said that the fucking Nazi protesters were very fine people, okay? Like, you cannot look at a fucking Klan rally or a neo-Nazi rally and be like, well, there's some cool people there. You can't do that. And then expect people not to go, that's insane.
You're putting what you're calling the alt-left and white supremacists on the same moral plane.
I'm not putting anybody on a moral plane. What I'm saying is this. You had a group on one side and you had a group on the other, and they came at each other with clubs, and it was vicious, and it was horrible, and it was a horrible thing to watch. But there is another side. There was a group on this side, you can call them the left, or you've just called them the left, that came violently attacking the other group. So you can say what you want, but that's the way it is.
On both sides, sir? You said there was hatred, there was violence on both sides.
Well, I do think there's blame. Yes, I think there's blame on both sides. You look at both sides. I think there's blame on both sides, and I have no doubt about it, and you don't have any doubt about it either. And if you reported it accurately, you would say.
Neo-Nazis started this. They showed up in Charlottesville. They showed up in Charlottesville to protest.
Excuse me. They didn't put themselves down as neo, and you had some very bad people in that group.
Excuse me. They didn't put themselves down as neo-Nazis. It's even worse. It's even fucking worse. He's like defending the neo-Nazis. Be like, no, they're not. Excuse me. They're not neo-Nazis.
But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name.
The context of it makes it worse because it starts off with him defending the neo-Nazis and saying that the real people that started shit were the anti-Nazis. Many of you probably forgot how this shit worked because back then, there was this genuine sentiment. Were you streaming at this point? Yes. There was this genuine fucking sentiment. Oh, I wasn't streaming back then, but I was covering this shit at the Young Turks. Okay. I was not serving 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. I, however, was still covering these stories Back then, I was still a right-winger. I remember that was the first speech where I got the idea he was on our side. Okay, you were a little bit more than a right-winger then, Chatter. Jesus Christ. But yes, a lot of far-right neo-Nazi motherfuckers actually did go, that's our guy because of this. When we were watching Young Turks, not Charlottesville, yeah, when I was at the Young Turks, I used to make videos about stuff like this. I was 11? God damn, I've been breaking Chatter's brains since they were 11. Chatter went from Himmler to Hassan? Yeah, that's kind of crazy. How was the context of what Trump said worse? Explain the very specific facts, and we can't read the comments because they are going too fast. How does the context of the speech make the facts worse? Use specific facts. Charlottesville was a Unite the Right rally created by open neo-Nazis, okay? Like actual neo-Nazis. They were protesting the removal of a Confederate general's statue, okay? A Confederate general who fought to preserve slavery. Slavery is, chattel slavery especially, but slavery across the board is morally repugnant. Use facts, not your opinion. What? My opinion? Like, with the exception of what I just said about slavery being morally repugnant, everything else I said was facts. Unite the Right in Charlottesville was a rally put together by neo-Nazi groups, okay? These groups were also openly demonstrating with tiki torches and polo t-shirts and khakis, where they were on camera saying Jews will not replace us, blood and soil, you know, Nazi propaganda. Now, unless you yourself are directly a Nazi and embarrassed about this, you should probably look at this and go, yeah, that was really fucked up. Okay? This is not my opinion. This is just the facts.
It's some little black asshole behaving like a savage, and he gets himself in trouble, shockingly enough. Whatever problems I might have with my fellow white people, they generally are not inclined to such behavior, and you know, you gotta kind of take that into consideration.
He's one of the organizers and an out and about neo-Nazi.
When you're thinking about how to organize your society.
In Oklahoma City.
Okay, so exactly, you have to go back to Oklahoma City to talk about a white act of terrorism,
Elliot Roger,
right?
Dylan Roof.
Okay, so now you've managed to name 3 people, and I'm pretty sure Elliot Roger wasn't explicitly white, by the way. But the thing is, you remember the names of white bombers and mass shooters, okay? Can you tell me the name of all 19 hijackers on 9/11 off the top of your head? You can remember Dylan Roof's name. You can remember Tim McVeigh's
white
name.
people were capable of violence.
I didn't say capable. Of course we're capable. I'm carrying a pistol. I go to the gym all the time. I'm trying to make myself more capable of violence. I'm here to spread ideas, talk, in the hopes that somebody more capable will come along and do that. Somebody like Donald Trump, who does not give his daughter to a Jew.
So Donald Trump, but like more racist.
A lot more racist than Donald Trump. I don't think that you could feel about race the way I do and watch that Kushner bastard walk around with that beautiful girl, okay?
Can you talk a little bit about the right adopting the politics or the political style of the left?
We don't have the camaraderie, we don't have the trust level that our rivals do. And that camaraderie and trust is built up through activism, and that is one of the tactics that we're adopting.
We're here! We're gay! We want it! We're here! We're gay! We want the KKK!
So it was a problem, but Trump said there was good people on both sides. There were no good people on the side of the neo-Nazis unless you are a neo-Nazi and you want to defend the neo-Nazis. Okay? That's the facts. If you say, can you give me the facts and not your opinion? Okay? That is the facts. I am a firm and committed anti-fascist. I do not believe in fascism. I think it's morally repugnant. I think Nazis are fucking losers. They're bad people. They are not very fine. And anyone that looks at a neo-Nazi rally and says, well, there are very fine people on both sides, is also a fucking Nazi, okay, and can suck my dick. Now, luckily for us, every single person, every single normal person recognizes this, okay, and have moved on. You, on the other hand, are trying to still relitigate this issue because you are a dumb fuck.
Well, no, George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down, excuse me, are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him? Okay, good. Are we going to take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. now we're going to take down his statue. So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history, you're changing culture, and you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them...
No, there wasn't. There you go. This is not a defense. This is not the defense that Donald Trump thinks he's launching. If you think this is the reason why there are very fine people on both sides argument was a mistake for, or fake news in the eyes of the broader population, you're wrong. If you go to a Nazi march and you march next to Nazis, you are a fucking Nazi. You are no longer a very fine person. Okay? That's it. Here, let's watch Christopher Cantwell crying, by the way.
I do not want violence with you, all right? I'm terrified. I'm afraid you're going to kill me. I really am, all right? So just let's do this however we need to do it. You know, if I got to go to jail today, you know, it won't be the first time, all right? I don't want to. I don't think I should. I think I honestly believe that I've been law-abiding and I've been engaged in violence. I have. There's no question about it, and I've done nothing to hide that. But it was done in defense of myself and others, and I would not have done it for any other reason. If I was a violent guy, you would have heard about it by now. Everybody and their mother wants to ruin my life, okay? And if I wanted violence, it's not a difficult thing for a guy like me to find, okay? So, yeah.
That's Christopher Cantwell, also known as the Crying Nazi. I too am crying right now because I forgot to run the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. And it's now past 14 minutes, but I'm running it now. Anyway, really fun stuff. I can't believe we're back at this point again.
Old Ford, I don't know if he's still there, but I don't know what he was watching because he was just as dishonest as ABC, in my opinion.
Mr. President, I interrupted a moment ago. They just on the face of the Pentagon, every year for the last 23 years, we have gone down to the Pentagon at 6:46. That's sunrise down in the Washington, D.C. area. When they unfurl that flag to commemorate American Airlines Flight 77 that crashed into the Pentagon, it killed all 64 on board, 125 people at the Pentagon, 184 people lost their lives 23 years ago today. And I know you are going to take part in some of the commemorations as well here in New York City and in Pennsylvania.
That's right. I'll be doing that in a little while. In fact, right after this call, I leave. I'm going down to the World Trade Center site, and I'll be down there for much of it. JD's going with me. And we had a great talk about it yesterday. It was very, very sad, horrible day. Horrible day. There's never been anything like it. Just a horrible day. And then going to Pennsylvania, of course. And so I'm going to be doing both of them. Sometimes I'll do all three. Sometimes it doesn't work out when they're sort of simultaneously done, but we're going to be doing two of them today.
So last night, all three planes are there. You got Air Force 2, you got Trump Force 1, J.D. Vance's plane. We're all together. You guys are going to be at the site together. President Biden, I think, will be there. Are you going to say anything to them?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. It's,
Trump literally is Mr. Silver Lining. For those of you who don't know, he straight up, he's lied a lot about 9/11. He openly repeated the lie that Muslims were dancing on the rooftops. That was just me, okay? And to be fair, it was a Zumba class, so everyone needs to calm down. Wait, Shannon Sharp accidentally went live while having sex with a girl? Ain't no fucking way. He's saying he was hacked. Oh my god, dude. Okay, I love Unc. I suspect. I didn't even hear it, and I suspect his stroke game must have been on point. I haven't even seen it. I haven't heard it. Unc is in phenomenal shape. Okay, come on, bro. Be for real right now. Listen, he's great. He was growling. Why are you thinking of that, freaky, bro? People are saying he was growling. Anyway, let's continue with 9/11.
Look, everybody should be very angry at how badly they've run this country. Millions of people are floating into our country. Many of them should not be here. They're criminals, many criminals coming in, many terrorists coming in, people coming. They're emptying their jails into our country. They're emptying, think of it, they're emptying their mental institutions. People that are mentally ill are being dropped into our country. And these two people, and it's both of them, they allow it to happen. What they're doing is terrible. I saw your report yesterday in Ohio, with Springfield, Ohio, and Aurora. If you look at Colorado, Colorado, these thugs from Venezuela and Aurora have taken over. People from Haiti, I guess, have come in illegally, totally come in illegally into our country, and
Do you think you made that point last night?
Ohio.
Do you think you made that? Do you think you made that point last night that you believe the border is directly affecting all these cities and all these towns?
Oh, I think I made it twice or maybe even 3 times. In fact, I said, I wonder if I'm saying this is too much. How can you say it too much? They've allowed 21 million, I think is the real number. It could be more than that. 21, that's bigger than New York State. They've allowed 21 million people to come into our country. Many of these people are criminals. Right. And by the way, those countries are being emptied out of their criminals, and their crime rates are way down. Their prison populations are being dumped into the United States. Their populations in prison are way down. Their mental institutions, their populations are way down. And it's all over the world. It's not just South America. They're coming in from the Congo and Africa. They're coming from all over the world, the Middle East, Europe, Asia. They're coming in from everywhere, not just South America. And they're coming in at numbers you've never seen. They're literally destroying our country. These people have no idea, or maybe they do. The only reason they can be doing it is because they hate our country. They hate our country.
Yeah, I mean, when you compare the border numbers, the terror watch list suspects under you, there were 11. Under Kamala Harris, 375. Now, foreign policy did come up at last night's debate. Listen to this soundbite, or our audience can listen to this, and we'll get your reaction on the other side.
If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals.
Dude, anytime I hear a Republican talk about fucking Democrats, I'm like, oh, fuck, I wish. It's like, bro really said Kamala Harris is a Marxist who wants to defeat Israel, okay? Like, I can't even imagine, and wants to give everybody health care. Kamala Harris wants to give everybody government-assigned health care, is a Marxist, a radical Marxist, and wants to defeat Israel. It just makes me more mad. I'm like, damn, dude. Could you fucking imagine? I wish. That'd be so sick. Nevertheless, the Israel proportion of the debate was a dick-riding Olympics, where each candidate tried to outflank one another on who is going to ride it harder. Okay? Yeah, there's a good someone in the chat made a good point. If she's a Marxist but also copying Trump's positions, does that mean Trump is a Marxist? Well, if you ask MAGA communists, then yes. Trump is the only real Marxist in America, actually. Everyone else is phony. Dude, I talk to normies all the time, and let me tell you something, okay? Normies are genuinely oblivious that there's even any kind of like pro-Gaza sentiment happening. Because a lot of normies are just like invested in the media narratives, and that's it. They just like don't pay attention to any of the polls and shit that I talk about. So when I talk to normies, they're like shocked. Talking to someone about how like there are at least like a couple 100,000 voters, and that this stuff is like Kamala Harris's sentiment on Gaza and not separating herself from Biden is legitimately harmful to her chances of winning Michigan. They were shocked. They're like, what? Really? Like, they have no idea. And that's partially because the media does not cover this at all. It's going to be a real Hillary, Wisconsin repeat come November. You know, it's going to be a real fucking repeat of that, where they're like, wait, what? I thought we were doing well. What the fuck happened? Polls keep coming out. Polls keep coming out over and over again. In key swing states, the U.S. is too involved in foreign wars and world affairs. Most worry about World War III approaching. That's why Trump keeps repeating that line. That's why not a single fucking outlet covered the pro-Palestinian demonstrations that were happening outside in in the streets of Philadelphia during the debate and before the debate. There's an almost complete blackout of this convo. Very interesting.
Deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal.
It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind. They blew it.
You said when you were at the town hall with Sean Hannity, you said a lot of people, you might not like me, but you're safer under me. You have more money in your bank accounts under me. So why do you think our country would be safer under you, Mr. President?
Because I deal with foreign policy. I'll give you an example. Afghanistan, we had a great agreement, but it was agreement subject to them doing a lot of different things. They didn't do those things. And when they didn't do them, we terminate the agreement. These clowns had no idea what to do. They had Milley, who's incompetent. They had Biden, who's incompetent. All of the people are incompetent. Nobody ever gets fired. They don't fire anybody. They let them just stay on, retire, no problem. Milley should have been fired and reprimanded like you've never seen. These people are incompetent. They left billions of dollars worth of equipment behind, yet 13 dead soldiers. They shouldn't have used that airport. They should have used Bagram, which, by the way, they gave up, and they shouldn't have given it up because that's only 1 hour away from China where they make their nuclear weapons. No, they took a good agreement, but the agreement was subject to the Taliban doing things. And remember this, just ending that, I went 18 months without one soldier killed. I spoke to the head of the Taliban, Abdul, and I said, I had a nice, tough talk with him. Not one soldier was killed in 18 months until that catastrophe happened. It was absolutely, we were running it perfectly. But the agreement didn't mean anything because they had to, in other words, to have the agreement kick in.
It was conditions-based.
They didn't do the things. Who would take the military out first? They're incompetent. They took the military out first. You're supposed to take the military out last. And they left lots of Americans behind. And then they had the worst airlift nobody's ever seen. People falling off an airplane from 3,000 feet in the air. Many people. They are incompetent, and they shouldn't be running the country. And we'll end up in World War III because of these fools.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to Lawrence Jones, who we know you think is doing a great job, and he is. There he is. He's live in a diner. He's also in Pennsylvania. He's in Washington, Pennsylvania. And he's talking to the people. And I think, Lawrence, right, some of the folks in the diner want to ask the president questions.
That's exactly right, Ainsley. Let's bring it out to the people. Mr. President, not a lot from the moderators about the issues last night, but in this swing state of Pennsylvania, these issues are true. Sir, you own a car dealership, part owner of it, and you say, this is your birthday, by the way.
It is.
And what is your question for the president?
Good morning, President Trump. My question is, what are some of the immediate steps that you will take to improve the economy and get us out of this mess that Biden and Harris have left us in?
Right. Great question. The first thing I do is close up the border. People have to come into our country legally. They can't come in the way they're doing now. We have millions and millions of people coming.
They can't hear him, by the way. I don't think they can hear him.
Coming in even on a monthly basis, and they're destroying our country, and it affects our economy. The other thing I do is drill, baby, drill. I'd be drilling, and I'd get energy prices, and I'll reduce your energy by half within 12 months. Half. And I hope that Lawrence, if you're listening, Lawrence, I hope you go and do a little shout-out poll. And I don't know the people there, but I love the people there. I can see it. But why don't you do a shout-out poll who they thought won the debate last night? It would be great.
You know we always do the poll at the end, Mr. President.
Yeah, I wonder who these people thought won the debate last night. This is probably 50-50, you know?
I think you.
Why don't you do it while I'm on the phone now?
Okay. So, but Mr. President, this young lady right here, she's concerned about the future of the country. She's concerned about the grandkids, and she's concerned about the stress on these parents. Ma'am, what is your question for the former president?
I would like to know what kind of programs or policies he could implement to reduce the parental stress with parents having to work 1, 2. I have family members who are working 3 jobs trying to make ends meet right now. Yeah. Spending more and more.
Oh, super easy. I'm going to kill Venezuelans. What? That's right. That's right. They're eating the cats, the Venezuelans and the Haitians. They're eating the cats, and then they're going to eat your children. I'm going to kill them before they kill your children.
more time away from their families.
That's right. Well, we have big,
What are you going to do on
probably
day
saw-
one, Mr. President?
Right. Child care is a #1 priority, and I have no choice because I have a daughter named Ivanka, and maybe you never heard of my Ivanka, but I have a daughter named Ivanka, and that's all she talks to me about is child care for the people, and she's the one that got it started, and Marco Rubio helped a lot, and a lot of the Republican senators, we put in a great child care, and we'll be expanding that, and that will help you a lot.
So, Mr. President, we got a young voter right here. Not.
Oh, so nothing. Okay, got it. That's cool. So no policies. Dude, come on, man. You're running for president. Be fucking serious, dude. Be for fucking real, dog. You don't have like he doesn't even give a fuck enough to like actually come out with any policies, dude. It's pissing me off. Fuck, man. I hate this country so much sometimes. This is one of those moments where I despise my fucking fellow American citizens where they're just like don't demand more from their elected representatives. I despise the Republicans that are just like, yeah, I don't even care. The policies are fucking, they don't need to exist. I just like Trump on the vibes alone. And the same goes for Democrats who just like do not have any expectation from Kamala Harris whatsoever. They just don't want Trump. So they're like, nope, no matter what they say or do, it's good. Like the fundamental basis for theoretical democracy relies on extracting concessions from your elected representatives. This is, we might as well not call it a democracy at that point. If you're not going to make any demands, and if you're not going to, and if you're just going to be like, yeah, no demands. All right, well, still voting though. Don't really care.
All the young people are voting for Kamala Harris, but you have a concern about the media and cutting through the noise there. What is your question for the former president?
Hello, President Trump. I'm just curious on how you're going to combat all the fake news and break through some of the noise to get the undecided voters to vote for you this November.
Well,
That's a good question, Mr. President. What are you going to do?
It's a great question because you really do it by doing a show like this with Lawrence and the group. You have to get your word out, and you don't have a fair media. You have a
the undecided voters watching fucking Fox News at 7 a.m. Eastern time. Those are the undecideds.
Very liberal biased media. I have no idea why. I actually have no idea. Think of it. They don't want walls. They don't want borders. They don't want good economies. The things they want are destructive to our country. But I will tell you that it's very important if you're doing what I'm doing, you have to do shows like this. That's another thing. Kamala doesn't do any shows. She doesn't do interviews. She doesn't talk to people. She doesn't do anything like that.
I like that. Like Trump is like, yeah, you got to do shows like this by going on fucking Fox News. Like, come on, dog. Like, what do you mean? Like, you're going on Fox News. You've been interviewed by Elon Musk, and like the most contentious conversation you had was with fucking Theo Vaughn. Why is Kamala not going on Theo Vaughn?
And that's not fair to the public because they don't know what they're getting. But they saw last night what they had. They had a rigged show with somebody that maybe even had the answers. I mean, I'll be honest. I watched her talk, and I said, she seems awfully familiar with the questions, and you get pretty good at that stuff after a while. But when I saw how totally rigged that was, I take a look at it, and I watch, and I say, you have to get out there. And one of the things I did is I said, let's do this show at, what time is it? 6:30 in the morning. And it's an honor to do it. But you have to go out and you have to do the shows. You have to go out and do media. And some of the media is honest. It's not all dishonest. That's the good news. But much of it is. I'd say it's close to 80%. And I mean seriously dishonest.
So, Mr. President, the final question. We're in Pennsylvania. We cannot let this interview end without talking about fracking. And there's a lot of people.
There's something really funny about Donald Trump refusing to prepare, flexing that he's not preparing, and then being mad that Kamala Harris was prepared. Like, dude, obviously the interview questions were the expected questions. Like, they're not going to ask you about, I don't know, what your fucking favorite seasoning is to put on chicken. Okay. That's like, they're not going to ask you unexpected questions. They're going to ask you about they're going to ask Kamala Harris, what do you think needs to be changed about the economy after the past 4 years? Do you think that America is better off now than they were 4 years ago? What do you think is going to happen? That's a normal question that you should predict is coming for you, and then figure out the best way to message around that. For Kamala Harris, a really solid way to message around these tricky questions was to oftentimes just dagger Trump. Give like a little bit of an answer, then hit a fucking light jab in Trump's direction, and then have Trump fucking flounder like a goddamn fish out of water for 30 seconds to 60 seconds.
Concerned about what happened on the debate stage last night and that Kamala Harris' position wasn't fully prosecuted yesterday. The people know that she flip-flopped on the issue. So how are you going to make the case so you can win Pennsylvania?
So I'm leading in Pennsylvania in just about all the polls, and I'm leading by some in a lot. And one of the issues is fracking. I've been from fracking it's like the day I was born, always fracking. She's always been against it. And she's been against it strongly. And if she won, she would end fracking in Pennsylvania 100%. She would end it, and that would be it. All she's doing is she just changed her view just a very short time ago. She went, oh, I'm totally in favor of fracking all of a sudden. She is totally against it. You have every clip, and Sean Hannity plays them every night. Every clip, she's against fracking. All of a sudden, she's losing in the polls. She's not doing down. Her president is doing horribly. How did he do in the debate? At least she could speak. But her president goes down. They did a palace coup in the president. She comes out and she does fracking. So I say to the people of Pennsylvania, you know what you have with Trump, and I'm with you. I went to school in Pennsylvania. I have my friends in Pennsylvania, and I'm a fracker. And that's 500,000 jobs in Pennsylvania and a lot of your income. Pennsylvania would be devastated if they take that away. She will
There is not 500,000 jobs in Pennsylvania for fracking. What the fuck is he saying, bro? That is, god damn. Bro, this guy, bro, that's like nationally there's 500 jobs in fracking, okay? Despite what fracking execs want you to believe, the industry has little impact on state job numbers. In 2023, it accounted for 19,452 direct and indirect jobs. Pennsylvania's natural gas sector supports 123. Dog, this is United Shale Advocates. You just sent me a PR. You just sent me, like, this is literally worse than just having like British Petroleum's own website share this data. The total number of people employed by the hydraulic fracturing services industry in the U.S. as of 2023 is 61,000. The number in Pennsylvania for direct and indirect jobs that pertain to fracking is what is it, like 20,000? What's really crazy about it is that even this fucking Shale Insight, Marcellus Shale Coalition, a part of the United Shale Advocates organization, a think tank, even they're not fucking saying 500,000. Even they're saying 120,000, which is a lie.
Obviously take that away. Oh, she'll take away drilling in Texas. She's going to take away. They ended Anwar, the biggest oil site in the world that Ronald Reagan couldn't get in Alaska. They ended it. I got it approved, and they ended it. And nobody can.
Why don't you fact check Harris? I have. I also promise you, I hate Kamala Harris more than you. Okay? I promise you. You're fucking stupid. Your hatred for Kamala Harris pertains to her not being Donald Trump. And it's scary for you, this like person that you think is like a Marxist, okay? I promise you, you are afraid because you think, oh, the Democratic Party is scary. They're gonna like make me gay or whatever the fuck you think in your mind. To be fair, they're probably racist so they hate her more. Maybe. Most likely.
Can believe they did. We had the biggest site in the world. They ended it in the first week in office. Think of that. Yeah. They cut the Keystone Pipeline. They will end fracking. Keystone Pipeline, one of the biggest pipelines in the world, they ended it in the first day or the first week that he was in office. They will end fracking because she's not a fracker, and they'll also take away your guns. They will confiscate your guns.
Mr. President, thank you so much for talking to the folks here in Pennsylvania at the diner. I'll send it back to the couch because I know you have a prior commitment to go visit the heroes at 9/11 Memorial.
Well, I want you to take that poll, though.
I feel good. All right, joining us now, he's on the set in the spin room himself. Did you have fun?
How do you even fact check the idea that Trump is going to enact Project 2025? Dude, if you think that that is a false statement from Kamala Harris, you're delusional, okay? The Heritage Foundation runs the motherfucking Republican Party's agenda, okay? That's it. If you do not recognize that, you're a fucking delusional little idiot.
A good time. I think it was our best debate ever. I thought it was really good. We had 3 against 1.
Let's watch Stephen Miller. Trump's copium is ridiculous.
All these criminal migrants that have been flooded in the country are going to be the first to get thrown out of here. I mean, you've seen.
God, he's so fucking gross. Monstrous piece of shit.
Case after case, these heartbreaking tragedies. Those ones are going to get found and deported first. And look at this Venezuelan gang. You have a Venezuelan gang that is taking over entire apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado, and that's responsible, by the way, for some of the most heinous crimes that have happened all over the United States. The crime rate in Venezuela is down, I believe, a little bit over 60% over the last several years.
Are you trusting the official figures from the Venezuelan dictatorship?
Let's put it this way. If you're a dictator of a poor country with a high crime rate, wouldn't you send your criminals to our open border?
That wasn't my question.
Yeah, that's not the question.
Are you trusting the figures?
Bro, he's verbatim saying Nazi shit. Yes, Stephen Miller from Palisades High School of Jewish background is an out and about Nazi. Okay? He has talked about, what was it? Turner Diaries is a big point of reference for his political ideology. He is literally a Jewish Nazi. Okay? Yes, straight up. He is an out and about white supremacist Nazi piece of shit. He also wrote most of fucking Donald Trump's white nativist immigration policies. No, a Zionist. I mean, he probably, dude, honestly, Stephen Miller might be the one unique, like, anti-Israel Nazi. I don't know what his opinion is on Israel. I think he might hate Jews so much that he, like, hates Israel, low key. Probably not, though. He probably is a fucking Zionist. Let's be real. But, like, he is straight up. I'm not even talking about, like, I'm talking straight up. He is Jewish of background, okay? And he abso-fucking-lutely 100% is a straight up Nazi. No, like an actual Nazi. I'm not using it as a synonym for fascist. I'm saying, dog, he is literally Jewish Nicholas Fuentes, okay? That's what I'm saying. Like, what do you mean? Bro, he wants a white ethno-state. Like, he is a Hitlerian-style Nazi. He was classified as a white nationalist by congressional leaders. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus condemned white nationalist Stephen Miller, calls for immediate removal from role as White House senior advisor. He is straight up a white supremacist. I actually don't know. I wonder if he's also anti-Semitic, because he likes Camp of the Saints, which I believe is definitely anti-Semitic. Like, all of his idols are straight up anti-Semitic. Okay? I actually don't know. I don't know if he's like, I don't know if he personally is I don't know what extent of how anti-Semitic he is. He is Jewish, yes, I know. He probably is pro-Israel, though. Most people in the administration are, including some of the biggest anti-Semites. Like, I don't know if he's like a Jews-controlled media type anti-Semite, though, regardless of his Jewish heritage, Jewish background. Demonizing a Jewish staffer, Stephen Miller responds to white supremacist accusations. There's a deep vein of anti-Semitism that is running through today's Democratic Party, the White House senior advisor says in response to calls for his removal. Is Fuentes pro-Israel? No, Nicholas Fuentes is not pro-Israel. What the fuck are you guys talking about? No, he's both anti-Semitic and also anti-Israel. No, you're mistaking him with Richard Spencer. Richard Spencer is anti-Semitic and pro-Israel because he thinks it's an ideal ethno-state. He wants to do Israel, but for white people here in America. Nicholas Fuentes is not pro-Palestine, mind you. He's just anti-Israel. He just hates Jews, man. That's it.
Of the dictatorships, those are Maduro numbers.
I am believing that it is in the interest of a criminal dictator to let his criminals out of their jails and come to our country.
Do you have numbers, real numbers, not dictatorship numbers?
The Venezuelan gangs that have, you've seen the CCTV footage. I have a question. Who do you think? Answer me this.
My family is from Venezuela. I know very well the situation of Caracas and many other cities.
Right, tell me, who were the people with the high-powered rifles in the hallway of that apartment building? Who were they?
They were gangsters from Venezuela.
Right. No American community.
But I was asking to you about figures, numbers,
What I'm saying
facts.
to you is the facts are the dead bodies. The facts are.
You said that Caracas has a lowest crime rate than the
are-
USA.
The facts are the mutilated bodies. The facts are the people in the morgues that are dead.
I was asking you about Caracas and the numbers in.
What are you saying, dog? Bro, they remember what they said about COVID, where they were like, everyone's actually dying of other reasons, and then it's being attributed to COVID falsely, which obviously wasn't the case. Now they're doing that fake shit that they launched against COVID when it was real against like Venezuelan migrants. Anytime somebody dies, it's a Venezuelan that killed them, actually. Oh, car crash? Migrant death. Migrant killed him. I mean, they literally did that with the Haitian dude who was a fucking bus driver. They literally did that. It's crazy.
In Caracas, are you trusting the numbers of the dictatorship?
I am trusting the fact that Kamala Harris is letting illegal immigrants into this country who are raping and murdering children.
I had been very respectful. Why are you yelling?
Do you know who John?
Yeah, I think we know why he's yelling, dog. You got a thick accent. You're a little too dark for his taste. He doesn't like being talked down to by a dude. Okay, I mean, I think he knows why he's yelling. God, he's such a piece of shit.
Jocelyn Ungary is. Do you know who she is?
Do you know how many people is experiencing violence in Caracas?
Who is she? Who is Laken Riley?
Why
Who
are you
is
yelling
she?
again?
Because I'm yelling because children are being raped and murdered.
I was just asking for figures, and you have not replied to me about those figures.
Murdered. Do you know who Kayla Hamilton
Do you trust the numbers of Nicolas Maduro? I'm asking again.
I trust a root.
If he keeps this going, he's gonna run out of names because there's only 26 names he can point to, like 26 total. If you ask these guys, Donald Trump very clearly says hundreds of thousands of Americans are being murdered every week by migrants. Okay, hundreds of thousands. The real number is 24 in this past year. 24 or 26. Sorry.
Ruthless dictator will empty his prisons and send their criminals to our country.
So you trust his numbers?
The most dangerous gang in Venezuela is
You
now
trust
occupying
Nicolas
apartment
Maduro?
buildings. I trust that he does not want his criminals to be.
So you believe in his numbers?
I believe he's sending his criminals to our country.
And do you think that the crime rate in Venezuela have decreased?
Do you not believe the law enforcement reports of Venezuelan gangs in this country?
I was asking for the Venezuelan government figures, not the figures here.
Or not? Are Venezuelan gangs in this country or not? Yes or no?
What
yes or
are
no?
the figures
yes or no?
that you
yes
say
no?
to say
yes
that
no?
in Caracas
yes or
the
no?
number is lower than in the USA?
Are Venezuelan gangs in this country or not?
So you don't have numbers.
Are Venezuela? You know who has numbers?
This is sick. I mean, this is awesome. Watching this sweaty, racist, white supremacist loser have a fucking pathetic meltdown. Oh my God. Oh, delicious, dude. This is incredible. He is so close to saying slurs. Yes. Oh my God. I mean, you know, he said it after this interview, after the microphone was, after he moved away from the microphone, he was just saying all the slurs. Okay.
The Department of Homeland Security. You can ask Mayorkas for numbers. You can ask the Director Ray for the numbers.
Sir,
I'm telling you.
You said
think
that in
Nicolas
Venezuela
Maduro,
the crime rate is lower than the USA.
Yes, because
what
the
are your
criminals
numbers?
here
That's
now.
my question.
Because the criminals are here now.
Those are Maduro's numbers.
I can tell you again that Border Patrol agents are encountering thousands
you trust
of gang
Maduro
members.
numbers?
I trust the border agents in our country.
But I am not saying that Caracas has a lower crime rate.
Children are dead, and you are wasting my time.
No, I am not wasting your time. I'm asking for facts as a journalist.
Do you have any remorse for the dead children? Do you care?
I like that he's literally saying, like, you're looking real Venezuelan right now, the way that he's making it seem like this guy came to America to rape the children now. You know what I mean? He's literally trying to put the blame on him. I wonder why. Stephen Miller, who's refusing to answer a pretty fucking basic question, is now attributing the deaths of children that he's made up in his mind, by the way, okay, to this Hispanic reporter who just keeps asking him the same question over and over again.
They're all about the dead children.
Absolutely.
Then that's what I want to leave you with, is that Donald Trump will
was
come
just
to
asking
office.
for figures.
Here's what's going to happen. Donald Trump is going to be elected president, and the migrant gangs are going to be sent home. Children's lives will be saved. And you know who will benefit the most? Are the working class Hispanic community.
I always bring up the 26 homicide statistics to my right-wing coworker, and he deflects it by saying that the statistics are underreported and don't account for sanctuary cities. How do I respond to him? he's lying. What do you mean it doesn't account for sanctuary cities? Dog, if an undocumented migrant commits a fucking murder, they go to jail, okay? There is no underreporting on murder. There is no secret conspiracy in the law enforcement community to hide the truth about murders, okay? This is not like a parking ticket. This is a fucking murder. They already lie about the misdemeanor crimes of like theft to begin with, and they say like, oh, it's underreported. And then you look at the actual, like, you actually look at the crime reports in general, specifically because these grocery stores are still going to report that a crime has taken place in an effort to also get money back on their insurance. They have to report it to the fucking police. Okay, that's not how any of this works. There is no underreporting murder. When a person is murdered, cops don't go and look at that and go, let's put this down as a car crash. The sanctuary city shit. The sanctuary city shit. First result for 4 reasons why we should worry about crime data from the Marshall Project. The FBI's crime data is still incomplete and politicians are taking advantage of it. Yeah. 6,097 agencies submitted no 2022 data. This was back in fucking 2023, by the way. Okay. As far as FBI crime data goes, there is no, they still have local numbers that they report on, and crime is down on local numbers as well. Okay. Overall, the notion that these guys are not reporting murders is ridiculous. And the data that we're pointing to is not even the FBI crime data. The data that we're reporting to is a compilation of local crime rates from local police departments. They release their numbers regardless. The number that we're getting in terms of the criminal non-citizen statistics is from actions that undocumented migrants have engaged in across the board. Okay? Sanctuary city simply means if you're an undocumented migrant talking to a police officer because a crime took place in your neighborhood, okay, you are not going to immediately be called, like the ICE is not going to immediately be called on you. That's it. Ironically enough, for those of you who don't know this, Sanctuary Cities actually was a police initiative. It was an initiative backed by the police. Do you want to know why it was an initiative backed by law enforcement? Because originally law enforcement was like, we have to instill trust in these communities because these people live here, okay? And they don't want to talk to cops, so we can't solve certain crimes when they happen in these marginalized communities because they think if we talk to them that we are automatically going to report it to ICE and they're going to get deported, okay? Where's your source? Dog, you are looking at the source. How can you, do you have no critical thinking skills? Like, what the fuck's going on? Where is your source? It's on the screen, man. It's taking up a larger percentage of the screen than my body, okay? It's taking up a larger percentage of the screen than the chat. It is perhaps the largest thing you can see on screen. It is Customs and Border Patrol. Those are just numbers. Okay, this guy keeps saying I'm being sarcastic. This guy's like, there's dudes in the chat that'll be like, nah, dog, you don't understand. It's just like, show me the numbers. And by that, they mean, show me the numbers that make my argument better. Okay? And unfortunately for you, there are no fucking numbers that make your argument look better. Okay? The number that you should be concerned with right now is the number 3, which is the length of the ad break that's coming for you. Okay? 3 minutes is how long the ad break is. Now, of course, if you don't want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. So the number you should be worried about is 6, the dollar value of subscribing to the HasanAbi broadcast. You can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky. Hard for me to wrap my head around people being gullible enough to vote for Harris. Solo queue games. This has nothing to do with Kamala Harris. If anything, Kamala Harris is literally stupid for not fucking saying these things that I'm saying. Okay? Special Order 40 is a police mandate implemented in 1979 by the LAPD. Its police chief Daryl Gates and Los Angeles City Council preventing LAPD officers from questioning people for the sole purpose of determining their immigration status. The mandate was passed in an effort to encourage undocumented aliens to report crimes without intimidation. This is literally the underlying basis of sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities is a concept that police chiefs have historically supported. Here it is. Police chiefs support sanctuary cities nationwide. A complicated legal battle is about to take place between the Trump administration and the nation's sanctuary cities. Why do police chiefs support sanctuary cities? In Tucson recently, an undocumented immigrant stopped and struggled with a man who was trying to steal a car that had children inside. The immigrant held the suspect until police could arrive, and the suspect was charged with auto theft, burglary, and kidnapping. In cities across the U.S., those who are undocumented frequently help police officers with reports, descriptions, and other important information police need, because in sanctuary cities, those immigrants feel secure. Why did the numbers explode at the beginning of Biden's presidency? Sorry if you answered that, just started listening. The numbers exploded. What do you think was going on before? Exploded to what, 60? Do you know how many homicides and manslaughter happens in the United States of America every year? Part of the reason why was because COVID ended, or at least the lockdowns ended. COVID didn't end, but the lockdowns ended. Okay? But do you understand like what percentage undocumented citizens account for? Like what the percentage of homicides and manslaughter undocumented migrants account for in the overall United States homicide numbers? It's not even 1%, you fucking idiot. It's 0.01%. You are talking about a movement of 0.011% to 0.012%. What a ridiculous fucking assessment, dude. Wow, the crime rate for homicide and manslaughter exploded from 3 to 60 and went back down to 25. Your math makes no sense. He had a good point. What is going on right now? There are more than 11,000 homicides and manslaughter cases in the United States of America every fucking year. Okay, I think it's even larger than that. I think it's literally around like 20,000. Okay, if you're looking at it, in 2022 there was 21,156 murders. 62 out of the 21,162 murders was undocumented migrants. What are you talking about? The numbers for each category markedly increased after 2020. Just wondering why they've increased. Like why it went from, in 2019, 16,000 to 22,000 in 2020. Again, COVID. There is a COVID spike in homicides and homicide only. Okay? That's it. When the lockdowns ended, when the lockdowns were reduced, the number of homicides went up. That's it. And for the record, they are down. Okay? They are down now. I think your numbers are wrong. You might need to add another zero in there. 0.003%. Oh, I can't believe that we're still having this ridiculous conversation. Actually ridiculous conversation.
Communities that are besieged by gang violence.
So you don't have
public schools that are being overtaken by migrant gangs. You have MS-13.
I'm curious, do 20 homicides include only against U.S. citizens or both against undocumented and U.S. citizens? I'm willing to bet the overwhelming majority of those crimes are against undocumented citizens too. Not that it fucking matters, but that's just how statistics work. The likelihood that if you're an undocumented migrant that you're going to kill another undocumented migrant is incredibly high. If you're black, the likelihood that you're going to kill another black person instead of a white person is incredibly high. Just like if you're white, the likelihood that you're going to kill another white person is incredibly high. That's just what it is, which is why black on black crime is actually a notoriously racist dog whistle, because the percentage of crime that black people commit against other black people is around 90%. But nobody ever talks about white on white crime, which is also around 90%. Turns out people do crimes to the people that are in their immediate vicinity. It's actually that simple. But in an otherwise white supremacist nation, people just say black on black crime and leave it at that. And then people plug that hole with their fucking idiotic racist narratives. Why are you dodging my question? Read my last chat. When did we decide that bald men were allowed on TV like this without even 3v3N trying to do anything about it? No clean shave, no toupee, no hair plugs, no fucking standards. That's crazy. It's also crazy because I forgot to run the 3-minute ad break after I said I was going to run it. So I'm running it now.
That is brutalizing children. You have Kayla Hamilton, who was a 20-year-old autistic girl who was raped and murdered, beaten to death
That will end. That will stop. And our children.
Okay. My immigrant mom is anti-immigration. She doesn't speak English. What the fuck can I do? Good luck. Just know that you are not alone. Okay. There's plenty. Good luck, but also I guess be happy that like she's assimilated. She's American now.
Trump is actually traveling with some of these folks.
Now, if you were wondering why Donald Trump did so fucking bad last night at the debate, well, this might be one of the reasons.
Trump is actually traveling with some of these folks, conspiracy peddlers. We should note a veritable legion of doom of bigots and liars, perhaps none so depraved as this woman, Laura Loomer. Here she is getting off of Trump's plane before yesterday's debate. Just on Sunday, she posted an insanely racist message that if Harris, whose mom was an Indian immigrant, wins, quote, the White House will smell like curry and White House speeches will be facilitated via a call center, unquote. On this 23rd anniversary of 9/11, we should also note Loomer posted last year that 9/11 was a, quote, inside job, unquote. Trump continues to bring this person along on his travels with.
Univision is strangely right-wing. Not that strange. I know they're stealing your content, but why do they think the general public knows or gives a fuck about this person? I mean, I think it's I'm shocked that they haven't covered this at all. It's for one, she ran for office. It's not like she's a total fucking random. And two, I mean, they covered it when Nicolas Fuentes had dinner with Donald Trump. It's understandable to cover this, to be like, this is the type of people that she's like, that he's surrounding himself with. All right.
Joy.
Let's hear the libs go fucking crazy over the Taylor Swift endorsement and then talk about Taylor Swift endorsing Kamala Harris as well.
I just want to point out that Taylor Swift has 283 million followers. Oh. And 1 million people have already liked that Instagram post. And
it already has 1 million likes, and it only came out during our interview with Tim Wolf?
Yep. It happened a little before he came out. Yes, and it's not even the first post she posted. She's posted like 3 other things since then. So Taylor Swift is not just a celebrity. She actually, commands a humongous squad of particularly young white women. And I think it's important to point that out, because one of the places that Democrats have never been able to do well is among white voters, even young white voters. Even
to be fair, Taylor Swift also endorsed Joe Biden, even though it was like, when Biden was seemingly going to win and far too late. What? You are a scab? Judd Apatow is set to direct Cola Wars, with Steven Spielberg set to produce. The film follows Pepsi's attempt to challenge Coca-Cola's century-long reign as the world's top cola. Wait, what the fuck? Dude, did they... Yo, E1 should sue, bro. I mean, I guess we did something. Pixar Soda, Disney Pixar Soda was like way different than Cola Wars and way more entertaining and way more interesting as far as the premise goes.
Young white women. Dobbs has changed a lot. But you've also had people like Taylor Swift come in and culturally put forward a version of young womanhood that is super modern. And she has been relentlessly attacked by the J.D. Vance world as being a bad role model because she is unmarried. And so she now is leaning into the exact demographic that J.D. Vance relentlessly targets, that he relentlessly disrespects. And she commands so much popularity among her super fans that they've changed the NFL in a lot of ways. Yeah. So it's not a small endorsement. It's a big deal.
And a lot of her fans are too young to vote and too young to buy concert tickets and don't have revenue streams to afford the concert tickets. So Taylor Swift's fandom is made up of her fans and their parents. Yeah. Their moms and their dads. And if there were ever a campaign and a candidacy tailor-made for a push for girl dads on choice, on eliminating exceptions for rape and incest, on the positive role model and leadership and humility and joy that Harris is bringing, this may be a sort of door swinging open for the girl dads for Harris.
Can I just say, as a hopeless bleeding heart liberal who's also an enormous football fan, I didn't think we were going to get football in the national divorce, but I with the Travis Kelce situation, like, I did not see that coming. But somehow we're sort of ending up with it, and I'm just going to say I will take it.
And note that Kendrick Lamar is going to be in New Orleans, and he's going to be the halftime show, and it's like it's also a theme of the Harris campaign is they're not like us.
But in a real way, to your point about the Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce and that, what that is sort of a pop cultural phenomenon. you know, this idea of the sort of weirdness and extremism, and J.D. Vance going on all these podcasts where you, in the manosphere, where you'd like talk about how, the purpose of a postmenopausal woman and all this stuff. That it is really true that, like, this sort of fringe weirdness is a huge part of what is the modern right, what is the Donald Trump coalition, and like the RFK endorsement and all this stuff. And it is a strange cultural moment in which, like, that is their play. Their play is like the RFK vote and the Manosphere podcast, versus the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce.
It's the Argentina election.
J.D. Vance is the protege. The only jobs he has really ever had are as the protege of an eccentric right-wing German billionaire who says democracy should have never been attempted and everything's gone downhill since women had the right to vote. That's the only person he's ever had jobs working for. For real? And who bought him his U.S. Senate seat, $15 million to give him that Senate seat. It's the only election he's ever run in. And they put him as vice president to Donald Trump. They could have picked somebody to normalize Donald Trump, but instead they picked the intern to the eccentric billionaire who doesn't believe in democracy and who spent a good part of his own political life trying to convince his fellow rich, eccentric right-wing billionaires that they should move to floating shipping containers in the middle of the sea because no land-based continent could contain their brilliance.
And by the way, he is now the person with the second closest finger on the button.
It's crazy to fucking see. It's crazy to see Rachel Maddow just cooking so hard, you know? She cooking.
To a 78-year-old declining senior citizen who you can see right now is cognitively declining. And
that's how bad JD Vance is, that we're like Rachel Maddow comes across as correct. Support for 10% tariff on all imported goods, support 45%, oppose 30%, unsure 26%. I mean, he's a HasanAbi head. It's crazy that MSNBC said manosphere. Oh, you mean Chris Hayes? He is a HasanAbi head, yes.
not only that, but they are running against the whole culture. It's Beyonce and Taylor Swift and Kendrick Lamar.
It's Budweiser and the NFL.
All of it.
It's all of it.
All of it.
But it's a 50-50 race. I mean, just like I hate to wrench us back to reality, but it's literally a tied race.
Yes.
You know, I've never been impressed by celebrity endorsements. I think they are helpful to the base that you already have. They tend to be people who the base already identifies with. This is someone who crosses it all. This is, I think, the most important celebrity endorsement we've ever seen in a presidential campaign, especially because it is so close.
Jesus Christ, dude.
And it can make that kind of difference. The Harris for President campaign now has the two most perfectly timed and most important endorsements of this campaign. Joe Biden's 27-minute timed endorsement after he said, "I'm not the candidate." Perfect timing. It just put a rocket on her to the nomination. This, about 27 minutes after the end of the debate. And it's so important, I think, to the people who are going to be consuming that Taylor Swift endorsement, including those fathers of 8-year-old girls. And that she said, "I watched the debate.
Yes.
I didn't decide this yesterday. This is a new candidate. It's a new candidate for all of us. And so I watched a more than 90-minute debate. I watched this candidate against the other candidate, and I thought about it, and here I am. And here's my endorsement." The timing on it is absolutely exquisite. The wording of it is flawless and perfect, right down to the cat lady stuff. It is, for someone who's never been impressed by a celebrity endorsement, this is perfect and powerful.
There is also something that is amazing non-bookends about the Taylor Swift endorsement and the Dick Cheney endorsement.
Yes.
I'm just going to say, same campaign.
It's a big enough coalition.
It's a big coalition.
The infamous uncommitted Swifties patiently waiting for the green flag. Yeah, this is, God, the more I listen to them talk about Taylor Swift, the more I don't know, the more I'm souring on the endorsement. Anyway, so Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris, and more importantly than Kamala Harris, Taylor Swift endorsed Tim Walz, like, quite a bit. And the Taylor Swift Instagram post helped drive a surge in voter registration. Apparently Vote.org recorded more than 35,000 registrations, and I think it was like around 350,000 people visited the website with a 10% conversion rate. Oh, this is from 2023. No, last night's numbers. I don't know how many people actually ended up registering to vote, but last night's numbers are 350,000. Last night's numbers did not get 305,000 registrations, but 350,000 visits to the website. What is this? Here it is. Taylor Swift drove nearly 338,000 people to vote.gov with Kamala Harris endorsement post. Now, we don't know how many people have registered since then, but it got 338,000 people in less than 24 hours to go to the fucking website to register to vote. It makes sense, though, for like there to be a 10% conversion rate of that, maybe even higher, depending on, you know, how much more she pushes. But ultimately, I think that, yes, celebrities have an incredible amount of influence, especially those like Taylor Swift. So yeah, this will definitely be helpful overall. It is kind of wild. I mean, I'm not making a statement about like the insane amount of power that like we give celebrities at this point as a society. It does call into question, where the fuck has she been about Palestine? You know? Blueprint, the new polling initiative that has been testing candidate attributes and messages, has an interesting finding from last night. Harris's best testing remark was, "I am not Joe Biden." Wow. We truly need to study the praising of the bare minimum of celebrities. Yeah. Yeah, maybe if she like hugs Miriam Adelson tomorrow and then Swifties get mad at her, she'll have to come out in defense of Palestine or something. But of course, this is like really frustrated people, including Megyn Kelly. Let's hear what she had to say, and then we'll get to the inevitable, which is Elon Musk, which I haven't wanted to talk about because it's really fucked up. But
Kamala Harris, Taylor Swift, yeah, she posted a picture of herself with her cat. Would you look at this? You can, of course. I'm like, you can kiss your sales to the Republican audience goodbye, Taylor. Hope you enjoyed them while you had them. And this is what she posts. Like many of you, I watched the debate tonight. If you haven't already, now's a great time to do your research on the issues at hand and the stances these candidates take on the topics that matter to you most. As a voter, I make sure to watch and read everything I can about their proposed policies, etc. Recently, I was made aware that an AI of me falsely endorsing Donald Trump's presidential run was posted to its site, blah, 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 for the rights and causes I believe we can, not chaos. I was so heartened and impressed by her selection of her running mate, Tim Walz, who has been standing up for LGBTQ rights, IVF, and a woman's right to her own body for decades. Oh my God. So this woman is fine with his plan to take custody of the children from parents who don't want them to chop off their body parts and put them in Minnesota court's custody so the body parts can be chopped off and they can be sterilized outside the custody of their parents. That's what led Taylor Swift to endorse him. Can I tell you something? I criticized her about 6 months ago when she came out strongly in favor of, she went to a fundraiser to raise money for Hamas, supposedly Palestinians, but the group that was doing the fundraising was known to funnel the money to Hamas.
She's talking about how Taylor Swift went to a fucking comedy show held by, what is it, Rami Youssef? Is that his name? Like that one Muslim comic? She went with like Bella Hadid and Gigi Hadid, I think. And that's what she's talking about. She just went to a comedy show. These people are fucking disgusting, dude. No, it wasn't Bassem Youssef. No, it wasn't Bassem Youssef. It was with the Hadids. I remember. It was Rami Youssef. Yes. Okay.
And I said, people should boycott her. It was an offhanded comment. People went nuts. Some lunatic dropped a note in my personal mailbox outside my house begging me not to boycott Taylor Swift, as though I have that power. I'm allowed to criticize Taylor Swift, and I don't give a shit who gets upset. This is disgusting. If she wants to vote Harris Walz, she can do it all she wants. But to say the reason she's doing it is because of Tim Walz's stance on LGBTQ, F you, Taylor Swift.
Goddamn. Seemingly this has brought out all the fucking demons. Here is an old demon that we haven't really heard from in quite some time.
And then let's talk a little bit about how this fits into the pop culture part of this, because pop culture is a huge driver of the cultural narrative. Well, here's the tweet from Colin Rugg about the Taylor Swift thing, and we'll get back to it in a second. So as we referenced before, Taylor Swift endorses Kamala Harris on Instagram after the debate on ABC, proudly calls herself a childless cat lady. Elon Musk, who they hate, he saw that and he wrote this.
So this is the Elon Musk portion of this, the the conversation that I didn't want to get to because it's like truly one of the grossest things I've seen in quite some time. Elon Musk tweets out, "Fine, Taylor, ... you win, ... I will give you a child and guard your cats with my life." Like, I can't begin to explain to you how fucking disgusting this is if you can't comprehend what's going on here, where it's like this gross 50-year-old man is like, "Don't worry, I'll fuck you, babe." Like, Travis Kelce is allowed to kill Elon Musk, I think. Okay? I think Travis Kelce is allowed to kill Elon Musk with his bare hands. You know, you want to do fucking old school medieval style bullshit? I think this motherfucker thinks he has prima nocta rights, okay? What a fucking, like, what a disgusting thing to tweet out as a 50-fucking-year-old billionaire. It's so fucking gross, dude. It is so, like, nobody wants to fuck your nasty ass, Elon, you fucking dingus, you gross fucking creep. It is so nasty. This man has 11 children, dude. He has fathered 11 children. At what age are you not allowed to make a joke? Dog, this isn't just a joke. The joke is, "Hey, Taylor, I'll fuck you." Ain't nobody wants you to fuck Taylor Swift, brother. Okay? The fuck do you mean? "Oh, dude, I don't get it. Oh, it's such a funny joke, dude." Yeah, dude. Elon Musk raping Taylor Swift. Funny joke. How is this a fucking joke? In the normal world, if you make a joke like that to a coworker, you're fired. Okay? Your ass is fucking fired. Joke. When I bring up his age, that is to say, you should fucking know better. You have lived 50 plus years on this planet. You should have at a certain point realized that talking like this is fucking gross. Okay? It's gross. Stalker ass motherfucker. I'm not quite the target audience, but nonetheless, very impressive indeed. Some risk of popularity decline after this award. I speak from experience, lol. Congrats. I recommend posting some music or content videos directly on the X platform. Your tweets are good. More countries should tweet like this. No fun being all stuffy. I think he's like talking about Israel in this situation. For example, Taylor Swift 13 hasn't posted anything in 3 months. Please come back. Stalking ass motherfucker. Sexual predator memes, dude. Jesus Christ. Creepy ass, obsessive ass, pathetic fucking loser. This shit really pissed me the fuck off, dude. I mean, it's so gross. It's like a double Monty because he's like going back to the Haitian cat thing as well. Like he had to hit that line too. It's like, not only is he being like a gross, repugnant freak, and by the way, if you don't read this as a gross, repugnant freak behavior, you might also be a gross, repugnant freak. So listen to the old man in the room, okay? Do not behave like this, okay? This shit ain't cute. It's not sweet. Everyone will speak behind your back, okay? If you think you can behave like this, okay, and Elon Musk certainly can't either, but if you think like, oh, this is just a fucking funny joke, like, I'm telling you right now, every single person that you make jokes like this in proximity of will talk shit behind your back, if not immediately to your face. Okay? Like, there is no, like, do we just not have any decency? I can't believe I'm the one saying this. Like, I make dick jokes on a regular fucking basis. This is just so gross, dude. It's gross. I think people, especially men in powerful positions, are far too comfortable speaking out of pocket like this. It's crazy, okay? They should not feel so comfortable at all. Like, it's mind-boggling to me. They do this with AOC too. It's like, you can disagree with shit that AOC says and does, but like the moment where you're like, oh, you're so, I bet you want to fuck me, AOC. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. What a fucking gross loser you are, dude. You just straight up are just... you're openly saying like you don't see women as human beings. You just see them as like objects of sexual desire. The fuck? That's a goddamn congressperson you're talking about. And with Taylor Swift, that's like a fucking, like, you shouldn't talk about this with anyone, okay? You shouldn't be talking about this. You shouldn't be talking about this way with any woman whatsoever, especially when you're a fucking 54-year-old adult, dude. What the fuck? Like, there is no humor in this. This is just gross. It's nasty. It's creepy. And I think you should know. If you find this to be like kind of funny, I'm telling you right now, you're a gross, creepy little man-child. Okay? It's crazy that this fucking billionaire weirdo said it on his fucking application too. Maybe he knows her. No, man, shut the fuck up. That makes it even worse. Like, I can feel the sweat from this post, okay? It's so fucking grimy. It's so goddamn grimy to say about like some random person. If you have a sister or a mother, okay, or any woman that you care about to a certain degree, think about how you would feel if a relatively powerful person, maybe their boss, talked about them like this, okay? I don't think you would appreciate that. I think you'd want to protect them. I think you'd want to defend them. I think at that point you would understand maybe this is unwelcomed and gross. Now imagine that person having a massive fucking platform that they purchased, okay, and billions of fucking dollars. That's gross, dude. This is the guy saying this shit, by the way.
Jump again.
Fucking loser, dude.
Jump again. Jump again. There we go. It was good.
Like I said, dude, if this was a working class individual, they'd be fucking fired. And they should, by the way. Unacceptable, dude. Completely unacceptable. Now let's hear what this fucking dumbass had to say about
Fine,
it.
Taylor, you win. I will give you a child and guard your cats with my life. So he's mocking, he's exposing the ridiculousness, right? It's like, Taylor Swift, you are a young, pretty girl. Do you know what the gang members from Venezuela do to young, pretty girls? It ain't pretty.
Ah, exposing the ridiculousness. Everybody knows Venezuelans love to rape.
So what do we have to do? We have to keep finding each other to whatever extent we can. We have to keep waking people up. It is the only chance we have in these remaining 60 days. And then let's talk a little bit about how this fits into the pop culture part of this, because the pop culture.
Russian asset, by the way. Oh, yeah. Oh, this was a phenomenal take from JD Vance as well. We're just going on the fucking sweaty loser brigade about the Taylor Swift endorsement because it really bricked the brains of every single person. Let's watch the least self-aware person talk about this issue.
To women voters who obviously they care about what she thinks.
Of course. Well, look, we admire Taylor Swift's music, but I don't think most Americans, whether they like her music or fans of hers or not, are going to be influenced by a billionaire celebrity who I think is fundamentally disconnected from the interests and the problems of most Americans. Look,
dog, you are the blood boy of Peter Thiel. You are now the bitch boy of Donald Trump. They are both fundamentally disconnected billionaires. What are you saying? There's not a fucking billionaire dick you haven't rode at this point. And they all disrespect you directly to your fucking face, as a matter of fact. Like, Donald Trump, in front of 60 million Americans, called your ass out for not knowing his positions. He was like, yeah, threw you under the bus again, which you should have known that was going to happen inevitably, considering what happened to the last guy who was his fucking vice president. His fans tried to execute him, dog. I wish you well, okay? I wish you well. I hope, we'll see what happens. Oh, here's how Elon sounds when he makes this joke.
Fine, Taylor. You win. I will give you a child and guard your cat with my life. Fine.
That is how he sounded.
Kamala Harris.
Senator Vance, what do you say to Haitian Americans and Haitian immigrants who say spreading false claims about them put their lives at risk?
Well, I don't think that no one has spread false claims. What they've said is that a small migrant community, 20,000, so it's big for the city of Springfield, but it's small compared to all Haitians in the United States of America, that small migrant community has caused a lot of problems. It's led to higher rates of communicable diseases, That's a verifiable fact. It's led to animals disappearing. Many of my constituents have said that has been happening. It's led to higher home prices. That is a verifiable fact. So this influx has led to a lot of
But you said
poverty
that immigrants
in
have
Springfield.
eaten
Let me finish.
animals, and city
let me
officials
finish
have said
the
that that's
question.
not
Excuse me.
true.
City officials have said that's not true. That's not actually accurate. What they've
The
said
Springfield
is
city
that
manager said there's no evidence that immigrants are eating animals, and you have been saying, and Donald Trump just said on stage that they are eating animals.
Would
I'm
you like me
asking
to
you.
answer the question, or
Yes,
would you
I'm
like to
asking
keep
you.
interrupting me?
I'm asking you. What
Can you answer
go
the
ahead.
Can you ask the question and then let me answer it?
Yes,
The
please.
city manager said there's no verifiable evidence. A lot of residents on the ground have said that there is. That just means the city manager.
Dude, every resident that has said that is a straight up Nazi. And by that, I mean like literally, they're like leaders of the new American Nazi movement coming to the Springfield town hall and speaking about their fantasies about how Haitians are eating their pets. That influx of spreadable disease true, or is he just making that shit up? Dude, immigrants are dirty disease vectors who eat your fucking pets. Is literally just Adolf Hitler, okay? No! What are you saying? This is how fucking white supremacist, straight Hitlerian nonsense gets fucking normalized.
I think isn't fully in touch with what's going on the ground there. I've heard from many of my own constituents who have seen these things with their own eyes, who have seen these abductions with their own.
You're extreme leftist? Why? Because genuinely repeating shit that Adolf Hitler said in 2024 is Hitlerian, like correctly calling that Hitlerian shit? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm not an extreme leftist. Literally looking at the facts on the ground and recognizing reality does not make you an extreme leftist, unless you mean it's extreme leftist to be honest about the situation instead of dishonest and lying. No evidence Haitian immigrants are eating ducks, geese, or pets in Springfield, Ohio. In August 2024, Haitian immigrants were killing and eating pets in park and ducks in Springfield, Ohio. In early September 2024, a series of claims about Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio went viral. Most significant among these claims were the assertions that a Haitian immigrant had eaten someone's pet cat and that others had been seen eating swans and ducks in public parks. These claims have been elevated by a series of right-wing influencers, including Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Charlie Kirk, and politicians, including Representative Jim Jordan. Then they started posting AI images. Since 2020, Springfield, Ohio has seen a dramatic rise in immigrants from Haiti. City officials estimate, according to the New York Times, that 20,000 Haitians had arrived in a small town in 2024 since the onset of the pandemic. Thanks to the availability of jobs, Springfield became a hotspot for Haitian immigrants around the time, according to reporting from the NPR. According to the New York Times, the arrival of several manufacturing plants and corporations between 2017 and 2020 created a surplus of jobs. A lack of local labor created a deficit of workers, and word spread among the Haitian community that work could be found in the town. And guess what? They filled those roles. Haitian immigration in the United States in general could be tied to several factors, largely connected to the rise in gang violence and, America's involvement in Haiti, but that's not even what we're going to talk about. As reported by the Springfield News Sun, the claim the Haitian immigrant ate a pet cat stems from a rumor posted to a Springfield Facebook group. A social media post originally from a Springfield Facebook group went viral nationally in recent days. The original poster did not cite firsthand knowledge of an incident. Instead, they claimed that their neighbor's daughter's friend had lost their cat and found it hanging from a branch of the Haitian neighbor's home, being carved up to be eaten. That Facebook post was shared on several social media platforms and gained virality when it was shared by the Twitter account End Wokeness on September 6, 2024. I live close by. This is absolutely true. The Facebook post originated the claim and presented unverified third-hand Facebook information as fact. We are devolving as a society, okay? We are devolving as a society. That this shit becomes a national news story that people want to fucking believe is insane, okay?
Slowly, we had an application pool that was a little bit different. People coming to work here. People looking for jobs. What he's welding here again are welded axle components.
Jamie McGregor is the CEO of McGregor Metal, which makes welded parts for the auto and farm industries. Right now, about 10% of his workforce is Haitian, over 30 employees.
I wish I had 30 more. Our Haitian associates come to work every day. They don't have a drug problem. They'll stay at their machine. They'll achieve their numbers. They are here to work. And so in general, that's a stark difference from what we're used to in our community.
I hate this argument too, because it's like, dude, then you're technically pitting Haitian workers against like white American workers. And this probably creates even more resentment amongst those fucking dumbass people who are racist as shit. The reality of the matter is they're just like anyone else, okay? There is nothing different about being Haitian. There's just nothing different. That's the issue, okay? People think that there's something different about migrants that are coming from other countries, okay? They don't. They have a favorite color, just like you do. They have a favorite TV show. They have a favorite dish, okay? And they want to work and retain jobs and make an honest living and put a fucking roof over their heads and food on their tables. That's it. And this is a fundamental reality that is alarmingly less common in terms of public sentiment. What the fuck is going on? There is no monolithic force of people coming from different parts of the fucking world that just seemingly have an interest in like doing death and destruction. What the fuck? So you look at what he said and said, this makes people more racist? No, because he's pitting them against like American workers, like, oh, they don't have drug problems or anything.
McGregor acknowledges the sudden arrival of so many new immigrants is a challenge on multiple fronts, but he believes this is partly how the industrial Midwest can regrow.
We want more jobs in our community. And in order to fill those jobs, some jobs need to be people who are not originally from here.
A community of more than 80,000 emptied out to less than 60. That is, till the last few years.
Our churches, we see new people.
In the pews.
Yes, absolutely.
Wes Babian was the pastor at First Baptist Church for almost 20 years.
For years, we've lost people, but you hope somebody else will come and take their place. That hasn't happened here.
Until now.
Because there are folks from Haiti who are coming to church.
Lukens Merzus, who, among his many other jobs, mans the soundboard for Sunday services, is one of those new Haitian members.
Why Springfield?
Of all places. Merzus, with his wife and daughter, were among the first Haitian families to arrive here in 2018.
I got a decent job when I was in Haiti, and then to make a difficult decision to leave, it wasn't easy.
So why aren't the churches pushing back on this shit? What do you mean? They are. It just doesn't matter. Lies that correspond to your fucked up worldview spread infinitely faster than the truth. If you haven't learned anything from this broadcast, the one thing that should be your takeaway, okay?
Today,
the one thing that should be your takeaway is that people are genuinely hostile, either just a little bit resistant or outwardly hostile to the truth when the truth does not correspond to their own personal biases, okay? And the worst aspect of this is that it's very easy for the Republicans to cut propaganda leaning on those fucking lies. And they're doing it. And they're doing it successfully. They're doing it nonstop. Nobody wants to learn from their mistakes. Nobody is curious about what the fucking truth of the matter might be. And everyone simply wants their prevailing fears, their biases to be confirmed. That's it. I will never stop ringing the fucking alarm bells on this issue, okay? Oh.
Own eyes, who've seen geese being taken out of local parks and slaughtered in front of their eyes. What do I think is a bigger problem? Insulting 20,000 people, or the fact that my constituents can't...
Insulting 20,000 people? Like, that's insane that you're saying it's not even a problem to insult 20,000 people. Yeah, no, insulting and like lying about 20,000 people.
Can't live a good life because Kamala Harris opened the border. I think it's Kamala Harris needs to do her job.
Why are the Democrats not calling this racist? Because they're worried. They're worried that if they call it racist, the Republicans are going to go, oh, here we go again. Like, there's a level of identity politics that's like genuinely fucking shitty and lame, especially when you like use it as a deflectionary mechanism. Republicans do it all the fucking time with like Candace Owens and shit in the interest of white supremacy. Okay. But when Democrats do it, everybody gets annoyed about it. And the Democrats definitely did hit that line way too fucking much. But this is one of those instances where like it is perfectly valid to say that this is racist. And if you're not going to say it's fucking racist, just say it's unhinged. Like, it's delusional. It's unhinged. You're just making this lie up. I suspect that the Overton window has officially shifted on this subject matter. Okay? I suspect that the Overton window is shifted and that mainstream media is already like normalizing this kind of rhetoric, this kind of sentiment. Like, they'll fact check it every now and then, but they don't just like write articles about how fucking insane this shit is. I mean, Kamala did last night. You mean Kamala fucking launched a defense against it? I don't think she did.
These Haitian immigrants have
happier
moved.
and healthier in this country.
A lot of Haitian immigrants have moved.
He said 20,000 people. What's worse, slandering 20,000 people? Dog, those are your constituents too. They're literally fucking Haitians living in Ohio, you fucking piece of shit. During tonight's presidential debate, former President Donald Trump claimed that Democratic Vice Presidential nominee Tim Walz believes it's okay to execute infants after birth. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, the Democratic Vice Presidential nominee, has not said it's okay. In 2023, Walz signed into law a bill that included an update to Minnesota state law regarding medical care for infants born alive as a result of an abortion, according to the Minnesota Star Tribune. The updated state statute requires all reasonable measures consistent with good medical practice shall be taken by the responsible medical personnel to care for the infant who was born alive. The law says that an infant born alive is fully recognized as a human person and accorded immediate protection under the law. Although Tim Walz has not said he supports abortion in the ninth month, the Protect Reproductive Options Act signed by Walz in January 2023 does not mention anything related to restricting abortion after fetal viability or any timeline for that matter. It is not legal in any state to execute an infant after birth. I think every single thing I do, from the moment that I click the start streaming button till the moment that I click the stop streaming button over the course of the 8 hours, should probably prove to you how difficult it is to look at the barrage of lies that Republicans present on a regular fucking basis, and sometimes Democrats do, and definitely mainstream media as well. How difficult it is to actually correct the record with truth. I spend hours and hours and hours parsing through data, showing you talking points, but also backing that up with empirical evidence on a regular fucking basis. And there are still people that go, I don't believe you. And it's that simple. It doesn't take a massive leap of faith to believe a lie that you are already primed to believe. It, however, takes a Herculean effort to correct that lie in your mind. It requires you to literally, piece by piece, remove certain shields that you have inside of your fucking brain against this new information. That's why charitability is so important. That's why I regularly talk about how much I respect people who are charitable to me. The reason for what, and that's why it's so shitty that like for years and years now, it's been like 4 years almost, that like right-wingers and liberals themselves who have launched attacks against my credibility regularly have picked away at that charitability from a larger demographic of people tuning in. Okay? That's what's very frustrating about this process, because if you have no charitability, you will not listen to the facts that I'm presenting. Guys, stop asking me when Felix is coming. I don't know. Why do so many billionaires vote for the party that claims they will tax them? Are these billionaires dumb, or are we being played? No, the Democratic Party never actually taxes billionaires either. That's why they don't give a shit. Or some billionaires probably make that calculation and they're like, yeah, honestly, I still think that like certain amenities for marginalized populations, at least in principle, is a good thing. But ultimately, if you think like more billionaires are voting for the Democratic Party rather than the Republican Party, well, you're wrong. Stop linking me the Joseph Gordon-Levitt, they're eating the dogs, Trump versus Harris clip, please. One easy way to look at the debate is just whether it's fundamentally about Harris or whether it's fundamentally about Trump. If after the debate we're talking about Harris's flip-flops on the issues, or whether she's too far on the left, or her handling of immigration, she's in trouble. She's not going to win the election on any of those issues. The most she can do is be able to move past them, to be able to sort of satisfy these concerns enough to focus on Trump. This is what Nate Cohn said before the debate. If we're talking instead about Donald Trump's conduct on January 6th, his views on abortion, Project 2025, if we're talking about his behavior, like was the case after the first presidential debate in 2020, that's a sign that not only did Harris sort of satisfy these concerns that we've been talking about, but she allowed the election to pivot towards Trump. In the end, Harris needs this election to be about Donald Trump for her to win. She has to be able to satisfy those concerns about her and turn the election back on him. I don't fully agree with Nate. I don't agree with Nate Cohn on this. And I think that this is nearsighted. And I think that there is more that she needs to do beyond this. Okay? Because in 2020, the election was about Trump. And Joe Biden successfully mounted that case. But the reason why he was able to do so was because Trump was president. And COVID was killing people. Okay? People were angry. Police brutality was top of mind. Trump's insane immigration policies were of top of mind. Okay? It's been 4 years since then. People have very short memories. Therefore, making this election just about Donald Trump is going to cause it to be incredibly close, which it is. But let's see what Harry Enton has to say.
The saying goes, debates don't win elections necessarily, right? Both the Trump and Harris campaigns are spinning the debate as a win for their candidates. We wanted to know what debate watchers thought. CNN senior data reporter Harry Enton is here with a brand new suit, by the way.
Oh, yes.
He's also running the numbers. That's a new one. I know I'm right?
It's a tan. I haven't worn this in years. I don't know if it's brand new, but it's brand new for you, and I wanted to match you.
A tan suit, by the way.
Tan and a little bit of tan. There we go.
We're matching. All right. What did you find here as far as how this was received?
Yeah, I'm just going to use a scientific term, and that is that the vice...
Speaking of receiving, Felix Biederman is about to be in the building right now. So... for all the Felix lovers and haters alike, your calls have been answered. Felix Biederman is officially in the building. Okay, at the top of the hour, nonetheless. When there's a 3-minute ad break, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. My co-star from the blockbuster production Disney Pixar Sodas, Felix Biederman, is officially in the building. But he immediately ran into the bathroom. So we're going to continue with this video.
Donald Trump. All right. So how did the vice president, how much did she crush him by? Look at this. First debate winner margins. Look at that. She won by a 26-point margin, nearly matching Trump's margin over Biden back in June when he won by 34 points. Very similar to Joe Biden's margin of over Donald Trump back in 2020 of 32 points, and significantly higher than the 2016 margin that Hillary Clinton had over Donald Trump in their first debate, just 13 points. But the bottom line here is debate watchers, and they actually leaned a little bit more Republican than the nation as a whole, believe that Kamala Harris easily won this debate. Again, the scientific term is she crushed former President Donald Trump.
All right. Will we see, though, a change in the polls, a rise or a bump for Harris?
I think that the most likely scenario is that you will, in fact, see a rise in the polls. Why? Take a look at the last 4 times we had a first debate and look at those winners. Did they see a rise in the polls? Yes. Mitt Romney in 2012, Hillary Clinton 2016, Joe Biden 2020, and Donald Trump earlier this year. They all saw rises in the polls of 2 points or more. And given how close this race is nationally, given how close it is in the swing states, do not be surprised if Kamala Harris jumps out to a lead nationally, and don't be surprised if she jumps out to a slight, small lead in those key battleground states. It should still probably be a close race based upon history, but no doubt, at least based upon history, we should expect Kamala Harris to receive a polling bump, and a race as tight as this one, that would certainly be welcomed.
Okay, so the big question is, historically, what does this all mean for the potential of winning in November? Because there have been debates that people have lost, but they've won the election.
Yeah, there you go. That's the key question, Sarah Seidner. You may receive a momentary...
We're watching Harry Enton do analysis on...
Harry Enton is back.
He's back, and he's wearing a tan suit.
Did Harry Enton get height surgery while he was going? I remember him being a shorter guy.
Wait, really?
I do. But, you know, memories can be faulty.
I don't know. I did not know what Harry Enton looked like.
Well, Harry Enton was the first, one of the first feuds I had. Well, not me, but like Carl Diggler was a big enemy of Harry Enton.
Huh.
But, you know.
Polling bump, but does that mean you're going to go on and win the election? Not necessarily, because the fact is the election's all the way in November, and by my calendar, we're still in September. And look at that. Lost the first debate, but won the election. George W. Bush in 2004 lost that first debate to John Kerry. He won in the fall. How about Barack Obama? We mentioned Mitt Romney earlier. Mitt Romney won that first debate, but Barack Obama won in the fall. And of course, Donald Trump in 2016, he lost that first debate to Hillary Clinton, but he went on to win in the fall. So the bottom line is, yes, last night was good news for Kamala Harris. She won the debate in the minds of debate watchers. Yes, based upon history.
I have no idea. I don't know where he's
one
from.
Of the places in New York that doesn't matter. not Manhattan.
Yeah.
Don't wave at me.
Oh, we have we have reincarnated Adolf Hitler.
Yeah, I was okay. So I had I've had a very annoying morning. Into early afternoon. That's why I was late. I had a bunch of clerical things I was working out, but sitting around working different phone lines and waiting for calls, I stumbled upon my favorite filmmaker in the world, Tyler Oliveira. His videos. I saw his Austin. Have you seen his Austin video?
No, but I assume it goes a little something like this. Tyler Oliveira has an insanely racist or insanely fucking supercharged right-wing premise. Like, homeless people are raping white women only in this insert city of America that is usually a blue city. He goes there. He talks to like as many crackheads as he possibly can. Inevitably finds a person that says, yes, I love raping white women. And then he turns around and talks to a bunch of other people that are like, no, that's not true. So then he's like, okay, I couldn't make a coherent enough analysis on this, so I'm just going to go find literally a Hitlerian blogger who's going to be like, I'm a local journalist who's been ousted. Yeah. And then you look back on his background of the local journalist, and it turns out he was like an actual pedophile rapist who says, no, homeless people are doing this.
My favorite thing he does is like he'll go to cities and he'll find a guy who like has Aryan Brotherhood tattooed on his face.
Yeah.
And he'll be like, this guy's a regular homeowner, and listen to what he says. And the guy he talks to is like, yeah, I actually tried to get my prescriptions at CVS, but they gave it to a black guy and I can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
I saw a video he did. I watched it literally just before I came here, where, do you know about that lake in Austin where all those bodies are washing up and the police say it's like drunk people falling in, but other people think it's like a serial killer or something?
No.
It's a weird story. It's actually, some people think it's a cop doing it, so it's very reminiscent of any Judgment fans out there. The real best RGA series, Judgment and Lost Judgment. But anyway, Tyler Oliveira goes there, and in his journalistic pursuit, he does like 8 shots and then jumps in the lake, and he's like, there's no way I could die right now. He's so good. He's the greatest filmmaker in the world. I love him. I'm a Tyler Oliveira fan.
I hate him so much. Like, words cannot describe how much I hate him. Like when he did the Venezuelan apartment story, where he literally was so insane. Like, he would just like go up to people and be like, "Donde está la tren de agua?" He would just like yell at like Venezuelan migrants on like temporary protected status, like going to their fucking 8th job of the day so they can pay $1,300 to live in a condemned building, and harass them with like broken ass fucking Spanglish.
Yeah, it was all people who are like working harder than like really like anyone has ever worked. Like people doing the shittiest jobs you can fucking imagine. Like a guy whose job it is to like polish urinal cakes for 35 cents an hour, and he lives in a refrigerator box, and Tyler goes up to him and he's like, "Biblioteca?" And he's like, there you have it. He's making $1 million a year from welfare.
Yeah. It's so, oh God, it's so fucking gross. But I can't say my true feelings about like what I think he deserves.
An Oscar.
So, yeah.
Well, I like, out of professional courtesy, I'm a filmmaker. I respect other filmmakers.
Yeah.
You're not in the filmmaker community.
That's true. Even though we are technically co-stars in Disney Pixar's cinematic universe.
We have to fucking sue.
Yeah.
We're fucking suing.
For those of you who don't know, during the writer's strike, we got together for E1, a podcast, episode 1. It was created by community member Intelligent. Okay. And I co-starred alongside Felix Biederman here, and we scabbed. But it was a really big bag.
It was like, a lot of people are going to say, like, you broke your principles the first opportunity you got. Technically true.
Yeah.
But like anyone would have. I think Nelson Mandela would have done whatever for this amount of money.
Yeah, for sure.
Talk to my Shenyang J31 in my garage right now.
Yeah, this is I got a lifetime supply of Zins and Diet Mountain Dew. So, you know, I had to do it. It was a great opportunity. Since then, I've also grown. I went from a Diet Mountain Dew boy and a Diet Coke boy to a Diet Dr. Pepper boy as well.
The new Diet Dr. Pepper, like the new zero sugar Dr. Peppers are fucking incredible.
Yeah.
I have been indulging in a full strength soda like every once a week where I do like whenever I redline on like Olympic lifts, I will drink like 10 ounces of full strength soda just because I'm so wiped.
Strength.
But I think it's medicinal. It's like, I don't know. I've been having a good metabolic effect from it.
I feel like this is like when Coca-Cola was originally invented, which, by the way, goes back to Judd Apatow, who is directing the Coke-Pepsi rivalry movie Cola Wars from Steven Spielberg and Sony.
Is this okay? People saw the Jerry Seinfeld Pop-Tart movie, which is one of the most upsetting things I've ever seen. Really bad, really diminished just from my enjoyment of life and my experience as a living person, consumer of the arts. People saw that and they're like, we need to, this is a new genre of movie, the shitty product movie.
Yeah, I don't know why they're doing that. People are saying that the Oreo Coke Zero is actually not bad.
I haven't tried that one.
I want to try it. You talked shit on my dog a little over a year ago. I need to see this. I got my pup for some rich people who bought her from this site and then gave her away. She's purebred and perfect health, just shy, show quality, 5 pounds full grown. These puppies look fake. What the fuck? What the fuck? What an affront to God. Bro, what the fuck? What the hell? What the hell?
Okay.
Bro, there ain't no way these fucking dogs live for longer than like a year and a half. First of all, I haven't seen a single full-grown version of these motherfuckers. Where are they? They all look like puppy. Are they?
That's okay. Yeah, that's a full-grown dog. That is okay. You have like an irradiant. That is a very cute dog, but you did something weird to it, so it's a puppy forever. You gave it like the right amount of polonium. I don't know.
It's not their fault. They like got it from someone who purchased the puppy, but. These are not the full-grown version, right? This is the baby version. Stop measuring it. Stop making fun of it, dude. What the fuck? Lol, stop saying it will die. Oh, here she is, fully grown. Wait a minute. Okay, she's like a normal-sized dog now. What the fuck? They breed them to not have dicks. It's fucked and true. Okay, you just made that up. His name is Penis, and he was born without a brain. Health guarantee. We offer a 1-year health guarantee, incling heart defects, scale 4 or above, congenital organ dysfunction resulting in death, congenital defects cause death, congenital life-threatening. You read all of it, evil streamer? Yeah, I read all the, I had to read the fine print of your fucking designer dog that you adopted. The puppy dead?
Evil streamer.
What the fuck? Yo, this is fucked, dude. This is some dark shit.
Do you realize how evil it is to give a guarantee for a dog for a year of being like, it won't die for like at least like a year?
Yeah,
and then after that, you're fucked.
Yeah, yeah. Why do you think they have a guarantee? Also, what are the guarantee? The guarantees that they swap out your dog with a new one.
Yeah, well, then like the ideal system for a lot of people would be 9 months of having a puppy, it dies, you get a new one, and you're just perpetually like the. I am not accusing her of this, but what people said Lena Dunham did, which I don't believe she did. I don't think she did
for
that.
Longer than like a year and a half.
It's a very cute dog, though. Like, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, he's also like, oh my god, smaller than the cat. Watch out, the cat's gonna eat the dog.
Yeah, orange cats are extra strong. That dog may be screwed.
Okay, dude.
I can't talk shit. My family, you know, we love getting those Habsburg dogs, but you know, you shouldn't do it.
Oh, like a hypoallergenic water poodle style dog?
We got Portuguese water dogs before the Obungler did it. We actually think the Obungler ripped us off.
He saw it. Well, you guys are from the same place.
Yeah, Obungler was the state senator for Hyde Park, where I grew up, which is the only neighborhood in Chicago that Chief Keef won't go to. Where Chief Keef, Lil Vaughn, King Vaughn, Lil Vaughn. All of those guys were afraid of because it's the toughest gang in the city. University of Chicago is there. But we had a Portuguese water dog who we loved. They have webbed toes. They're very fun dogs. But we had ours pre 9/11 actually. So we think the Obungler saw it and was like, "Oh,
And
that's
then
a fancy dog."
And he did 9/11.
Well, he was busy in a limo that day.
Yeah.
He wasn't one of the guys that my dad called on 9/10.
I knew you were. I called this earlier today. I was like, it's 9/11 and I have Felix in the building. He's going to say his dad called.
That's
all
my
of his
favorite
Jewish
joke.
coworkers.
It's my favorite joke. If my dad was alive, he would love that joke. He would. That's the exact type of thing he would find funny.
Yeah. Yeah, he was busy in a limo getting sucked off and doing crack cocaine, folks. You know it. We're truthers. We're Larry Sinclair believers in this.
Larry Sinclair yelled at me like last year. He yelled at all of us. He said,
because you wouldn't take your dick out for him to suck it?
if he asked, I would do it.
He's like, come
no.
on, these lips have seen Obama's dick.
You think you're better than the Obungler?
Yeah.
If he asked,
Give me some crack right now.
If he asked, I would do it. But like, we were laughing about how like Tucker had him on because it shows such a degeneration. Because like Tucker in like 2008, when he was like a regular Republican guy, would laugh at this guy. Like he would find this laughable. But now like everyone's kind of crazy, so you have to pretend to take this seriously, even though like the real Tucker knows this guy is a
charlatan.
Yeah, a charlatan.
He knows that Obama could not have lasted 3 minutes. Like he would have sucked this shit dry in under a minute flat. That's what the inaccuracies of the story is.
Yeah, well, my Mythbusters or like my cousin Vinny thing would be asking a crack expert if crack makes you come harder and quicker, or like if it's like a lot of other drugs where it's a lot harder.
The Dyson of Duluth, ladies and gentlemen. I forget that there's a lot of normies in here because like this is the time when they tune in to like pay attention to politics because the fucking debate just happened, and we're over here coming in hot with Larry Sinclair memes.
But Larry Sinclair yelled at us because we were talking about him on our show last year. I think around summer of last year was when Tucker interviewed him. And I made fun of how Larry Sinclair is always like changing like the Illinois town name.
Yeah.
We were in Peoria. We were going to Moline. And like maybe I remembered it wrong because it was like 12 years ago. But I just like saying Illinois town names. But anyway, he added like all of us. And he was like, I have never said that I sucked Obama in Moline. If I prove you wrong, if you go back through all my public statements, I've never said Moline or Peoria or any of these places. I've only said one place. And if I'm right and you're wrong, you have to give me the Patreon. He said we have to give him the Patreon. And like, thank God I didn't take him up on that.
Okay, so here's the problem. Or here's what I find very funny. He's more upset about some like random fucking township that you placed him in than the fact that he's like most known for, sucking off Obama. He's like, listen, I sucked him off, but I never would step foot in fucking Terre Haute.
That is how you know he's a real Illinois guy, because Illinois has 70,000 like sort of bad exurbs and little towns and cities. But someone from Elgin is like, I would never go to Naperville. It's disgusting.
I said Terre Haute, Indiana. I know as an Indiana.
Terre Haute is the same thing as fucking Elgin, which is the same thing as Naperville. They're mostly all the same, except for Carbondale, which I hear is lovely. But the rest of them, it's all the same shit.
Yeah. All right, but let's talk about your opinion. You watched the debate last night. You watched the Kamala showdown, and you saw Mamala.
Yeah.
She spoke. Did she speak to your heart? How much illegal vote carrying are you going to do for Kamala Harris?
Well, as always, I've been a Constitution Party Chuck Baldwin voter since I could vote in 2008. But, if I'm voting 10 times for Chuck, maybe she'll get number 11. I don't know. Like it was, I of course am not voting in this election. I have not. The last thing I voted in was the New York primary in 2020. Try to get more delegates for Bernie. Look how great that fucking turned out. But anyway, like most people in here, probably my family are like, they're regular Democrat type people. And they were very nervous before the debate because the CNN thing went kind of a little shitty for Kamala, more or less. But I told them, I don't care one way or the other, but like I think that, you guys should remember the story would be about how diminished Trump is if it wasn't for Biden. Biden overshadowed it, and he's at least 80% as fucked up as Biden.
Yeah.
And so I told them not to worry, but even I undersold it. I was not prepared for Trump to say, I got involved with the Taliban. That's one thing you don't want to say in the debate, that you got involved with the Taliban.
Yeah.
Even in just taking
Well,
that
there
out
was
of
there was a
context.
couple really funny lines from Donald Trump. By the way, this is what this is the Drudge Report, dude.
Yeah, it's comparable. It's very comparable.
So, I mean, it was really fucking bad. Obviously, it can't be as bad as like Biden, because like, you know, he had to drop out. That's how bad his shit was. He had to be assassinated by Nancy Pelosi. Having said that, yeah, it was really fucking bad for Donald Trump. I haven't really like talked about some of the I haven't really talked about like some of the high notes, I guess, like some of the funnier moments, even though we covered it extensively this morning. You brought up the Taliban thing. There was another really good moment where he was like, oh, you wouldn't ever be able to pass that legislation anyway unless you go and vote, because the Senate is 50-50. It's like, why are you saying that?
Well, yeah, no, I zeroed in on that one last night because it was like he's saying, you're a Marxist, your dad was a Marxist, all your plans are scary and they're going to ruin America. And you're not even going to be able to do any of them.
Yeah.
All the things I said were so terrifying. You're not going to do any of them. Except for me, I did the abortion thing you all hate. Don't forget, it was a fucking disaster.
He said JD Vance doesn't know shit about him.
He
That
doesn't
was cool.
talk to JD Vance. He looked like and this is my medical opinion, I'm not trying to be shocking. He looked like he slept inside of a gross guy's asshole. That is a
he looked
medical
like
definition.
shit.
He looked like Jason Miller put his entire asshole on him while he slept. He had two pink eyes.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like I feel like he's just so one note on like the immigrant stuff. I don't know why. Like this is a winning issue for him only because the Democrats have not messaged on this at all, right? They just completely capitulated to right-wing framing, and they were like, you're right, actually, immigrants are rapists. We are the party that will deal with it, to win, I suspect, absolutely 0 votes on that issue when Donald Trump is like beating them on immigration by like 30 fucking points, only growing, right?
Yeah.
And their big gamble was, oh, we'll put forward the 2020 border bill that you wanted to pass, but we'll do it ourselves, and then you'll stop it from happening, so then we can say you're hypocritical.
Yeah, and like normal. Okay, so that was the whole border bill thing is like classic stupid Democrat bullshit.
Yeah.
And it is not going to work to get them any votes, right? But somehow, and this was a recurring theme with Trump last night, he allowed himself to get baited on this when it would have been so easy for him to say,
that's what I mean.
You know, anything but what he fucking said. It was baffling. It was like he was trying to lose. It was like he saw the possibility of spending 4 years with JD Vance and thought, not worth it. I'll go to prison. I don't care. I have never seen a worse performance from him. Like, I have said that I think like the shooting fucked him up a little bit, but I think this is a combination of like his age, because he is, you know, he's not as bad as Biden, but he's pretty fucking old. And just, I don't know. He you know, in his mind, he almost fucking died recently. So a lot can happen between now and November, but it's just like, if they prepared this badly, what do you think the rest of the operation looks like? You know what I mean?
No, for sure. I think they're huffing on the same fucking farts that they've been huffing on since 2022 and learned 0 lessons from the midterms, where they genuinely, I think, look at Twitter, like all of his staffers are like groypers.
Yes.
And they're all on Twitter and they're like, you see, sir, let's post another AI image of cats. Everyone believes that Haitian migrants are eating cats and dogs. They love this. They love this shit. And it's like the entire, like all the biggest dick riders in the Republican Party are going along with it too, because they're fucking also stupid and incredibly online, not realizing that they're like kind of doing the DeSantis shit. You know what I mean? They're one step removed from putting a fucking black sun in a goddamn video promoting Donald Trump.
They're doing the DeSantis shit or the Kamala or Warren 2020 shit before it. They're doing the thing where they'll fuck themselves up by getting so invested in internet shit. Like in this case, the cat thing is like a fucking day old, and they jammed as much of that shit as they could into his notes. For what reason? Who fucking knows? He talked about that more than he actually tangibly fucking talked about about inflation, which should be his best issue. He mirrored what Biden did when Biden took a question about abortion and answered it by talking about a murder an immigrant committed.
Yeah,
he did that. He got a question about fucking inflation,
the economy. Yeah, easy layup.
And he goes, by the way, only like some children that are raped are gonna have to give birth because of me.
Yeah.
By the way, like, just so you guys know, and it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? But it's the same cycle that Kamala and Warren and DeSantis and all these people with internet focused campaigns have, where they'll fuck themselves by talking about this internet bullshit, like the cats or fucking whatever, and they'll get chunked either in polls or coverage. They'll you know, the type of shit that happens to every bad campaign where everyone's leaking. And they'll go, wow, God, this is so fucked. We're going to lose. This sucks. Why can't people see how good the candidate is? How come they can't see what we see from spending 18 hours a day online? And then the candidate, in this case, Trump, will do something very similar to what the aforementioned three candidates did, where they'll do like Trump did a Twitter space where he's only talking to his craziest supporters and saying, you know, the dumbest shit that he's never going to be able to do, that he's not going to try to do. Like super immigrant, like he's gonna repeal like the Immigration Act of 1965, right?
Chinese Exclusionary Act is back, baby.
He's saying he's gonna do that, and then all the diehards are like, "Oh my God, how could I have even felt worried? We've got this." And it's like, no, you did. All you did, you put a blanket over your head and farted. You recirculated the same dead air. You didn't pick anyone up. If anyone even saw this, it just freaked them out.
Yeah, but the problem is. And I am really annoyed with this. Democrats are looking at polling that shows, like, you know, there's the Pew Center research that was like 60+% that are in favor of mass deportations. And the exact same people poll will also be by the same margins, if not higher, in favor of mass amnesty programs.
Yeah.
And like they look at only one side of that poll and not realize that these are inherently contradictory positions. And they could very easily, just as easily, run the opposing front and counter message against it, leaving that out in the fucking distance because they're fearful that they saw that 60% number and go, oh, well, I guess we'll do mass deportations ourselves, actually, or we'll do like half of the mass deportations. And it's really frustrating because it creates this like closed circuit where that's the only thing that's being discussed.
Yes.
And no one is talking about how fucking insane that would be and what that would look like, which is, except for my goat, David Muir, our sexy ass anchor, David Muir, who was like, walk me through the steps of deporting 11 million people from U.S. soil, please.
David Muir, the news anchor from movies. That's
Yeah.
how I think of him. But yeah, no, it's the mass deportation thing is a perfect example of a policy that, like, yeah, 60% of people say they endorse, but the moment you started doing it, that evaporates. People go, wait, I didn't want this, even though this is exactly what I said I wanted.
Dude, this is exactly like abortion.
Yes.
It's exactly like the abortion conundrum because I remember, this is one of the most instructive polls I've ever seen that I always reference historically. I believe it was like 75% of Republicans actually, when faced with the consequences of the policy, do not attribute those consequences to the same, like to the Republican Party that they advocate for, because they just like have no way of comprehending how fucking insanely violent that process would look like. And this happened with abortion. They were like, oh yeah, no, I think we should restrict abortion. That's right. And then it happened. They're like, oh my God, this was not a good idea at all.
Yeah. It's like, do you remember when Trump fucked up in 2016? Because he was, you know, he had successfully courted evangelicals in the primaries, and he was doing his best to like amp them up without like freaking out everyone else, you know, which he was moderately successful at given his results in that year. But do you remember when some like crazy anti-abortion group was asking him some shit, and he goes, he basically goes, yeah, I mean, I would criminally prosecute it, because he's not thinking about it.
Oh, it wasn't an anti-abortion group. It was fucking Chris Hardball Matthews.
Oh, it was him?
Yeah. He was like, what would you do for abortion? Like, would you criminalize, would you punish the women? And he was like, yeah, I'd punish the women.
Yeah, my brain completely misremembered that.
No, I remember it because I wrote about that at the time. And I said, like, of course, abortion fucking punishes women. That's the whole principle. And Trump had not put any thought into it, but the Republican Party knew how to message around that. Instead of saying, yeah, we're in it to openly criminalize abortion and harm women, we'll just punish the doctors.
Right. He looked at it. He didn't look at it as a guy who had spent his life in the movement, because he's not. He looked at it from like a logical angle of a guy who's trying to like amp that base up, which is like, okay, well, these guys really hate abortion and say it's murder, so obviously we'd like put the mom in jail, right? Not knowing that like that is a sticky wicket with the anti-abortion people, and they kind of avoid saying that, even though in practice
that is what they're asking for.
In practice, that's exactly what they're asking for, to the point that they will have imprisoned mothers who have had miscarriages. But saying it like that is a no-no in that world.
Yeah. The problem is, and I talk about this quite a bit, like there's a permissible level of like misogyny, racism that will gain you a lot of favor with people who have similar opinions, but there is a point that you can't go beyond. And the more, like, which is ironic, because Donald Trump used to be a great room reader in general.
Yes.
But he has completely lost his sauce, and he just regularly amps up the rhetoric, thinking that like the people like it. Because I think he goes to his fucking rallies and he listens to people cheer on whenever he talks about like trans stuff. And even early on, if you remember, he was like, you guys love the trans stuff. It's weird. Like, remember when he was like, yeah, you guys like the trans stuff even more than the tax cuts. I don't know what's going on. And now he does the trans shit.
Yeah. He like, I think like it's a bunch of things, right? Like, I feel like one of the worst things that could have happened to the movement in general is part of this is Musk buying Twitter, but it's even stuff before that. There was a general right-wing cultural backlash that was moderately successful. Part of it was Twitter. Part of it was the Depp Heard trial. It was a lot of things, right? And it was just the inevitability of that happening under like a pretty fucking unpopular Democratic president.
Yeah, no, as soon as Joe Biden won, I said that we're going to go back to Obama culture wars.
Exactly.
For sure.
Exactly. But like the problem is, because they had spent all these years under Trump having, for the first 2 years at least, like a, almost total control of government, to an extent, only stymied by their own incompetence at times. But they didn't feel like they captured the culture, and all they really wanted was the culture and cultural respect. And for it to be cool to think these things, they weren't happy. But then they got like an inkling of that a little bit from 2021 to present, but it was never like overwhelming. It was never like, do you remember the liberal cultural dominance under Trump was insane. It was like nothing I'd ever seen. The mechanism for conservatives to replicate that does not exist. They don't know how to do it. They are well moneyed. They have good, great amounts of resources. We've talked a lot about the incredible amount of money in conservative media. But for the actual logistics of doing that, they have neither spent the time or the money to acquire the know-how in doing that. They haven't built the relationships. They don't have generations of relationships like Democrats do. And the problem, like the thing with like liberal cultural dominance under Trump was that you could go in the world and you could encounter a lot of people who like maybe weren't as crazy as people you saw in your timeline, but they generally were with this stuff. There's a base of support for this stuff, but not as much. There just isn't as much. But they're so excited by having even a meager cultural victory that they believe everyone is on their side. And I think it's 2017 in reverse.
I think this also is a company with like a string of like hyper right wing and also increasingly more like micro targeted state legislation victories.
Yes.
That they've accomplished, where they fucked up the system. They completely have officially sidestepped the legislative body, and they just basically run the route every single time of like going to the states with gerrymandered districts and using the state legislature that's like heavily favoring the right to pass like ridiculous bills that I would say are like messaging bills almost, but like it actually does have tangible harm associated with it. Well, they'll write out a bill specifically to like dunk on one 14-year-old trans girl going to a fucking swim meet, right? Like, that's unacceptable and insane. And they'll do that, and then they'll take it all the way up to the Supreme Court usually. And the problem there is, I think they're doing that for like no real constituency. But the very fact that they're able to accomplish that, like enact their legislative agenda at the state level at least, leads them into thinking like, oh no, this is successful. Like people like this. People love this. When in fact, all it does, I think, is just like make people more resentful and disgusted with the way that the Republican Party operates. And that is probably the reason why the Democratic Party is genuinely performing well across the board in down ballot races to a degree where they're even doing better than the fucking top of the ticket with Biden and even with Kamala Harris.
I actually think on balance, from what we've seen so far, it's kind of been better for the Democrats to have a contested cultural space as opposed to having total cultural dominance. Because, I mean, Democrats are fucking stupid and they will fuck up anything that you give them.
Yeah.
But they are also going up against another party of, you know, which this is true.
No, I think the Republican successes have made them weaker.
Yes,
like
exactly.
It's made them, because like I always go back to the Lee Atwater messaging strategy, right? Like you can't say the N-word after the civil rights movement. So what do you say? You find a new way to like marginalize black people, and you try to hit that from a different angle. Like you talk about desegregation, or you talk about welfare queens, right?
Yeah.
Like you find new ways of dog whistling. And I think in all of this success that they've accomplished as a consequence of Democratic incompetence, they deluded themselves into thinking that they are, one, more popular than they actually are, and two, they got like really comfortable in that success. And that's why we're watching this race where like Democrats are doing their usual posture of mirroring whatever the fuck the Republicans are saying, to be like, we're going to do exactly that, but 10% less. And the Republicans keep just getting more and more insane.
Yeah, I hate to keep harping on this mirrored and looping timelines thing, but one thing I very crucially remember about 2016 and the primary of that year, to the Democratic primary, was this idea among sort of like left liberal op-ed writers and the pro-Clinton media apparatus, which was, we did it. We showed that like you can win an election without like white men, you know, which, I mean, saying that for the Democratic primary is one thing. Yeah, maybe that's true. But with they were counting their eggs before they hatched with the general election. They were saying this in August. We're showing that you don't need like white men or like white working class or whatever it was at the time to win a general election, just going by these polls or these predictions. And you know, hated to break it to them at the time, but it's like there's still a lot of fucking white people in this country.
Yeah.
You know, whether you want to acknowledge that or not.
And the number is growing in terms of like people who see themselves as white and report to the census as though they are white. And this goes back to the Hispanic population in this country, and also how so many Latinos in red states will say some of the most unhinged racist shit that you've ever fucking heard in your entire damn life.
Yeah. But you know, at the same time, it's like the Trump campaign is doing, and just the Republican Party in general, we saw this with the midterms, they're doing a version of this where it's like, we don't need any more fucking cuck, like rhinos, people who are ashamed of being whites. We don't, you know, they still, I swear I've seen this every year, record number of like black, you know, one isolated black demographic are voting for Trump this year, and it never really fucking pans out.
Yeah.
But
they are generally doing this thing that like quasi-racialized in parts where it's like we only need like white people, even though most of them are aware you need more than just whites to like win a federal election in America.
Yeah.
But it's sort of a version of it where it's like, well, we don't need anyone who is anything less than 100% on board. They believe they're so ahead, or they thought they were so ahead. I don't think they think that anymore. That they did not need the squishy voters who like, you know, like the Trump to Biden voters of 2020. Fuck them. We don't need them. We don't care if we scare them. Who gives a fuck? We're ascendant. And no, it's like you...
No, you definitely do. Yeah. This goes back to something that you've also talked about quite a bit, which is like they've forgotten how to run a normal campaign.
Yeah.
They just like, you should be talking about tax cuts. You should be talking about the inflation. You should be talking about how like immigration is ruining the economy. And then that's it. Like immigration is ruining the economy and that you're going to be a peaceful dove.
Yeah. How easy would it be if this was Doug Burzum or something like that? Or if they were just running like a Burzum inspired campaign to go look at the world in 2020 and then compare it to what has happened under Anthony Blinken's tenure at state. Do you think things are better?
Yeah.
How easy would it be for someone who can run even a halfway normal campaign? Would it be for them to do that? Trump in 2016 again, you know,
people think that like Trump ran as this like hyper extremist in 2016. It didn't read as that to the broad majority of people who were like, who felt fed up with the establishment, who felt fed up with the way things were going, which also once again goes back to like the overarching unpopularity of both parties in the United States of America circa 2016. Like we think that like Trump is the exception and that you know, he was exceptionally popular and then Joe Biden defeated him. And then now the Democrats are exceptionally popular, or the old school Democratic Party politics are actually really popular. But it's like, no, the third way politics that has like seeped through the Democratic Party's campaign strategies are still objectively unpopular.
Yeah. No, it is sort of amazing how few both parties, broadly speaking, and individual politicians are above water in a polling sense. One of the unique aspects about American politics since after Obama, or even kind of during, is how much everyone fucking hates everyone that they have to vote for. I mean, think about how unpopular both parties are for a second. Then think about how shitty RFK Jr. was doing. Shouldn't this be one of the best years for a third party?
Yeah.
But no one's competent. But when everyone's
what do you mean? The Jill Stein ticket is gonna sweep.
Yeah.
She will. If you vote for her, she will win, Felix.
I am, as a person, I like Jill Stein. There's something like reassuring about her. She reminds me of like one of my mom's friends who's like, I just found this new toothpaste without fluoride. It's great. It makes your fucking gums bleed, but she's so nice. You're like, oh, I love it. It's great.
Yeah. Oh, people do legitimately think, because I think they saw the CARE study of like Arab voters, seeing that like 60% of the Michigan Arab voters will vote for Jill Stein, and they're like, oh no, she's gonna win Michigan.
Yeah. I mean, and like I don't fucking blame them at all, or anyone who votes for Jill Stein for that matter. Like I get it, even though I think like just like the model of the Green Party, and I have thought this for the longest time, is kind of like, it doesn't seem like they want to get anywhere. I mean, what party do you know of where they're only really active in presidential elections and it goes anywhere? You know what I mean?
Green Party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I'm not even voting, so I don't want to scold anyone. I think like the best reason to vote is because it will be fun for you. If you have fun voting for Jill Stein, you gotta get your smiles.
I have to reiterate over and over again. It's like, listen, vote for whoever you want. I would not ever advocate to vote for Trump, for sure. But vote for whoever you want. but if you come in here and you're like, oh, if you vote for this person, they will win. Or if you come in here and you fucking say stuff like, oh, this is truly going to be a game changer, like, you're wrong. If you think the Democrats are going to learn their lesson if you like punish them, quote unquote, and they lose, you're wrong. It didn't happen in 2016. It's not going to happen. Okay. They will, even if the Dems lose from this point on, even though this is their race to win, because the Republicans are throwing extra hard, even if every single person in this community was like going out and door knocking for Kamala Harris, it's not going to move the needle. The Democratic Party at the top has to make these changes. Okay. And it will be entirely their fault once again if they lose, right? Having said that, win or lose, they're going to blame you anyway.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know. They're going to blame you.
Yeah. Look.
Which is why I'm Biden or busting.
No, he's the only guy who's ever beaten Trump. Does no one realize that?
Yeah.
He's the only guy that's done it. He was the first white man to call out Trump's racism, too, if people remember.
Yeah, dude, yeah. He invented it. He invented the narrative that Trump is racist.
I was the first white boy who did it, period. I love that. He did that. Like,
he's the GOAT.
He had the best, like, 2 days ever.
Yeah.
Or 2 weeks. Because on January 6th, he made that emergency speech where he said President Trump, that people are trying to gaslight me about. They're saying he didn't say it. Okay, if he didn't say it, how come I've been saying President Trump for like 3 years now and enjoying myself saying it? Second of all, after President Trump, which may or may not have happened, he got on a call with like I think it was the NAACP, right?
Wait, are you talking about when he yelled at them?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the NAACP.
And he was like, he was like, I
think.
They were like, yeah, we hear like, okay, so like you won and like you know, we helped do organize like door knocking and shit. Here's like some of the things we want. And he was like, shut the fuck up. I was the first white guy who did it. Period.
Yeah. Well, I'm voting for Joe Biden because I'm an AUKUS voter.
Yeah.
You know, I think he has been resilient in protecting our interests in the South China Sea. I'm an AUKUS voter. We exist.
Yeah.
NATO means a lot to me, and he did NATO. He's the first guy to invent NATO.
No one did NATO before him. And like AUKUS, do you realize that Australia and New Zealand were like closed societies before Biden? He's like Nixon, and he was the only guy who could have opened it.
He's like that American general that came in with cannons to Japan. And forcibly opened Australia.
Yeah, Matthew Perry from Friends. Commodore actor Matthew Perry.
Yeah, he went in there and it was like, you need to open up your ports. You're going to do trade whether you like it or not, Jack.
They were walled cities until Biden. Like, people don't know this. Like, now people talk about like Australian accents and New Zealand accents. In the last 3 years, this is their first time learning English.
Yeah,
we spent 3 years.
That's why they have a weird accent.
English.
That's why they have a weird accent.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
We actually like Boy, they came here as part of a program.
Yeah,
like to this stream.
Yeah,
again, like me and Hasan were paid billions by the State Department.
Yeah,
to talk to them and teach them English.
Yeah, and we failed, but it's okay.
We did a terrible job.
Yeah, they barely do it. They can barely do it, but it's fine. But we successfully stopped them from being a protectorate of China.
Yeah, and isn't that kind of what matters?
Yeah,
like,
that's what I'm voting. That's why I'm voting for him. And the only reason why I briefly thought about voting for Trump is because Viktor Orban likes him. A thing that he keeps repeating.
Oh my God! Why did he do that?
It's like he says it so much, and I think it's really funny. And it goes back to that same fucking thing that I'm talking about, like where he's just like so hopped up on his own farts, where like this benefits no one except for Viktor Orban. Okay, when you, as the former president of the United States of America, say, you know who likes me? Viktor Orban. You are not moving the needle in any direction for your fucking for your fans who probably think he's like, I don't know,
Dracula's nephew.
Yeah, like they have no idea what the fuck that is. It sounds like a fictional character.
Do you remember the scary ghost from the painting in Ghostbusters?
Yeah.
He endorsed me. No one knows what you're talking about. Even if they do know, it's like, oh my God, the guy from a country of like 3 million people that exists off of EU runoff.
That's his dude. That's literally his fucking I did NATO moment. Like That's like, even Biden wasn't like, the leader of Estonia likes me a lot. I feel like, what are you saying?
It is so good. Remember when Biden would go, I was the guy who got Finland and Sweden in. It's even like worse than, oh, that's what I wanted to say. I was talking with my family about this last night, and they were delighted because no one expected for Trump to do this bad. And my brother was saying that, Biden is still the gold standard for fucking up, right?
Yeah.
Because, he had to leave. I think, who really knows at the end of the day, there are no counterfactuals, but like, we all probably think that he would have lost badly and lost the popular vote if he had gone to the general. But I think that I think he's right, and I think people are right that's Biden still fucked up worse, obviously. But in some ways, the Trump thing is worse than the Biden fuck up, because with Biden there were diminishing returns, because this was clearly a senile man who was saying gibberish and didn't know where he was, and there are diminishing returns on like beating up on a confused like Mr. Magoo character. Even though Biden is a piece of shit and deserves this 1,000 times over, the average person sees a confused old guy wandering around, and eventually they're going to think, okay, stop beating up on this guy. We get it. He's gone. With Trump, you don't have the same excuse of him being so visibly shambolic and collapsing and falling apart at the seams. There's no excuse, and so there's no ceiling of sympathy or floor for how bad it can get.
Yeah. Also, yeah, to reinforce your point, he got shot.
Yeah.
And people were like, no, that was awesome. Or we're like, oh, I'm kind of sad because he didn't die.
No one gives a shit. No, and
his fans don't care.
No one cares. No one cares. And the only people that bring it up are Aiden Ross and Elon.
Yeah.
And he hates it when that happens.
Yeah.
He hates it. It's like I don't think this could have gone worse for him.
Yeah.
I really don't.
It's really, it's really bad. Speaking of which, the Republican Party has gone woke. Laura Loomer, who was on the fucking plane with Donald Trump before the debate.
God.
To talk about like shitty instincts. Like, imagine having a person who like lost in that random fucking congressional race that she ran on in Florida, who is like most notable for being banned from every application. Like literally every application in the App Store, Laura Loomer's been banned from. Like she's she can't even use the weather app. Okay,
yeah, if she tried to like pick up a free AC unit on Craigslist, the police would arrest her. They'd be like, "Oh yeah, you got banned from this one too."
Yeah.
She my favorite Laura Loomer thing, her star-making moment. I did not know this until recently. She started an ISIS fan club at college to like prove that liberals would join an ISIS fan club. And then no one joined, but she got banned from college for starting an ISIS club.
Oh my God, I heard about this.
I love her. I think she's awesome. Like, I don't love her to the point where like I would interact with her. I think she's too weird. I think if you talk to someone like that, you get the stink of insanity on them. She replied to me, and I like shot my computer and I kicked it out my window, and it fell on a purebred dog and killed it. I love her conceptually.
Yeah, she also famously chained herself to Twitter headquarters back when Twitter was gay.
Yes,
for banning her.
Yes,
another application that she was banned from.
Banned from? Do you know anyone who's? They didn't like bite a driver or something, but they're banned from Uber. Think about like you post and you're banned from Uber.
And Postmates.
Ow.
It's crazy. She but what's whack about it is that she's such a target rich environment. And the media keeps only bringing up the fact that she said 9/11 was an inside job. That's like the only good thing she's done. Like, shut the fuck up. Don't make her seem normal and cool. Just show all the other shit. There's so much free. Just show a photo of her face. That's it. That's all you need to do. You literally just need to show a photo of her face to be like, this is who Trump is hanging out with, which I made this point yesterday. Okay. We know Trump might asexual, aromantic queen, my zesty king, okay, he likes to have like hot women around in a way to like not even in like a sexual desire. It's just about power for him. Like I have this whole attitude about it. Like I think he just he only like has sex to enforce power.
Yeah, and to like tell other men about it.
Yeah, and to tell other people about it. And he likes to have like hot women around, like you know, Alina Habba or Hope Hicks. Yeah,
Hope Hicks, the most beautiful woman ever in politics.
And considering how hideous Laura Loomer is, he must have her around because he thinks she has good ideas.
Yeah,
which makes it so much funnier.
It's like you know what's crazy is like everyone, there's like a fan for everyone, you know? Like there are people who are like Jacob Wohl fans, you know?
That's crazy.
Not a lot, but there were a few. I miss him. I was just thinking about him the other day. But my point is like the most unappealing person you can think of. There's at least like 10 people who are like, yeah, I'll fucking ride or die for this guy. I'll be in their fucking Discord. I love them. I've only seen like one guy ever like do that for Laura Loomer. I've only seen one organic Laura Loomer fan, and I'm pretty sure he's dead now. I'm pretty sure he's dead.
I've never seen a Laura Loomer fan, thank God.
It was like the one organic fan of hers I ever saw, and this is like what her natural fan base should be. It's like 73-year-olds in Florida who were like members of the Irgun, who like someone who personally blew up the King David Hotel, and now they like live in Florida and they have blood diseases, and they're like, you're one kick-ass badass Jewish lady, like the ones that I knew when I was doing the Holocaust in Israel in 1949. And those are her natural fans, and they all died from COVID.
Well, one of them is still the hype guy for the Israeli military.
Yeah,
they just like roll him around like Jimmy Carter to be like, kill all the Arabs.
That fucking prophet from Halo that they trot out, who's like, we killed the preschoolers. what
Wait, I think he might have died actually. Maybe
he did.
That's the last Laura Loomer fan. He's dead now. He's dead.
I hope he has recurring payments set up just for her sake. Do you ever think about like someone like Laura Loomer? How do they like pay rent? You know what I mean? Like I get anxiety about that.
I don't understand it. That's how I feel about like when you watch like a reality TV show and then there's this guy, like you'll watch like 90 Day Fiance or something, and this guy like has a house, and you're like, how did you buy this house?
Yeah.
Like you're such a fucking loser. How are you capable of having a home? Like it makes no sense. That's how I feel about those right-wing guys, where they're like Michael the Black Man.
Yes, yeah.
Like what does he do? He just runs a website that looks insane. That looks like it's a website that was last updated in like 1994.
Yeah, I have the same thought where it's like every month this guy has to like, you know, pay a company or an individual landlord. How does he scrounge up like a couple, you know, depending on where they live, even a few $100s? Because I don't believe these people can do it. Like these are people where it's like, wait, for $1 million, could they use the oven in my apartment?
Yeah.
No, I think they would blow up the building and kill everyone, and I would feel bad.
What is this?
What's she saying? I can't understand her. What? What's she? How about a damn 12 and a half, 15, 7 and a half, $20, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 30. Hit $30 down here, 2 and a half, 5, 35.
What the fuck is going on?
She's protesting Foghorn Leghorn.
Yeah,
7 and a half, 40. Hit $40, 2 and a half, 5, 45, 7 and a half, 50. That's $50 down here, 2 and a half.
Officer, will you escort this young lady out, please?
Hit 2 and a half now, 5, 65, 7 and a half, 70. Up 2 and a half now, 5, 75, 7 and a half.
Who's speaking?
Show me the guy doing this.
75, 400. Hit but a 4, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. We're selling the cell phone there, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Hit 4 and a half, 475, 500.
Congressperson was a former auctioneer. I mean, that's also cringe, in my opinion. Like, anyway, whatever. The Congress member was trying to drown her out.
What was this one about? Like, what was she?
Shadow banning. for sure.
Yeah, that was her number one issue.
That's like, that was the big thing for Republicans for so long. Like, they were just like, oh, all of the social media hates us.
They had hearings about it.
Yeah. God, I fucking hate, oh my God, I hate all this shit. At the time when they were complaining about Facebook, and that resentment still exists among the Republican Party, which is so weird because like Facebook is the #1 like Republican hangout.
Facebook is the best thing that's ever happened to them.
But what is really interesting about it is that at the time, I remember like they had like a board of moderation, and like out of the 5 people that were responsible for moderation, like 3 of them were directly from the Heritage Foundation.
Yeah.
So Facebook had never at any given point like curbed back on like insane right-wing conspiracies, but they just kept repeating over and over again that it's like a liberal woke shithole. Anyway, Laura Loomer says, if Kamala Harris wins, the White House will smell like curry and White House speeches will be facilitated via a call center, and the American people will only be able to convey their feedback through a customer satisfaction survey at the end of the call that nobody will understand.
You know the thing about
whopping 1.3 thousand likes.
That's terrible. That's shit.
On today's like Nazi ass Twitter, that especially because you're shitting on like Indian people.
Yeah,
I feel like you could be like India sucks and you would get like at least 10K.
Yeah, people are so fucking like mean to Indians now. And first of all, I always hate it when I see like the meanest thing about Indians, and then I look at the person who's saying it, I go to their profile, and it's like they're from Latvia. What right do you have?
Yeah.
What right do you have, pal? India made some pretty cool supersonic cruise missiles. I couldn't do that.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, the thing is, people from Latvia and Estonia literally, because like any number of those like NATO nations, they unironically think they're America.
Yeah.
Like they love that shit. They're like, dude, oh, I don't get it. Like excuse me, you're talking to you're talking to the last line of defense against Russian invasion. Okay.
AKA, if anything actually went down, the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah.
Like they are, the purpose of those countries in NATO is like all 3 million of you are going to die so we can launch a fucking, what's the multiple reentry vehicle, IRBM, whatever that one's called.
They literally are the buffer countries until like America's not moving until fucking East Germany is in question. Okay.
Yeah.
You guys are the buffer zones. It's for them to like gear up their fucking weapons and get ready to defend an actual country that they care about, like Germany. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, and it's so funny that they just like think, oh, well, we're a NATO nation. So, you know, we're a part of the, you know, American empire. We're doing American empire shit. And it's like, no, you're just being mentioned like Viktor Orban.
Yeah, they're like, the way they talk about it, they're like, when are we going to ride on Russia? And it's like, you are not going to be around for the victory party or the negotiation. Whatever happens, if that happens, whatever happens, you are not going to be around to see the aftermath. I hate to break it to you.
Yeah, nope, it's not happening. But every dude that like every twink with like fucking you know, NAFO in their bio from Estonia or Latvia loves talking like Adolf Hitler, but also simultaneously loves LARPing like they're living in, you know, Northern Virginia or some shit.
You know what I fucking hate the most is when those guys like that the guy who runs the #1 news source in Poland, whatever that account is called.
Visegrad.
Yeah. They're all super Zionists now. And they're like, Palestinians actually have a history of supporting the Third Reich. And it's like, even if that was true, who the fuck are you to say that?
Yeah. You still support it.
Yeah.
Like you support it every day. You support it all the time. And then in between, you support the new version of it in Israel. And then you go back to supporting the old version of it that's like also anti-Semitic.
Yeah. I legitimately, I do think it is like unfair to like and wrong to like say that like the average Ukrainian is a fucking Nazi. It's not true. But like for like Latvia, yes. Lithuania, yes. That is true.
All right, bro. What? Marjorie Taylor Greene got woke. You see this?
Oh, yeah. Rhino.
Yeah, this is appalling and extremely racist. It does not represent who we are as Republicans or MAGA. This does not represent President Trump. This type of behavior should not be tolerated ever. Laura Loomer should take this down. And honestly, I think it's because like there's a slot for one hideous woman in the Trump campaign, and Marjorie's like, first it was Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and then I thought after she went on Ozempic and became governor, it would be me. But now Donald Trump is bringing Laura Loomer as the ugly woman in his corner. It should be me. I fucked Kevin McCarthy.
Kevin McCarthy cannot stop fucking these Congress ladies, by the way. He's a madman. Laura Loomer, like going back to her like hideous post that she just made, I think that like it's getting condemned in part because it doesn't make any fucking sense. It's like a classic example of like too mad to tell a joke. What do you mean that the speeches would get outsourced to call centers? How does that work? Do 300 million Americans call the call center and they get an individual
she's like,
speech?
haha, like get it, Indians, they do call center.
There's just, I would never do this unless I was paid like a few $100s. But if I had to write a joke for a racist person, it would be so much better than that. It would make way more sense than that.
Republicans fear Laura Loomer is influencing Donald Trump. Yeah, Jigsaw.
God, she looks.
She's got him in her trap,
dude.
A whimsical contraption.
She was supposed to marry like a sort of ugly orthodontist and have a happy life where she like raises money to send you know, I guess body armor to the IDF. But instead she got the craziest surgeries ever, and she's doomed to like make the Trump campaign more incompetent. That's her main job. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Like, what the fuck?
I mean, it's not like she was, you know, great looking before, but like now she just
She
does
looks like
not.
a normal person.
Yeah. Community note: the puppet from Saw is called Billy and not Jigsaw. Okay.
All right.
Community.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
What the Sigma?
I hate community notes.
Me
Whoever
too.
put a community note on the Vladimir Putin oldest vault thing, fuck you.
Wait, they did, but that's the truth.
That's how you know community notes are compromised.
Yeah. No, that's really fucked up.
Yeah.
Actually.
Fuck whoever did that.
Okay, so let's do Haitians eating pets from the reincarnated Adolf Hitler.
Tyler, there are a lot of like face tattoo guys in this video as the protagonists.
Yeah.
You sorry saying
there was Haitians in a white van driving around the
like why would you start with that guy as like
and then AI art of a fucking black dude with a bunch of cats.
That's something I've noticed about really bad YouTube channels lately. No one has taken to AI like shitty YouTube channels.
Dude, I don't know what it is. Like I think there's something in the minds of conservatives that like AI art really appeals to. Because I never see AI art like conservative shit online.
You know what I hate about it is like there used to be a charm to watching like 62-year-olds trying to use Photoshop and like fucking it up really bad. Like one of my favorite things to do used to be like to go on Free Republic and look at like in 2011 like a Korean War veteran trying to Photoshop Obama eating a dog. But it's like, it's all fucked up. The gradients are all wrong. One of Obama's hands is white. One of it's like Latino. It's just, the aspect ratio is all fucked up. But there was like a real charm and like a homemade aspect to it that I loved. But now it's all this like fucking antiseptic, horrible, soulless AI bullshit.
I know.
And it's taking the fun out.
It sucks. I mean, I guess it's still funny because they believe it. Also, yes, I heard Kendrick Lamar dropped another fucking Drake diss track. We're not going to do that right now. We are, however, going to run the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, for the record.
My white hip-hop podcast, the Massachusetts Institute for Technology, will be analyzing the Drake-Kendrick beef in a special 9-hour episode tomorrow.
Is mid and boring anyway? Okay, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Let's get back to the real issues that pertain to American society.
The real Kendrick Lamar, Tyler Oliveira.
Yeah.
the neighborhoods collecting cats, skinning them and eating them.
In my opinion, they're worthless. Bunch of worthless fucking saints.
They're getting thousands of dollars in government assistance, even the cash assistance cards. They're calling them the magic money cards because they never run out.
Man, they're nothing but a headache. All they're doing is raising our rent and our taxes and...
Like, you found some of the best individuals in Ohio. I don't know, like, I don't want to do the classic, like, this is just Ohio memes, but like this feels like when Associated Press would like take photos of people in Ukraine, like soldiers in Ukraine, and every single one of them had swastikas. Like there's, I'm sure there's a normal guy at the parking lot. Like,
yeah. Well, like I in this town, I'm sure there are a ton of normal people, but the normal people won't like go on there and say like, oh, a fucking Haitian immigrant actually took my house. They won't just say like insane bullshit. They won't like just say a racial slur within 30 seconds of talking to Tyler Oliveira, so they don't make it into the video.
Yeah,
so, you just like he's the first guy who gets like an actual segment in the video because we're just in the intro. Is like a guy who just fucking straight up yells a slur at his neighbor, and it's like that's the most sympathetic guy you could find.
His fucking no, not even neighbor. The Amazon delivery driver.
Oh my god.
He just like randomly sees a black Amazon delivery driver and just starts yelling sand, you know, at the dude.
Wrecking vehicles.
Everybody wants to make this into a race issue. It's not a race issue. It's culture, it's accountability, and it's respect.
Oh, she's the woke racist.
Yeah.
They found the woke one. the wokest woman in Ohio. It's just a culture issue. Their culture is eating cats.
She is such an interesting. She's like, if you made Laura Dern Ohioan, you know. Yeah, it's a little.
Since June, they took me off of. I'm a vet. They took me off of the disability.
You're a veteran, and you're competing with some of the resources they're getting. You just came in here.
Yeah.
I need some solutions. I'm losing my mind.
This is Springfield, Ohio. What was once a small town in Ohio, home to roughly 60,000 working-class Americans, until 20,000 plus Haitian immigrants flooded into town with rumors of them eating the neighbors' cats and local geese.
What did you do? Why'd you kill the cat? Did you eat that cat?
This is not even like, oh my god, I hate this fucking piece of shit so much. This is a random black lady in Canton, Ohio, okay? What the fuck? We are literally doing European style racism now. Like, we didn't pick up on any of the things on accident. We didn't pick up on the fucking healthcare, not even a crumb of like a welfare state or anything like that. Just Euro-fascist, anti-immigrant racism.
No bullet train even between LA and Las Vegas.
Yeah.
But we get the soccer hooligan racism party.
Yeah, oh, Jesus Christ.
We don't even have a parliamentary system. This sucks.
Oh my god.
Did you eat it? How would you kill it?
They're eating the...
Like, that's crazy. Like, he just straight up is like, there are just like random black people that you just put together to be like, these are all Haitian migrants that are doing all of these things. I don't know how, like, this is demanding a pogrom. They want to do the same shit like the anti-Muslim pogroms that took place in the UK. They want that in America. Luckily, our fucking fascists are too fat and too self-involved and too swept away by football season starting to do anything like that. We don't have the organizational capabilities of the fucking EDL even. Thank God.
All their fantasies of pogroms are like the Hells Angels doing it.
Yeah.
Dogs, the people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
And causing car accidents left and right, and driving locals out of their homes by paying above-market rental prices with welfare subsidized by the American taxpayer. Are these Haitians eating cats? How did they travel 2,000 plus miles from Haiti all the way to Ohio? And
why does YouTube allow this? 18 hours, 1.5 million views. Like, YouTube is just straight up, like, how is this? I mean, this is like Stefan Molyneux shit. You remember, like, in the fucking Gamergate era, when like you had out and about like prominent white nationalists with like millions of fucking views being like, yeah, actually, like the average IQ of the black person is nowhere near as high as like the average IQ of the white person, and that's why we should do the Holocaust.
Yeah,
like.
Oliveira is so fascinating to me though, because it's like he happened upon this like general purview, not by any like genuine belief, but just because like he wants to be Mr. Beast, and this is like the most responsive audience he can find. Like a truly cynical person. But like, just what a fucking strange route to Mr. Beastdom.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he did go from Mr. Beast shit to like just the most pure, unadulterated white supremacist documentaries under the guise of like making a documentary.
The locals and their new Haitian neighbors get along. I pulled up to Springfield myself to see if this was real or overblown fake news.
A lot of this is alleged because I truly don't know what's going on, and neither does Twitter. Twitter is relying off of a few images and a few Reddit threads, and there are rumors that Haitians are taking neighbors' cats and eating them. Are you from Haiti by chance? Yeah. Does everyone get along here in Springfield?
Yes.
Good?
Good. Motherfuckers are worthless. Bunch of worthless sand.
Yeah. When did the Haitian neighbors come and move here?
He cut out the full interview that he posted on Twitter where he's like literally laughing alongside this guy.
Yeah.
Okay. He was like, oh, this is so funny. Like, you're a fucking piece of shit.
I'm going to say probably 5 months ago.
Okay. I spoke to a few of them in French.
They're everywhere. They're up there. Don't wave at me, you sorry saying. I tell them like it is. Fuck, man. I don't like them. I don't like them, and I want them to know I don't like them. Pack up and move back to Haitieville, where the fuck you're from.
Why did you come here to Springfield?
Springfield pour me venir travailler, me chercher la vie meilleure. Moi c'est haïtien.
Okay.
Raison ça que me Springfield.
Okay. Do you plan on living here for much longer?
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard there were rumors of Haitians eating the neighbors' cats and a Canadian goose. Is that true or completely false?
No.
Okay. Okay.
This whole thing about like the goose, I mean, that was not even a fucking Haitian in the first place. It reminds me, it makes me feel like Ralph Cifaretto talking to Tony Soprano. A horse? You eat beef and pork by the fucking truckload.
Yeah.
People who eat the most disgusting, like factory farmed, abused animals on earth. Oh my God, an innocent goose? Yeah. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's also fucking like conservatives that are saying this. It's like, don't you guys go duck hunting? Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't understand. Like, so if it was a white dude wearing like a tactical hunting vest, you'd be like, oh, this is real America. But the moment it's like some fucking rando black dude, you're like, oh, then, you know, this is weird and fucked up.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like stupid to even fucking like entertain this, right? Because it's just, they're using like these instances of people who like are not even fucking Haitians, like these isolated incidents to paint a broad picture. But like when it comes down to it, what is the fucking difference between a goose, eating a goose, or a cow, or a fucking chicken, or anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pas quoi ça tout. Peut-être mon qui doit avoir un problème d'éducation qui fait le faire ça même pas quoi. C'est vraiment difficile.
Yeah, exactly. All these people are vegan.
We've lost a whole bunch of cats. There
like
was a van pulled over that had over 100 cats in it with the Haitians. They said they was eating them.
Dude.
What the fuck is it?
Where does he find these fucking meth heads, dude? I mean, Ohio, I guess. There's just...
Is he putting like copper wiring under a box and trapping them? I'll let you go when you fucking say you saw a guy taking cats.
Actually?
Yeah.
Not fake news.
Not fake news.
So a van was collecting cats and eating them.
I watched it happen, yeah. Watched them get pulled over with the cats and admit to the police that they was eating them.
You're not joshing with me.
No, I'm almost 50 years old, buddy. No.
You don't mess around.
No.
Twitter is saying the Haitians are...
Yeah, that seems like a reliable orator.
Yeah. So you say he heard everything they said to the cops, presumably.
Yeah, he was in the van. He was in the van. He was also being kidnapped for being white.
Yeah, he was... They cook the cats and eat them and use whites like basil leaves. They don't actually eat them. They're just for flavoring.
Yeah, they make you dip your hand in there for a little bit.
Yeah.
Just to swap out the taste a little bit. This take, new form of citizen journalism where the guy tells you he saw Bigfoot and you're like, okay, you're not Joshua me, right? No, that's literally what's going on.
Yeah.
Like think about the dumbest person you know, okay? Like think about some of the fun things that he says that you and your group of friends sometimes will be like, haha, that's really funny. Did you hear what Dave said? You know? That guy is talking to a fucking YouTuber, and 1.5 million people are like, that's right, it corresponds to what I believe.
I love his credential. It's like, are you lying to me? I'm 50 years old. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, there are no 50-year-olds who just tell outrageous lies for no reason.
Yeah.
He's too
Start
mature.
eating cats and can't drive. Is that true? True or no?
No.
No? Okay.
I believe it. Like, I've heard rumors about them taking the geese and killing them and eating them, so I try to stay clear away. Because I've even heard about them eating the eggs over there, so I'm like, okay, that's kind of disturbing. Not.
There he is. This is your guy right here?
Yes.
Okay.
So far, so good. I haven't had no issues, but they kind of know us.
And are they chill?
They're alright, I guess. I don't pay no mind to them.
You know, and they're everywhere. They take our fucking apartments. The landlords make the people move out so they can rent to the Haitians to get more money. You know, it's bullshit. You know, you go to the grocery store, there's no fucking groceries because, you know, they give them $3,000 a fucking month plus food stamps. I'm an American.
Yeah.
Just like you.
Yeah.
And these motherfuckers come from Haitianville, wherever the fuck they're from, and they get everything. They get medical care paid and everything. You know, it's bull.
Where are they getting the money?
The government. They said it's a fucking program for them to...
For, like, migrants, like asylum seekers?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they're like roaches, man.
Yeah, I get along with them as long as they don't go pulling their crazy machetes when they're out mowing their grass with it.
Have they brought out machetes?
Oh, yeah. That's how they trim their yard.
Actually?
Yeah. It surprised me they let them all in, but I think...
I love his follow-up questions. Actually?
Well,
wow.
there you have it. Why? Okay. If like
riveting reporting,
if just some like guy who spends all day staring at one side of the sidewalk and then the sun goes down and he's like, time to look at the other side of the sidewalk. That's his job.
Yeah.
If that guy, you can go, okay, it's happening because the sidewalk guy said it's happening, and I said, is it really happening? And he said, yep. Then like when you ask like a Haitian guy, are you eating cats? And he goes, no. Well, don't those cancel each other out? There's the same like rigor of reporting on both of them.
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't those two things just like cancel each other out completely?
The best counter argument to an anecdote is just like another dumb guy who just says no, that's not happening. Yeah, I mean, this is like the broader anger that I have for the likes of New York Times and shit, completely dropping the ball. Deliberately, as they are designed to do so when talking about issues that pertain to American foreign policy, is that like there's also more people making the valid argument that they're doing misinformation, and that there is like less trust in these mainstream institutions, when like, you know, these guys are somehow even lowering the bar further than you know the New York Times does. And this is going to be all that we have in terms of like reliable reporting or trusted, verifiable reporting at the end of the day in a couple fucking years. And that shit pisses me off.
Well, if David Moore.
Yeah. Luckily we have David Muir.
The newsman from the movies.
I think that if they're going to come in, they should be legal and not illegal. And I don't see why they're giving them all this money and everything like that when our people are the ones suffering for all this, for them coming in. I'm getting ready to be homeless. They're getting ready to sell my house because of the Haitians.
Do you think a Haitian will move in?
Yeah, they're coming Wednesday to look at it.
Actually?
Yeah. And when they buy this house, we'll both be out here on the streets. We ain't got nowhere to go. We're on fixed income.
Are Haitians paying rent? Are they paying their bills? Are they being paid to live here?
They're being paid to live here. I don't see why they'd have to pay rent if they're being paid to be here.
Who's paying them?
The government. Okay. And that's our biggest issue too, is they're taking our school.
The thing I think is interesting, I've seen a lot of Tyler Oliveira videos. I saw the video he did about like the Lee County, I think it was, sheriff in Florida, like the really, you know, tough on crime sheriff that has like a $250 million budget. And like from time to time, he will like do a follow up in the laziest possible way, in the way that like an actual documentarian would have to do. Like for the Lee County video, the sheriff says we were, you know, the third most dangerous or sixth most dangerous place in America, and now we're the third safest city. We're the third safest county. And Oliveira goes, I tried to look it up, but I couldn't figure it out, which could mean anything. I take it to mean that he like Googled safest county in America and gave up after like 10 seconds. But for like cases like this, where it's like a guy is saying, oh, they're giving them $3,000 a month, even like, you know, a James O'Keefe guy would try to find like a public-private program or like one instance of that maybe half happening or something concrete where you could kind of pin it to something and go, okay, there's at least enough here where you can reasonably lie about this in a way that like a very slanted documentary does. Oliveira just like never really does that, except when he goes, I tried to look this up and I couldn't figure it out, so who knows?
Honestly, I think that he is a more dangerous operative than James O'Keefe, though, because what he lacks in like at least trying to present it as like verifiable evidence, he makes up for by like his content brain.
Yeah.
Like there's a reason why he's talking to the most racist crackheads you've ever seen, because that shit also like it plays well in TikToks.
Right.
You know what I mean? People, there's like a shock value to it. So he knows what the fuck he's doing in that regard. So I think he's probably more damaging than like an operative such as James O'Keefe, who was very impactful. I mean, he took down Acorn, right? Like,
yeah. I would say like on the net, he is more damaging because like at the end of the day, like, and O'Keefe makes videos for people who are already like voting a certain way, thinking a certain way.
Yeah, this guy goes for a much broader market.
Right. This is the type of thing that could make like the dumbest high schooler you could think of, like run over a guy who he thinks is an immigrant. Like that is sort of the end goal of this stuff. Well, the end goal for Oliveira, of course, is just, you know, clicks and money. But the result of it is that it's like it reaches like the most susceptible and dumbest people and like, you know, causes them to freak out and go into a grocery store with a fucking gun.
School's over and they're running the Americans out of our own countries, it feels like.
This country has gone to hell. 12 motherfuckers that live there, and there's another 7 or 8 lives right here in this corner house.
It's just like a streamer talking about things. Yes, you're right. You're right. No, we're worse. We're worse because we're not doing real on the ground reporting like Tyler is doing.
I'm actually in this video. I say some pretty bad things.
On that door, yeah.
And 4 of them just moved in here. They ain't in there.
Do you think you'll sell the house to a Haitian family one day?
Hell no. I wouldn't give them motherfuckers the sweat off my balls if they was dying of thirst. I'm for real, man. I
get it.
I am sick of them.
He's
I don't
like,
give
I'm fucking racist. Yeah. How many more different ways can I tell you how racist I am?
Put a Haitian in every house. I'll be the only white person here.
Twitter is saying that Haitians are kidnapping the neighbors' cats and eating them. Is that true or false? I gotta ask the hard questions here.
You take her out, bro. You know, the thing that also doesn't make sense, obviously a lot of shit doesn't make sense, but the thing that also doesn't especially make sense is like, if the Haitians are eating all the groceries and getting $3,000 a month from the government, why the fuck would they steal your cats, dog? Like, why would they steal your cats to eat? Like, what's going on there? Like, even in like the logical conundrum that they've built for themselves, like it still doesn't make sense. And it's just, I guess, like they just have what? They specifically love cats. Is that what it is? Like they're balling. They're balling on welfare.
I have seen the line against like guys who are more like into the movement, into the European style right wing movement than Oliveira, say that it's like a Santeria.
Oh,
thing,
like
you know?
voodoo type shit.
Yeah,
okay, yeah. Ritualistic sacrifice. Oh my God. Okay.
No. Why is everyone coming here?
Haïtien vini c'est pour travail, mais manger chat, non. Parce que non pas manger chat, non chat non. Si nous besoin viande, manger viande, aller dans Walmart, nous acheter, mais manger chat haïtien pas manger chat.
Okay. Why did you leave Haiti?
Moi t'ai quitté Haïti parce que dans moment pays ti on ti gens gain problème politique, te gain des autres qui passé, so de juste essayer quitter jusqu'à ce que ça arranger pour me retourner dans pays.
Barbecue? Civil War? Like
moi pas connais rien de monde seulement juste un problème mais c'est déplacer, même pas connais aucun nom de personne soit qui fait ça.
Okay, so just family and friends told him to come here to Springfield? Could you ask him that?
Yeah, his friend.
I see. Okay. Merci.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. She clarified I don't need cat.
See how that trash can is right there?
Right there. Yep.
Okay, every Haitian house you go around, it's honestly filled to the brim. There's trash that leaks out onto the corner everywhere, but we're expected to live clean environment. And then on top of that, with the rise of immigrants.
Bitch, your trash can is filled to the brim. What the fuck?
Can is right there?
Right there.
Ain't no fucking way, dude. Dog, this is, oh my God, bro. That's literally, that, yo, there is no better demonstration of like people just being like obviously fucking racist than the fact that she's just like, that trash can right there is, when Haitians fill it to the brim, it's bad. But when mine is filled to the brim as well, but that's good because it's white trash.
Yeah, it's all like it's all these people who like.
Also, the fucking trash can isn't even like that bad. Even if it's hers or the Haitians, like this is like normal. Okay, what the fuck do you mean?
Yeah, it's just like all these people like just saying that they're doing the things they're doing. Yeah. Oh, I bet they go to abandoned houses and take out the copper wiring.
Yeah. Yeah, they got scary face tattoos. I don't know what's going on with that. And it's like the dude is tatted up himself.
Yeah. Oh, I wonder what they're doing. Oh, I bet they're taking a 7-Up can and crinkling it and smoking an OxyContin they found on the ground on it.
Okay, every Haitian house you go around, it's honestly filled to the brim. There's trash that leaks out onto the corner everywhere, but we're expected to live clean environment. And then on top of that, with the rise of immigrants and they get assisted living freely, it makes it harder for people like me or somebody else who doesn't get assisted living to find affordable housing.
Are they driving the housing costs up around here?
Yeah. Like nobody.
Big time?
Yeah, like.
What are we talking?
Okay. Honestly, in my opinion, it'll be a surprise if I don't get kicked out so they can boost up the rate on this place.
How is that the fault of the random fucking Haitian dude, bro? You have a landlord who is going to evict you, but your fucking landlord is white and the Haitians are black. So you're like, you know whose fault this is? The black people, not the landlord. Like, that's the third time in this video we've heard a motherfucker be like, Haitians are coming in and they're driving up the property prices. And it's like, dude, what are you saying? Like, it's your fucking landlord that's making rent more expensive.
Dude, one of them has such like a peasant mindset that he goes, well, the landlords can't even make money unless they charge the Haitians $3,000, which we can't pay. It's like, what? Who told you that? A fucking landlord?
Yeah.
They'll probably fix it.
I see.
Get it where it's looking better and boost the rate up on it. They pay $1,200 a month.
How much money does the government give you per month?
Pero el first step me doy como primera vez te pusieron como 500, segunda 300.
Okay. ¿Cuántos Haitians vive aquí en las 2 años?
No tengo un mensual, pero yo nuevo por ahí.
Okay. ¿De dónde eres?
En Haití.
¿Haití?
Sí.
¿Cuántos meses vive aquí?
Tengo 2 meses.
¿2?
Sí.
Did anyone tell you to come here to Springfield, Ohio?
Sí.
Did a friend tell you to come move here for a job? How did you learn about Springfield?
Yo tengo mi padres por ahí.
Okay.
This dude could have read one article, dude, like the PBS documentary that was done on Springfield, Ohio, about how the town needed labor. There was a surplus. Or, I mean, there was a shortage of labor in the town with all the new jobs that were readily available, and like a couple Haitian people moved in, and then, you know, word spread that there was jobs there. So a bunch of Haitian people were like, "Oh, thank God!"
Yeah,
like, and that's how you build a fucking enclave usually in this situation. Like, people are trying to be protected from the dumb racist hicks that want to kill them. So they're like, "Oh, there's safety and job security here."
Yeah, no, that is generally how like immigration patterns work. And like, was that the same article where they're like, yeah, they're like great employees, they like show up on time,
yeah,
they're not fucking,
yeah, I mean, this is the
smoking oxys in the car.
They also apparently like attend church. They're very religious.
Haitians are incredibly fucking religious. It's like one of the most like Christian populations in the hemisphere.
Yeah, Frank Luntz posted this from the PBS documentary, and Stephen Miller. The fact that our corporations want cheap, pliant foreign labor doesn't mean the rest of us don't get to have a country, Frank. This is a nation. Nations owe their loyalty and allegiance to their own citizens, to their own towns and communities. Dude, you are a Republican, okay? What the fuck are you saying? Like, you are the reason why so many of these places are in a fucking state of disrepair. Like, your administration has only continued along on that agenda. You just don't like black people. That's it. How many unvetted illegals from Haiti are you hosting in your mansion? Would you still support the mass flying program if they were flying into your community? You could volunteer to take them right now. It's just, he's just racist. That's it. Like, that's all it is.
Yeah, I mean, and it's like they're openly acknowledging that like the cat thing and all this other shit is like totally made up. And then it's like, okay, then what's the point of this other than just like purely hating them for being immigrants and for being black?
That's it.
There is none.
Yeah. Yeah, and those motherfuckers speak like 4 languages too. That's the other part where they're like, oh, these are some dumb, uneducated, lazy cat eaters. And it's like, dude, you are literally inbred. You are so inbred. You look like the human version of one of those little fucking teacup poodles that we saw earlier. And you're over here talking about fucking how lesser than these people are. They're speaking fucking 4 goddamn languages. They're working hard. They just want to fucking survive. And you're over here lazy and angry as fuck. Like, shut the fuck up.
It's like all of them are saying that like, oh, they're making the amount goes up every time. They're making $2,000 a month from welfare, $3,000, $4,000. They're paying $4,000 for rent, all subsidized from the government. Which, what is there any fucking public assistance program in America, much less in Ohio, like that? No. You actually talk to the guy, and it's like, well, first it was 500, then it's 300, which is how most food stamp programs in America work. They go
that wasn't
down.
even like direct cash infusion. It was probably like food stamps.
Yeah,
was what I was just talking about.
But no, that never fucking gets addressed.
Yeah, very frustrating. And these guys that have no solutions, like that objectively are using this as an opportunity to fucking make white people who have been fucked over by neoliberalism focus on like Haitian immigrants, their neighbors, instead of like the actual people stealing their fucking money.
The thing is though, like, okay, if like hypothetically, like if Trump was president now and there's this story going on in reverse, there are like mass deportations and like they are broadly incredibly unpopular, as like a lot of things are, like just like we talked about, pull one way, in practice they pull a different way. Oliver would make like a similarly shitty video, but from the other direction.
Oh yeah,
like a badly reported, badly sourced thing where it's like, here's what's going on here with the deportations, because it's just like, I don't know. It's like, you know, people like this exist, but it is disheartening to see someone who like just believes fucking nothing, has no reason to exist on this planet except like metrics. No like pride in any type of workmanship, in any craft, in any artistic value in it. Just pure metrics. Number goes up.
How much is it to rent an apartment here in Springfield? How much do you pay for rent?
Pero todavía yo no pagué, pero yo vivo con mi padre, mensual cada mes 700.
Is anyone eating cats out here?
No.
Okay. Falso. Falso información. Okay. Do you know many other Haitians here?
Yes.
Yeah? Big community?
Yes.
Okay. And why are so many Haitians?
By the way, if you recall, Republicans did this shit with Hazleton, okay, in Pennsylvania, a town that was in a state of disrepair, okay, almost permanently fucking bankrupt, no businesses left, industry left. And then Latin American migrants came in, okay, straight up. And they boosted the goddamn economy. They brought businesses there. They brought life back into the fucking town. And ironically enough, Tucker Carlson was cutting articles exactly like this, going and talking to people in this fucking former ghost town, being like, yeah, there's more work here, but the culture of Hazleton has changed dramatically and I hate it. And it's like, dog, what the fuck are you saying? Some of these people would literally die in their bumfuck town with like 11 people before they allow the town to fucking thrive, because the people that are causing the town to thrive again are fucking brown, dude. That shit pisses me off so much. National Geographic wrote this long, comprehensive Okay, long and comprehensive fucking revival story of Hazleton. Racists looked at that. And were like, they're getting 15Ks as well as EBT and housing, and they're out here raping and killing our children. But yeah, totally. Like, dude, I don't know how to describe this to you. Okay, I don't know how to explain this to you, but you might be one of the dumbest fucking people on the planet. Okay, you have imagined the amount of money that they're getting. You have imagined the amenities that they're getting. These are all bullshit. And then on top of that, you have imagined the crimes that they're supposedly committing. Everything you said is wrong. Like literally every fucking thing you said is wrong. It's psychotic, dude. Oh, motherfucker said they get 15 grand.
Haitians coming here to Springfield in particular.
And they're coming in here to do mass rapes and kill children.
Haïtien vini sit lan, c'est parce que yo di sit lan gen job haïtien depuis li vini la pour travail, ça vient permettre que gen l'autre haïtien qui vini. C'est raison ça qui fait pile haïtien vini pour haïtien.
Okay. Thank you. Also, if you want to support our boots on the ground independent journalism that is not bought and paid for by corporate interests, along with uncensored. How long have you lived here? How much money does the government give you per month?
Non. Avant, oui. Maintenant, non. Non, avant, j'étais con bon pour le moment, non, ma travail.
Ah. Is it true that the Haitians are eating?
I put him on screen because I thought he would respond after this fucking psychotic shit, but he just, I guess, died.
The neighbor's cats.
Oh.
No? Información falso?
Ouais, on va connaître ça.
Okay. Do they not collect the...
Some influencers early on here on Twitch were saying send them back, even they're working hard because we have veterans on the street law. Yeah, those fucking influencers would also spit on those goddamn veterans on the street anyway.
Yeah, they complain about every fucking homeless person they see. They want them killed. They want them deported too, even if they're fucking Americans.
Yeah, I fucking hate these I hate these pieces of shit, dude.
The trash?
To chaque lundi, il ramasse le facteur.
Okay. Why did you leave Haiti?
Non, m'a cherché la vie, m'a pas venu ici à direct. Chercher la vie pour ça, m'a venu ici.
Ah, okay. Merci beaucoup. All right, bye-bye. We got a cat right there, unaffected. He's chilling. Not eating.
It's ridiculous. They can't even take care of the American citizens before they're bringing in waves and waves of immigrants. And then look at it. There's so many people, veterans, mostly white people that are homeless, living on the streets, has nothing to eat. But these people have brand new houses, brand new cars. I'm having a hell of a time finding a job because they want the Haitian. They're getting thousands of dollars in government assistance. I worked retail before I lost my job back in April. When I do transactions, I can see what comes across on certain cards. I'm not trying to be nosy. I don't want to know what you get. But when a Haitian comes through and spends...
This is the nosiest motherfucker on the planet that just said, I'm not trying to be nosy.
Yeah,
Holy fuck.
everyone who says that is involved in fucking 50
Yeah, now we know why she lost her fucking job, by the way, dumbass. What are you? You were snooping through fucking financial transactions at your job? Like, yeah, I'm fucking, of course, gonna lose your goddamn job.
$500 in food stamps and still has $5 grand on their food assistance card.
$5 grand?
$5 grand. Would you like to know what the Haitians are calling the food assistance cards?
Tell me.
Like
Even the cash is...
If you're like a cashier.
Oh, she was a cashier?
Well, I don't know what she was. Like, what was her job? It sounds like she was like a cashier or something, but like, how the fuck, like, how would she know that?
I fucking hate these people so much.
Assistance cards. They're calling them the magic money cards because they never run out. I'm homeless. I'm jobless. I'm sleeping on friends' couches because I can't get government assistance because I come from the wrong country, apparently.
Y'all get along out here or what?
We don't socialize with them that much. Okay. I mean, they walk up and down the street, they do their little thing. That's it, you know. We keep...
Mike, how long you lived out here in Springfield?
Oh, I've lived in Springfield all my life. I'll be 60 in 2 weeks.
When did all the Haitians come in?
About 5 years ago, maybe. Okay. And when they packed, they hit this neighborhood hard.
Why?
Outrageous rent. They went through, they painted them, cleaned them up a little bit, rent them to them, and they pay the rent.
I heard on Twitter that cats are getting kidnapped. Is that true?
Yes, my mom actually seen a post on Facebook. There was Haitians in a white van driving around the neighborhoods.
That's an AI image, bro. Your mom saw an AI image. You guys are so fucking stupid. Holy shit. I saw a post on Facebook. Oh my God. Riveting reporting.
Cat.
For what?
Skinning them and eating them. Snyder Park, our actual park. If a Haitian is caught walking the grounds down there, they can get arrested because they're going down there and they're killing the Canadian geese so they can take them home and eat them.
I wouldn't be surprised though, because we used to have a lot of cats around here. And especially down here at the end of the street, that lady had probably 50 of them. Now she's lucky to have 5. And the geese down at the park, they're declining. So I don't know if they're eating them too. I guess it's supposed to be their natural habitat or something or whatever.
Yeah. Do you think this could come to another American town near you?
This come everywhere, man.
Yeah. Is the future of America?
I hate to say it, but probably so. The Mexicans take it up for the blacks, and the blacks taking it up for the Mexicans is odd.
Interesting.
My country's going down, and I can't wait till Trump gets back in there.
90% of the auto accidents are Haitian involved.
Okay.
And I've almost gotten hit by several of them.
90% of auto accidents are Haitian involved.
This woman was the former chair of the Bureau of Statistics for Ohio.
My mother saw it on Facebook. 90% of auto accidents are Haitian involved. Everybody knows this. No, this is literally like, when I see this shit, I do actually advocate for re-education camps. Like, I don't know. I think, like, we need to put these people on a fucking works program, you know what I mean, immediately. I don't know, start picking up trash on the side of the highway or some shit. You know, you need adequate payment, you need a good job, okay? You need good protections, you need housing, you need forcible education program, okay? You got to go back to school.
What if you did like a Clockwork Orange thing, but it was like you're showing them like lib culture, you're showing them like
No, I don't want them to kill themselves.
No. He doesn't kill himself in Clockwork Orange.
No, but like,
it's like,
but like if they saw fucking that what's that lady who was like, my husband said she loved Kamala's debate speech last night. She's gonna get 2 blowjobs tonight.
That's
like
the lipstick lady. Sarah Cooper.
Sarah Cooper, thank you.
No.
Imagine blasting these people with Sarah Cooper, they'd kill themselves.
Not that. I mean like higher end liberal culture. The Clockwork Orange setup where it's like they have to watch every Noah Baumbach movie, then they have to watch Real Time with Bill Maher, which I think is a reward for everyone.
I would kill myself.
I would love that.
If I was forced to watch Real Time with Bill Maher, I would kill myself.
I would love that. But yeah,
they would develop so much resentment for liberalism, like so much more resentment than they currently carry for liberalism, and it would be warranted.
I don't know. I think this could work. Well, like you put them on like what are the hypnosis drugs?
They should just be forced to watch Sissy Hypno.
Bill Maher, Sissy Hypno.
Yeah.
You're feeling very fertile. Now the only person that's gonna get as fucked is the taxpayer under Republicans.
Because I walk a lot and they're going the wrong way down one-way streets, and they think they own the streets. And when they got chased out, he hit the curb. When they got chased out, she heard one of them say it, and it was actually in English.
Look at them just blasted off. What the fuck?
They've knocked down my grandmother's.
Like what?
What happened?
What? The dude did a fucking U-turn and he like went over the curb. Like what? How is this?
No one did that in this town before the Haitians.
Yeah,
none of these people ever went on the curb.
Look at them just blasted off.
Chased out. She heard one of them say it, and it was actually in English.
Look at them just blasted off. What the fuck?
Oh my god, he's going 21 miles an hour.
Yeah, we caught a black man driving illegal.
Down my grandmother's fence.
Yeah.
That brick wall back there, they've drove into it. They've hit cars around here. I mean, they cannot drive. Whoever's giving them driver's license ought to have theirs taken on.
But look, every time a country moves into another country, talk about we're taking over, that shit leads to war.
100%.
Like when you have the old black dudes.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
That guy's gonna do the war. I can't wait.
That is what war is.
I can't wait for you to fucking do the war, sir.
But look, every time a country moves into another country, talk about we're taking over, that shit leads to war.
Yeah, 100%, dude. That guy. That guy's gonna do the war.
That guy is the professor at the local college.
Like, luckily, these people are so fucking, they're such losers and so goddamn incompetent, they can't even hate crime appropriately.
I love how he's like literally just like describing what a war is. That leads to war. When you take several thousand main battle tanks in your Air Force
and several divisions worth of soldiers, and you go to someone else's country and you start shooting at their army, that leads to war.
Oh my God.
Okay.
He must be against West Bank settlers. Come on, guys. These people have no idea what the fuck Palestine is.
Like when you have
Yeah,
the
East Palestine, Ohio. That's the only Palestine they know. Okay.
old black dude siding with the old white redneck, and they're talking about joining teams, that's when you know everything is going to go downhill, and it's going to go downhill
Keep it
quick.
real. We all know about the neo-Nazis just a couple weeks ago being down. And I ain't saying that it's right and I ain't saying it's wrong. But look, let's think about it. I'm 36 years old, and in 36 years, that's the first time I've ever seen the neo-Nazis rally in our city.
My mom was telling me she was coming home the other night.
He's literally like, yeah, I saw black people and now I kind of agree with the neo-Nazis. Like, that's it. That's all he said here. He's like, I'm 36 years old, okay? And you know why these neo-Nazis are here? Because black people are here, and I kind of agree with them.
I get that, the woke racist. Immigration leads to neo-Nazis. So we have to prevent
Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Well, welcome back,
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the Hillary. He was Hillary's 2008 campaign manager. That guy. He's fallen on hard times.
Remember when Hillary said that about Europe? She was like, hey, you guys have to like capitulate to the fucking far right on their anti-immigrant sentiment because otherwise, like, you know, the Nazis are going to take over. And then they did anyway. They did capitulate. And then the Nazis did take over. So
Yeah.
it's weird. Yeah. I was a lib until I saw a black man.
This really is Hillary 08 vibes.
Yeah.
This is, yeah.
And seeing a carload of Klan members.
Klan members.
Yes.
Oh, so there's full on war going down right now.
That's what it's coming to.
Okay.
And it's all going to be against the same people.
Yo quiero hablar contigo sobre
would try to get footage of that.
Yeah.
Instead of wait, there's a race war happening?
No.
Let me ask 20 other people if they've seen posts about it on Facebook. All right, video's over.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Migración de muchas Haitians a Springfield. ¿Sí posible?
Sí. Oh my God, he showed the tire, like the curb rash on the tire. Bitch, the fucking tires on my Porsche look way worse than that, motherfucker. Shut the fuck up. This is not fucking exclusive to Haitians, bro.
That's like so far the only thing that he's shown is like tires on the curb. Out of everything claimed in this video, that's the only thing he's been able to show. A guy did a U-turn in a driveway, and the parking job is like kind of shitty here. Okay.
De muchas Haitians a Springfield. ¿Sí posible?
Sí.
¿De dónde eres?
Haití.
Haití. Ok. ¿Cuántos meses vive aquí?
Un mes.
¿Qué es la razón que...
This guy does not trust him at all. And to be fair, he should not.
He's 100% right.
Vive aquí.
No, yo no vivo por acá, Yo tengo sobrino vive ahí. Yo vengo a visitar.
¿Visitan? ¿Cuántos dólares tú recibes cada mes del gobierno?
No, todavía, porque yo tengo el proceso, pero no me manda todavía. Estoy aquí.
Oh, ¿nada? Nada. ¿Cómo es posible que vive en las casas con nada de dinero?
Aquí yo no sabe nada. Yo vengo a visitar a una persona. Yo no vivo para acá.
Ok, ¿por qué tú manejas el coche con mucho rápido?
No fui yo que estaba manejando.
Mucho rápido en esa street.
No, estaba manejando, es mi primo.
Ah, ok. ¿Es cierto que personas comen los gatos o no?
No sé.
No, ok, lo siento. Gracias.
Like, how is this even remotely appropriate?
Or
like, is it because they're Haitian? Is that what it is? That like people don't read this as like the most racist thing that's ever happened?
Seen, like other videos. This is like his interview style. Like I saw his Memphis video today. I don't know why I was I think I was just like I was having like an annoying morning and I like wanted to get into an even worse mood. But in the Memphis video, he just like runs up and down this highway, and whenever he sees like a black woman, he's like, "Hey, are you a prostitute? How much?"
Wait,
do you charge?"
really?
Yeah.
Like this
is fucking insane.
This is like walking up to random black people and being like, "Oh, do you like fried chicken and fucking watermelon, right?" Like this is that. Like he's just doing that to like a bunch of fucking random Haitian people. Like how is this in any way, shape, or form any different than that? Like if someone was doing that, you'd be like, "This is crazy. Like this man is insanely racist." What the fuck? This is like Steven Crowder shit. You know what I mean?
It's like shit, like lower quality than Crowder somehow.
Like how is this like? Oh, does this guy get any hate or people praising him? No, they think he's like speaking truth to power, dude. Okay. It just doesn't. I don't understand it.
Let's just put with you. I'm trying to get you locals out here and hear their thoughts about the Haitians that have moved in.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I lived here for 24 years.
Yeah.
I lived in LA for 38 years.
Got it.
It is causing probably some problems. I personally noticed it because it took me months on end to find an apartment to live in.
Sure. The available housing supply has gone down and the prices have gone up, or what?
I'm not 100% sure about the prices going up. I mean, I hear rumors that there's landlords ripping off some of the Haitian people, you know, like trying to put multiple families in a house and charging them too much money. But I don't know if that's true. It's just stuff I've heard. But yeah, it has affected the market because, you know, like I said, I couldn't even get anybody to call me back for months. Couldn't tell you. I haven't had any problems with anybody. I can tell you that. Again, no cat eating.
How you doing, sir? What's your name?
Pavon. I own
Pavon. Oh, you own this?
Yeah.
You'd be a great person to talk to, then.
Yeah, for sure.
We've heard a lot of the Haitians that have moved here recently come here often.
Yeah.
What's going on here in Springfield?
They're just like an influx of the population, the Haitian community. I mean, they're protected status here, so they're just like, I mean, obviously I've filled up the town with it, and yeah,
They're a protected status. I think he means they're on TPS. Like that's what he's trying to say. I think, right? Like, what do you mean they're a protected status here? They're not like a fucking like a dying
They
breed
can't
of
get any
animal.
status effects in Springfield.
Yeah.
They won't get death blighted. No, white people are getting death blighted and their games instantly ending and they're losing all their fucking runes.
Well, to be fair, all the Haitian people that we've seen so far in this video look very normal, and all the white people we've seen so far in the video look very fucked up.
Every status
Like-
effect.
like with the exception
Scarlet
of that,
Rot.
with the exception of that one last guy who's like definitely a liberal, you can just like kind of tell from the way that they carry themselves. Every fucking white person was like, "Yay, there's a race war happening, and I'm signing up."
You know how many boluses, by the way? I got Scarlet Rot. I was hanging out in the Lake of Rot recently.
Yeah, it's crazy.
that's where we're at right now,
Okay,
pretty
so
much.
you own this laundromat?
Yeah, so my dad owns this laundromat. I own the sneaker store next to it, so I run both things right now. So
Okay.
yeah.
Are your customers primarily Haitian? What's the split?
Before, I would say the last like 2-3 years, I mean, primarily whoever was in town,
Okay.
but yeah, there's a huge influx in, the Haitian community. That's like primarily our like customers.
So
like nowadays.
laundromats
So,
are like
yeah,
a
I will
huge
say there's
TikTok
100
investment. So this guy's like a Sigma invest win.
Oh, is it? Wait, why? I didn't even know it was like that.
I mean, there are a bunch of like, you know, every so often on like investor TikTok, like something like laundromats gets popular as like a good font of passive income.
I
as
think
they
it's
want
just
to say.
his dad owns it, so
He looks like a success win business guy to me. Though.
I mean, maybe he's
100%
got
of
sneakers.
divide in our town. Thing is, like, I just hope that whatever you guys do cover, something good comes out of it, right? Like, in the next 5 to 6 years, hopefully there's some sort of unity between everybody. Hopefully there's some sort of change. That's the biggest thing, like, I feel like you guys should cover. Just some sort of, like, way to bring people together. This is the guy you want to talk to.
How you doing, man? We're
You know
filming a
this guy?
YouTube video. We're trying to see what's going on here.
This is a guy. Big
Wait,
guy
you running for
YouTube.
mayor? Oh yeah, I tried to find you. I know.
That, oh my god, that's the fucking racist shithead who went on the fucking town hall and was like, "Hey yo, the fucking Haitians are stealing the geese and the pets." Like, that's the guy. Of course,
Can't even get him in person.
Of course, the fucking local business owner immediately is like, "Oh, you should get this guy on." Like, immediately. They
This
just
guy
don't.
is the median voter. I hope
Yeah.
I hope something good comes out of it. I hope there's unity. Anyway, would you like to talk to the most racist guy I know?
Yeah.
Know who you are. So, out of pure luck, I met up with Anthony Harris, the guy who went viral for giving this speech at Springfield's town hall.
These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They flipping cars in the middle of the street. They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them like.
And who's been going live on Facebook documenting the constant car crashes from the new Haitian drivers. We headed to the BMV to see how the Haitians are getting driver's licenses.
There's something really funny about like Midwesterners complaining that other people are driving poorly. Yeah. That like, it's like, dude, it's illegal to drive sober in your state. What the fuck are you talking
How
about?
would you even note it? Like, every trash can in this town gets hit by a car 3 times a day.
Yeah, it's just like, it's so funny to just be like, oh, listen, it's the Haitians. That must be it.
Yeah. You know, with this guy specifically, you know that like he like drunk drove through a fence or something. It was like,
Yeah.
oh fuck.
But he's
I told
American.
my wife I stopped drinking.
Yeah, and then he's like, oh, it's
my
the
God,
Haitians.
you're not gonna believe this.
Yeah, it must be the Haitians. That's what it is.
They're giving the Haitians battle tanks.
Yeah.
Is in cars so quickly after moving here despite speaking zero English. Question for y'all. What are your thoughts on the Haitians? They can't drive? This guy right here, by a Haitian dude. Yo, bonjour.
You got a cat right beside him. Stop! Do that!
Oh, you're embarrassed? You're embarrassed by that association?
Bro, stop, dude.
You said that shit, not me. You take that back. I did shit.
I'll tell you that, man. Bro, come on, bro.
The craziest part about this is like, bro, you're black. Like the same exact sentiment will be applied to you, and probably has, and you're just oblivious to it.
Most of the people that they've like pinned like supposed like Haitian like cat stealing things on are just
Like random black people in other parts of Ohio.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's very, very dumb. Like you're not part of the team, big dog. You're just not, you know. You are never going to be part of the team. Yeah, they will literally just assume he's Haitian. They'll be like, this one learned English quite good. Like
he assimilated.
Yeah, he assimilated so he can steal our cats better. It's crazy.
If y'all ever seen The Americans, that's what he is for Haiti.
Yeah, fifth column style invasion happening now.
We be playing, bro. There's nothing wrong with some jokes.
Let's go see what's up. How y'all doing? Question for you. Do you know how the Haitians are getting driver's license? Can they transfer their license from Haiti, or
No, they cannot transfer.
do they have to undergo the same test?
I'm not allowed to answer the personal questions outside of the office.
Well, okay. You know what they have to do?
I do not.
Okay.
I really don't know. No, but I know they're getting them quick.
They're getting them quick, right? We can ask.
Sir, you are not allowed to take pictures in here, sir. Sir.
In the go outside. Sorry. Are they able to transfer their licenses from Haiti to here?
Oh, he's doing Project Veritas.
Yeah, no, this is.
Oh, he's doing Project Veritas finally.
Undercover journalist.
That's the only question I can answer. I can't answer anything else.
Do you know how the Haitians are getting their driver's license so fast?
I do not.
Okay. All right, that's all I got for you.
I wish I knew.
Are they driving pretty good out here or what?
No.
No?
The world's greatest reporter.
Like, I'm losing my fucking mind at this. Like, he can't find a single person to answer this question. He does not. He refuses to do any research on the matter. And he's just randomly asking people, like, so do you think Haitians drive well? And they're like, no.
And he's like, there you have it.
Yep. I guess
Pretty
point
crazy.
proven, you know? Yeah, that's...
I love how, like, every video he makes, you could cut out, like, 70% of it if you did, like, a Google search or something. But he's like, no, that's valuable content of me flagging down people outside the Dollar General. that Google search could be replacing. No, thank you.
I think one thing to take note of is like how absolutely fucking dog shit living conditions are in fucking Springfield, Ohio. If you want to understand where this like resentment is coming from all these like random people, like I'm not going to sit here and say that like they're nice people at all. Okay. But they don't deserve it. And this is what happens when your town fucking sucks.
No, yeah, I don't think like no one deserves to like live this shittily.
Yeah. In the wealthiest nation on earth, mind you. Like, imagine that.
Like, no matter, like, even if you are, like, standing around and being like, they fucking hit every trash can, you don't deserve to live
in Springfield, Ohio.
That kind of conditions. Yeah. It sucks. It sucks.
Yeah. Neither do the Haitians, really. Like, they don't.
No one does.
They should not have to live there, honestly. But, you know.
Everybody to put their car in.
Why is that, do you think?
You don't know how to drive in general.
Okay.
Like this guy's on his way to get his like third license after his like 8th DUI, and you're fucking asking him on the way over.
This guy is such a fucking nervous disposition.
Yeah.
If I was a cop, I would arrest him for murder.
Yeah.
Just sight unseen. I'd be like, you killed someone.
Okay, but like that's why he has to drink, because he has anxiety.
from killing his wife.
Yeah, and it calms him down.
Oh no!
So-
What if this guy's a millionaire and sues me?
We're saying allegedly.
Yeah,
We don't
in
know.
a Japanese style manga I'm writing. He's a character.
I see him driving over there, like trying to learn how to drive, but I don't know. Think they have to drive at all.
Okay.
I don't even think they should have a license. No lights when they be driving around, and nothing.
You think it poses a threat to public safety?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Man, they're nothing but a headache. All they're doing is raising our rent and our taxes and wrecking vehicles, and there's just been nothing but a hassle since they've been here. It's been horrible.
How would you rank their driving from 1 to 10?
A -10. They're horrible.
Do you have to take a driving test here? Oui?
Habla español.
Ah, español, sí. ¿Cómo es posible que recibir tu...
What? Marat said, why is nobody acknowledging that these are immigrants trying to assimilate to a new environment? The answer is they're fucking racist, okay? It's a very simple answer. Marat, can you put some of the stuff that's perishable in the fridge in that bag? Thank you.
Licencio muy rápido.
No, es que por ahora no sé, es que lo que necesito viene acá para preguntar por la información.
Okay. Okay, all right. Gracias.
So, with more confusion gained than answers explaining how these Haitians are passing their driver's tests, I headed down to the Springfield.
Like, do we know if any of those car crashes are like caused by Haitians? And even if they are, like, why the fuck do you think that like Haitians have like some different gene in them that like causes them to do more car crashes than usual? It's just so weird, dude. He's just using stock footage and AI shit to be like, that's right, it's happening, you know? It's happening and you fucking don't want to acknowledge it. And just like the top of the hour ad break, it happens so frequently.
The extent of his reporting is like someone makes a claim and he like flags down 3 people in the general vicinity and is like, is this happening? And they're like, yeah, I've heard about posts on Facebook. It was fourth-hand shit.
Yeah.
Benny Johnson is such a C-team player that he posted this and was like, here's proof.
Yeah, well, you know, he's just trying to make people forget that he got paid big bucks from Vladimir Putin.
If I was Tyler Oliveira, I would steer clear of one Mr. Benjamin Johnson. And if he asks you to go on a cruise,
He does
don't.
have a type.
Yeah.
He's gonna dog him out. Okay,
He's getting the match lap special.
He's gonna leave him discarded like a fucking used napkin.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
He's gonna get slutted out by Matt Schlapp, Benny, all my guys.
Welfare center where Haitians are apparently clogging the lines for locals, exhausting the town's resources, and overwhelming the employees.
Question. Where you guys from? Haiti? Haiti? Okay. How many Haitians do you think will come out here in line today? That's what we're trying to...
Dude, you see a fucking shit ton of people waiting at the fucking like welfare line, and your first immediate reaction to that is like, let me put a fucking camera on them and bother them. It's like, you are such a scumbag. I don't know how to describe how big of a fucking scumbag you are.
80% of the people that come out here will be Haitian.
Okay. How long you been here in Springfield?
I've been here for 7 years now. What takes so long is because they've got only 2 lines that they serve people in there, sometimes 3. And on all 3 of those, they got interpreters for each one, right? When it'll go a lot faster if you had 1 line for people that like couldn't, speak English that well, and then have another line for people that can go through the line faster. Because a lot of times they'll have paperwork with them and stuff. They won't have it in order.
We tried the split line for a while. It ended up being less efficient for everybody.
Is this about as long as it gets these days?
This is a normal Monday. Yeah, we've had worse, but...
Francois? English? No.
Standing in line 30 minutes, they might only just serve 4 or 5 people.
Got it. How many people do you think will come here this Monday?
This Monday? Yeah. I'm telling you, out of this Monday, I figure at least they might see 5, honey.
What do you think the split is between new Haitians that have come in here and Springfieldian OGs, if you will?
I don't know too much about all...
Observationally, what have you seen?
9 to 1 easy.
Like, I'm just here because I'm just trying to get them to clear a medical car.
Are the systems stressed right now in Springfield? Can they handle the amount of people coming in?
No, they really can't. I've been trying to get a medical, just a simple Medicaid card since June. They took me off of, I'm a vet. They took me off of the disability and made me start paying for my own disability. And I don't know why they took me off, but so I had to give them proof of income and disabilities. And
this video is a perfect demonstration of like every single fucking issue that every single American citizen has experienced is either directly the fault of the government for refusing to fund these fucking programs and mismanaging them, or directly the fault of a fucking landlord. Okay, it is wild. You look at like this video is a perfect demonstration of the thing I talk about all the time with like austerity and comes economic instability. With economic volatility, economic instability, and wealth inequality comes a environment that is so fucking ripe for right-wing radicalization. Okay, so ripe. And the further we move away from addressing the root cause of these problems, the more that this society is going to get more Euro-fascist. Okay? It's great. Good stuff.
I gave them all that. They still ain't did nothing.
So you're a veteran and you're competing with some of the resources they're getting who just came in here?
Yeah. This America. You dig what I'm saying? But I'm saying that the things that, the hoops they make us jump through can have you turn on each other in a sense, or say negative things. I don't have anything that's negative to say or bad to say about anybody Haitian. Sure. Know what I mean?
Do you think the town's taking care of their local residents that were here first and foremost?
Oh no, hell no.
Well, thanks for your service.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Good luck in line.
Like, and the thing is, there's people on Twitter and Instagram that don't think it's real. Like, don't think none of this
we
shit
just saw it in real time.
You proved zero of the claims.
Yeah, okay, so he got booted off Medicaid, which is a thing that happens, like, unfortunately in every state. I kind of think it's like a standard practice at this point, because you see this in private insurance as well, where they will either deny someone's claim or just boot somebody off a medical public assistance program, because they know that for the most part, poor people do like that they will just be like too overwhelmed to like contest it most of the time, and that is how austerity deals.
Oh, the purposeful like shitty services that they offer too, because like they make it as difficult as possible to even attain these programs from the jump.
Yeah,
like, they did that during COVID in like red states. It was nasty as fuck. They did it in Ohio and Florida.
Yeah, they want as few people on these programs as possible, and like they're purposely managed in a shitty way. Just like private insurance. There's a similar thing where they will deny people's claims that they know they're supposed to cover, just off the assumption, the usually correct assumption, that like someone who's in like dire straits financially just does literally not have the time or the energy or the will remaining to contest these things. And like the best thing that like any government who is deliberately like mismanaging all these things and keeping people as far away from benefits that they're entitled to, the best thing for them is to turn around and go, well, see, it's because of the fucking immigrants. It's the Haitians or whatever it is this time.
Great.
Like, none of that shit's real that you're saying. There's no way they brought 20,000 people.
English? No English? Okay. That's crazy. If you're a local trying to get your Medicaid, your welfare benefits, etc., you're waiting 2 hours now. Crazy?
Yeah. I wonder if any of these guys, including this fucking shithead, is actually advocating for more funding to any of these programs so that there is like more people hired to be able to process faster, for example. Nah, let's just kill the fucking Haitians and then be done with the problem. Except the problem will not go away. The problem literally existed before the Haitians got there.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks about it like that, though.
This is just, such a uniquely American austerity death spiral.
It's not. I don't think it's uniquely American. I think this is exactly what's going on in Europe, too.
Well, no. I mean, like, the aspect of it where specifically social services are incredibly horribly managed and deliberately so, and horribly funded, and they like don't hire anyone. That is the aspect that's like uniquely American.
Yeah.
Like there are bad social services everywhere, but like as far as countries at this level of wealth, none like America.
No, you're right about that. the state of disrepair for social services in this country is like deliberate, and it is getting worse in Europe as well. But like, it is certainly always been genuinely underfunded, I think, in America, deliberately.
Yeah.
Crazy as fuck.
We're 6 minutes away from this woman's house.
isn't that
This
far
woman has
behind?
stated
I mean,
that
yeah,
people
it's
are
a
throwing
little-
mattresses on her joint. She is not expecting us.
Remarkably worse every day. But like, there's still like vestiges of the system that works there, even though of course it is getting shittier and deliberately torn apart and privatized. And you know, probably a few years from now it will be very close to this level. But just generally across the board, America is probably the worst with these things as far as countries of this level of wealth at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm just going to show up and knock on her door and see what happens. Hi there. I saw your speech at the city council, and I was wondering if I could interview you.
hungry?
Well, I've seen a video of a guy getting a Canadian goose, a Haitian dude, and I have rumors of Haitians taking cats. Tell me what's going on here.
I'm a cat lady, as you can tell.
You have a lot of cats.
Yeah, I have a lot of cats. The goose story, I believe, originated in Columbus. I have not seen it here.
And just for context, you are surrounded, this entire community, mostly Haitians now?
Yeah, I believe we're looking at probably about 50% is what I'm saying. But
like the funny thing about this, and I talk about this quite a bit, like on Twitter, there is this like anonymity to an account. So there is like a air of legitimacy. Like you can't tell that the person is like a fucking weirdo, right?
Right.
On Twitter, you can't really tell, especially when there's like a whole bunch of like blue checkmark accounts that you also can't tell if they're crazy or not. But like in this video, you can literally fucking smell the crazy off of this person.
This is an insane person.
Like you can tell that this is not a person who's got everything going on over here, right? Like, and yet people are so personally invested in this narrative being true that they just like overlook that fact for some weird reason. Like you would never hang out with this person. You would never want to be around this person. You would never take this person seriously if they told you some shit, if they came up to you on the street. But on a fucking YouTube video, you're like, yeah, no, she's telling the truth for sure.
This is the type of person where they're like, oh my God, Lady Gaga has been spying on me in my bathroom for 3 years.
Yeah.
This is the type of person that DMs me.
I'm worried. My town is going to pot. Everybody wants to make this into a race issue. It's not a race issue. It's culture, it's accountability, and it's respect. And that's the things that I'm not seeing. And the women in this country have fought long and hard for the rights that they have been afforded. And these men in this culture treat their women very badly, and I watch it firsthand.
She's woke.
Yeah.
She's the woke racist. She's the liberal groiper.
She's studying under Andrea Dworkin. Dworkin Groiper.
Yeah.
That's her.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, all penetrative sex is rape.
Yeah.
When
if
it's a man
done by
and a
Haitian.
woman.
Yeah. He's like, it's the fifth Reich feminism.
All men are essentially pedophiles, but especially them.
Yeah.
Come on, give me a break. Start acting like you got some sense. The driving of the vehicles is a main sticking point. Haitian men came down with probably a queen-size mattress and threw it in the front yard.
Okay.
It didn't go very well. I tried to explain. I tried to be nice. Didn't go very well. So
And you explained in English?
yes, I had to drop the F-bomb and told them, take it and go. So they went down the street and ended up at that house right there.
Got it.
So they've thrown trash in the yard as they walk by.
But is there anything in that
I'm
yard?
done.
This
I'm tired
is
of
just
dealing.
a crazy woman. Come on, have you ever been a fucking crazy person in your life?
I mean, he has. He features them heavily on his YouTube videos.
When he can't use them to like, issue anti-immigrant invective, he's like doing a video gawking at them and going, "Look at these fucking people. Shouldn't the cops kill them?"
I have seen virtually zero like good takes in this video from any of the Ohioans, with the exception of that one guy who was sitting behind his car.
That guy, I agree with you that he's very lib coded.
He definitely voted for the governor, hates JD Vance, like voted for DeWine, but then also voted for Tim Ryan.
Yeah.
Like that's a Tim Ryan, Mike DeWine voter, and the veteran was kind of normal too, like. But beyond that, the old black guy, the veteran, was like kind of normal too. But like everyone else Everyone else has just been like insane.
I feel like I also feel the black guy veteran was both normal and it seemed like there was a lot that was like cut out.
Yeah.
And if like Oliveira cut things out, it probably went directly against like the narrative of this video. Like it was a very weirdly edited interview.
Yeah. And it's perfect. The Haitian dudes they've been interviewing have been the least crazy. No, yeah, for sure. But like that doesn't matter because the people that seek out this type of content already have made up their minds on the Haitian people. They're just looking for additional evidence to point to so they can be like, see, I watched a YouTube video and I saw them Haitians, them crazy Haitians, they're driving like crazy, they're stealing geese.
Yeah.
Right? So like they don't care that the Haitian dudes in the video are very normal, like objectively significantly more normal than the Ohioan people that they're talking to, like the American citizens that they're talking to.
Also, like, this is a town of like what, like 30, 40, 50,000 people. I really like get the sense that, like, again, I don't think most people in the town are like this, but when you like go around and you're like, hey, I run a YouTube channel where I gawk at insane people or just do the worst interviews ever and don't follow up on anything, you get like a certain type of person who wants to be in that video. They may not know like exactly who he is, but it's the same effect as like if you've ever like followed your local news station on Facebook, the type of person that comments under like a news story where it's like, you know, hubcap stolen, we should fucking kill them. The type of people that like go to town halls. There's a certain type of person.
She literally, he found her from the town hall.
It's a certain type of person.
Yeah.
With the disrespect. I've never been so disrespected in my life. And my ex-husband has never disrespected me like this. They're not prosecuting for the property crimes. And it's a big mess and we need some help. I want my city back.
Ohio's gone woke, folks.
Yeah.
They're not prosecuting Haitians for doing crimes in fucking Ohio. Where can we go to prosecute people for crimes at this rate? You know what I mean?
If they're not doing it in Ohio, then give up. I'm sorry, you lost the country.
It's fucking anarchy. Like
you lost.
We're looking at like a fucking plus 13 minimum state that's going red every time. Like
yeah,
just I don't know where you move at that point. Alabama, I think.
Mississippi.
I want my people happy, and this is my town.
Why do they keep cutting away to like Nissan Altimas driving normally? That's like such a weird part of this this video.
I want to take it back.
Do you think the Haitians here are trying to assimilate to the culture in the town you grew up in?
No, I don't see it. If it is, more power to him. But there's a language barrier. I get it. Okay, but when they are paroled here on the I-94, they get 8 months of English lessons, the first 8 months.
Okay.
If they're not taking advantage of that, then why should we, the taxpayer, have to turn around and have our services overwhelmed? They're saying 20,000, and I am saying between 35 and 40 with the birth rates and the things that I see going on. So I don't know who's to blame. I don't know whose door to start kicking in. Mike DeWine, if you see this, Mike DeWine, get a hold of me. I really would like to have a word with you. And I promise I won't yell at you. Somebody get a hold of me. I don't.
This is just a lonely old lady, man. Like,
you know what I've always want, like in my perfect world, like if I get to be the American Gaddafi or Napoleon, if I'm installed by like a group of officers in the military who support me, I'd have a lot of changes for this country. And like it's stuff you could expect. Like I would nationalize healthcare and like all these things.
Second Amendment extends to purchasing fighter jets,
obviously. But one of my lesser known policies that I really think would help this country a lot is I would have a government department, and it would be in every state, it would be in every zip code. Massive bureaucracy. People paid good money. WPA, New Deal type program. A government department of complaints where people are put in salaried positions to answer complaints from our most insane and baffled and lonely citizens. People who just want to complain to somebody. Maybe about something that didn't happen. Maybe about something that will happen.
Dude,
maybe
also,
about something totally imagined.
See that? That's your video. I investigated an active serial killer in Austin,
Oh
Texas.
yeah, this one's great.
Oh
But yeah,
my God.
I think the government department of complaints it would make things so much better, and it really wouldn't cost that much. But that would be one of my
but
changes.
you can't televise it because this chatter makes a good point. That's called town halls or like city council meetings, and you can't televise it because if you televise it, there's enough cranks out there that they'll get together and like start pointing to the city council meetings to be like, see, it's real. Bigfoot is real.
Oh no. That's the point. Is that you know how like when you call your bank or something, they're like, this call's recorded. Every recording is destroyed. No one will hear these.
Yeah. It's like, dude, what you're describing for the employees would be worse than like the Facebook moderation team responsible for CSAM.
It's pretty bad.
Like, they would kill themselves at an alarming rate.
That is the part of the policy I'm working out. I'm thinking that maybe it could be like a punishment for prisoners or something. I don't know. I don't really know. We have a lot of time before I'm put into power.
Yeah.
We can figure this one out. But, you know, even if it does drive these people insane, well, they can call the department too when they're crazy. So everyone wins.
It's fucking insane. Zaid Jelani did a thread on this. The neo-Nazi group Blood Pride started this shit back in August 27th.
Our organization to make such a claim.
I've been told everyone who attends the town hall is speaking the gospel truth. You can't ask them for evidence, photograph, or a video or a police report for anything they said. I spoke to the person who took this photograph last night. They took it 2 months ago in Columbus, Ohio. They don't know who the person in the photo is and who the birds are. They've never been to Springfield. I'm saying that some combination of being stupid and being prejudiced is leading people to see a blurry photograph in a different place and come to the conclusion that we're being invaded by pet-eating Haitians. It's not on background. The photo was posted on Columbus Reddit 2 months ago. The user is public about it and is bewildered by the hijacking of this pic. You just see a blurry photo of a black man and you just into it all this? I mean, are you a small child? The answer is yes. You know, I don't see how any of this is smarter than Nazism. Even their propaganda was not this dumb. Should I post a blurry photo? Okay. This is a fair question. I need to check my cognitive bias. This is a guy with a Hitler avatar. Are you sure being brown and dismissing claims because Nazis bad isn't clouding your judgment? Twitter, the everything app.
Do your banking on here.
Yeah. A disabled elderly woman in Springfield, Ohio explains how the influx of Haitian migrants have put women like her in danger.
I am a disabled elderly woman that has such high anxiety leaving my house that I rarely do. And when I do, I'm armed, and I have my 200 or my 120
That's
pound
great.
rifle with me.
And,
I have
yeah.
done
She is like over under. She's going to do a hate crime in like less than a month.
I love when people who go to town halls have handguns.
Yeah.
Always
Who
ends well.
Publicly admit that they have like an anxiety disorder. Yeah, that's great.
Oh my god.
This is exactly
why we need fighter jets.
No,
for
this
people.
is. I was about to say. I was going in a very different direction. I was going to say this is why we need gun control.
Her. If she's attacking people.
I was going to go in the reverse Second Amendment position where I was going to say this is why we need gun control. Like this person should not have a gun. Okay, straight up.
Or she can have a gun, but a good guy has a plane.
Why is Super Mario in the background?
I didn't notice that. I have come here to speak about a very serious issue.
These Haitians have stolen my princess. And I keep knocking on the door. They say nothing is a castle.
That really is him.
Maybe she's like, I've been groped. There's a man who keeps saying it's a me, a Mario, following me around. He's here in this room with me right now.
If Mario put on the Tanuki suit, they try to eat him.
Oh my God.
I've been followed. I've been groped. I'm 58 years old. I've been called racist.
Now that I
because
saw
I'm
his face, it's
white.
even better.
I've lived in the south end of town for my whole entire life. Our family home is there. My children have homes there. Recently, my youngest moved to Montana to get out of here. My other one, I had another one move to another.
A lot of your immediate relatives seemingly are going hundreds of miles away from you
I am a person who's made a lot of outlandish excuses in my life. I can kind of spot them from a mile away. Yeah, I know. Yeah, this really sucks.
It's the Haitians.
Yeah, it's really. I would love to stay here and listen to you complain about Facebook, but
It's
the
like-
fucking Haitians.
It's literally these Haitians. My children have told me the Haitians stole their phones, so they can't text me no more. And the other one, my little one, my youngest one said, Haitian stole her phone and texted me, please stop texting me. I don't want to hear about the gang stalking allegations. And obviously, she loves when I talk about gang stalking.
All the way over in Montana, the Haitians are stealing their plane tickets.
Yeah.
They said they were coming home for Christmas,
Yeah.
but then they said a Haitian took it.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Town to get out here. My children are leaving me.
My children are leaving me because of the Haitians.
It's like, can no one spot a crazy person anymore? Or is that have people just lost that ability?
I like that the Daily Wire stormed the town immediately. Investigative reporter for the Daily Wire went down there, former Manhattan Institute Logos fellow, goes down there and he's like on the ground reporting for the Daily Wire. It's like you are doing Tyler Oliveira shit, dog. Like,
yeah,
the reputable institution of the Daily Wire. Oh my God.
To another town to get out here. My children are leaving me. I do not blame any of this on any other people than our city managers. The influx has come in so fast, and they haven't been educated on our ways, on our laws. They need to know these things.
Yeah. Yeah, they're letting the damn Haitians in.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah,
this whole thing is like terrible, but it is probably like pretty fun if you're a crazy person. Because like for a week, everyone has to like pay attention to you.
Yeah. I can't know if she's telling the truth or not until the city manager weighs in. Oh God, they're so stupid. I'm not convinced they'd care if they knew the laws. This story is sadly the one that is going to sway the election. Like, yeah, dude. Yeah, definitely. This is gonna make Ohio go red.
Yeah, I was deep blue before this.
Yeah, they were so woke. They were at the precipice of Medicare for all in Ohio.
Donald Trump tried to talk about this last night and freaked everyone out.
Yeah, like either people are clowning on him or going, I have no idea what the fuck that was about. And these people on Twitter are like so invested in the narratives that blow up on this goddamn platform that they are just like, they will never see it. Like they just, oh, Mario has spoken. Oh, what the fuck did he say?
Ooh.
Our wives and our grandmothers and our children are scared to go to the store because of the recent Haitian influx. It's out of control here. It's a big
so what is that? So they're just like racist? Is that what it is? They're just like afraid of seeing black people around?
I guess.
They're afraid. There's too many black people here. This used to be a good town.
Yeah, and there's like dude, the last crazy woman in the Oliveira video was like, they come from a culture where like women are treated horribly. Which, do they just like, do they think they're like Muslims or something and they're just repeating what they say about Muslims? I don't know.
Yeah. No, it's... That's always the woke way of shitting on immigrants is like advocating for the exact same things that you're claiming the Haitians are doing, but only when white people do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of right wingers see people memeing about it and think they are thinking the same. No, I think they're just fucking stupid, dude.
tinderbox. The traffic accidents. There's people that are scared to travel on this road out in front of us here because.
Okay, I did not expect his voice to be like this with the outfit. Like, I really thought he was going to be like, yeah, the Haitians that are coming. Nope, we were wrong.
They took my mushroom and became huge.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Haitians here who are wrecking daily, and they're scared. And it's a real concern. Those are the real things, not the sensationalism of, pets being eaten. But here we are. Now we have the world's attention.
Oh, he's sound. He's like, the pet story's fake, but my wife is still afraid of Haitians.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I'm just a little racist.
Yeah, we don't believe that crazy shit. We just think all our wives and grandmothers are going to be human trafficked anytime they go anywhere.
Let's focus on the things that are really happening here. 20,000 plus immigrants have come to our city, and we can't communicate with them. We're overwhelmed. Give us a little bit. We wouldn't even be having this conversation right now if there was only 5,000 of them. We would.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
you
sure.
would.
Yeah.
Yes, you would.
If there was one of them, there would be this would be going on.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
Jesus
you
Christ.
would. You fucking would.
Welcome to our community. Develop programs to where we teach them how to speak and drive, and let them know that it's not okay to go to our public park and just grab a goose.
Wait, you just said the pet story is fake.
Oh my God.
This is the guy that wants to be like seemingly smarter than the other conservatives. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he saw
It's like,
yeah.
I know the truth, okay? They're only stealing the geese from the park.
He saw the cat lady in the video and was like, okay, I'm not a fucking nut job like her.
Yeah.
To take home for dinner. That's how it was in your country. It's not that way here.
Thank God.
Yeah. Oh my God.
That's why they're voting for the RFK Jr. Trump ticket.
You know how fucking stupid everyone is now.
Yeah.
Like, there's just, it's not just this. It's just, there's so much shit where politics has always been stupid, and there have been, I think, like worse climates in America. I think like post 9/11, namely. But there's just so much shit I see every day where like it would have gotten you laughed out of the room in like 2008 or 2009. But everyone and everything is just so fucking dumb now. So fucking stupid. Just,
why'd you call him conservative? He's obviously an undecided voter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He's like, I wasn't going to vote for Trump a third time.
I wanted to vote for Gloria La Riva this year.
I was on the Jill Stein train, baby. They told me if you vote for her, she will win.
I've had my problems with campus and Marcy eyes.
Kamala wants to decriminalize, provide free housing, health care, education. Now, taxpayer-funded...
Damn, he died. They cut him off.
Oh,
they cut
I'll
him
miss
off.
him.
They cut him off because he was spitting. He's like, Kamala Harris wants to give everyone a house.
And then he was assassinated
Kamala wants to
instantly.
decriminalize, provide free housing, health care, education. Now,
How terrible. Like, I wish. Oh my God. I wish. I hate this.
Yeah, like Kamala's most ambitious plan is she's feeling herself so much that she's bringing back her funniest policy for the primary.
The podcaster program?
Yeah, the thing that would have only benefited Amber Frost.
Yeah.
It's the only person that would have in America who could have taken advantage of that, I think.
Yeah, underserved community. Like, if you're there for 3 years.
I'm voting for her as a favorite Amber.
Yeah.
You know, that's it. Okay?
Yeah, I love that one. I fucking love that one. I brought it back. I was looking at it, and it's like, and even the way they communicate around it is so fucking annoying too. They're like, it's the opportunity economy. It's like, dude, people are like, we just saw Springfield, Ohio. Okay.
Yeah.
People are fucking dying. Okay. They are literally living in filth. Like, the roads are busted. There is no educational attainment. There's no job opportunities. Okay. And Kamala Harris is like gonna appeal to them with the, here's $50,000 in tax credits if you start your in tax cuts if you start your first startup business.
If you start a startup in Bushwick,
yeah,
go there, make a successful tech company or a podcast, and we got you.
It's like, who the fuck? It's like, oh, you can't, your rent is going up year over year, and you will never be able to afford a house. And almost all of your, disposable income is shrinking because it's going back to your rent and all these other services that should be provided for free by the government. Just start a startup, stupid. Just start a startup.
Yeah. Any gains in your paycheck you've seen have been immediately eaten away by inflation, by everything. Well, we haven't invented every type of payment processor yet.
How is that any fucking different than what these like idiotic crypto hawking, like PUA manosphere guys talk about? Like, where they're just always like, yeah, just start a startup.
Yeah, it's the Democratic equivalent of like getting into drop shipping. If you don't like your life,
Vance, that's what JD Vance was saying too. He's like, yeah, these dumb fucking hillbilly like white pieces of shit are all like addicted to drugs. If they just watch the right podcast and started startups, they would also be able to make it out the mud.
It annoys me so much, like his whole thing now being that like, oh, no one respects these people in the middle of the country and they want them to die. And it's like, people can change their mind, but like his entire reason for being a public figure was saying that these people should just basically be left to rot.
Yeah.
That was the entire point of this fucking book.
That's why he got so much mileage out of liberals who have that resentment when they're like, yeah, these disgusting like mountain people are drug-addled and like resentful and they should know better and vote for the startup candidate.
Yeah.
Instead of the candidate that's like also fucking them over, but at least is like saying, yeah, I see that you're angry and it's because of black people.
Yeah.
Like,
there's no anti-security state candidate. There's no even neutral on Israel candidate you can vote for, but there's also only candidates who are pro startup in one way or the other.
The worst part about being a Twitch streamer and like basically serving an audience that's like interested in politics is when I say something like about the fucking annoying startup thing that's like horrible in terms of like getting people motivated to go out and vote for them, is that I do have an outsized population of people that come in here and just go, but that's a great idea. Like, that's a really sound policy.
God.
Isn't that a good way to create opportunities in the private sector without subsidizing or providing tax cuts to big corporations? Yes, dude, you're right. You're right. You win. That's really sound. Have fun never getting healthcare, okay? It will not happen for you, okay? It is not happening. You can just own a business. You can just start a startup. See, look, they're coming in now. They're coming in now. These are policies written for you guys, okay? Immediately, you should understand if something appeals to you and you're like a guy who spends a lot of time on Reddit and you find something that Kamala Harris said to be appealing, immediately know that that's a bad policy for like the broader electorate.
No
okay?
one coming into chat who likes this policy, none of you will benefit.
I know.
You will be subsidizing my purchase of a fighter jet.
Yeah.
Just so you know that.
Yeah. Doesn't Kamala also support small businesses and startup entrepreneurs, which would create jobs?
What does that mean?
Which would create jobs and make everyone more successful.
What does that fucking mean? You might as well say she supports the truth. This means nothing. This is pablum. Nothing. Shit. Reddit is scary. What?
He's not a Redditor. This is our 15-year-old Mormon chatter, Neek Skit.
Oh, okay.
He always has the weirdest questions.
I don't want to yell at him. This is...
No, I yell at him all the time.
No,
he says the dumbest shit. He says the dumbest shit in the chat.
He's a fucking kid.
It's a problem.
You know what I wanted to do when I was 14?
What?
I wanted to be... This is so fucking embarrassing, but I've told it before. My plan was that I was going to be a special forces officer and then become a liberal senator. And then so like if conservatives were like, you're against America, I'd be like, oh yeah? Well, I was a Navy SEAL. That was like my whole plan. So like, you know, you can think stupid things at that age.
Yeah. And
I probably thought the dumbest things any 15-year-old has. I would do like the special forces fitness test every night. I would do like a bunch of pull-ups and sit-ups in 2 minutes.
Oh,
and
he's
then,
in JROTC. Told me that watching your stream helps him talk to the other kids in JROTC.
He's gonna pick up my dream that I forgot about. I let the dream die of the liberal.
They keep pantsing him at the JROTC program because he says stuff like this. So he has to...
don't give up on the dream. I gave up on the dream of being a liberal Navy SEAL, but you can fucking carry it to completion. I let other things distract me.
Yeah.
I got into computer games. I got into smoking mid. I got into Lil Wayne. That was a big thing. And I let the dream die. And I regret it every fucking day. But you have the opportunity to like really do this, to really be the liberal.
He's going to
Navy
be the
SEAL.
inevitable officer program guy that like does the military coup that puts you into power.
Yeah, no. It's not a bad plan. You're right. It's a great plan.
See, being an officer seems safer though.
Well, I was going to be an officer, so you're right.
So,
I
dude,
was planning on going to college.
He's gonna do the military coup.
Oh
like
my God.
I'm brainwashing the next generation of JROTC kids.
Things are looking up for me.
No memes, just ignorance on my end. What even would this 50K tax cut do to help like anyone? Like, I don't know, if you want to fucking start like a franchise business, okay, you can like present it as a LLC or a startup, even though that has a fucking shit ton of overhead. So it basically benefits people that have like a little bit of fucking capital scrounged up on the side after working years and years and years, that want to like get into a fucking business that is inevitably going to fail in the next 2 years so that they can get a 50 grand tax cut the first year. And that's it. That's literally it. It's, you know, it's not like a real thing. It's not going to be helpful to anybody. Maybe some upper middle class people might be able to start a thing.
Chapo and Cumtown would have benefited from it.
Yes.
That's all I can say.
Like ultimately it's not like, this is not how you run a fucking national campaign, is my point. Okay. The goal should be to try to reach as many people as you possibly can, address their fucking anxieties, address their immediate issues. And every single person, universally almost at this point in the United States of America, says the exact same shit, okay? If you're below a certain level of prosperity in this country, then you obviously are complaining constantly about fucking healthcare costs, constantly complaining about, if you have children, childcare costs, constantly complaining about how your job doesn't pay enough and you don't have enough fucking time off from your job so that you can have like a sense of purpose in your life. And then beyond that, you're complaining about, I don't know, the roads looking like shit and all of the other social safety nets constantly being in a state of disrepair. If you need any of those, you know, if you need any of those programs, okay, those are the things. Number one, though, the one that I haven't mentioned is housing. Okay, the cost of housing, it is unimaginably high in this goddamn country. Okay, that's it. And if you don't address these issues in a meaningful way and then make a genuine effort to be like, no, I'm gonna fucking fight for you. Okay, I am going to fight for you. I'm gonna make sure that this happens, which Kamala Harris has never done, really. Like, let's be for fucking real for a second. If you're not gonna do that, then yeah, it's going to be the same fucking people that like go, I don't know, I guess I don't want like fucking, you know, rapist Hitler to be president, and I will probably vote for this other fucking shitty candidate instead, as people try to delude themselves into being motivated to vote for Kamala Harris. Like, people are so goddamn desperate for like any kind of momentum from the Democratic Party. That's like the one consistent thing I've seen from like normie voters that I talk to on a regular basis, is that they're like really desperate for like any crumb of hope. Okay.
Yeah.
If you specifically want to do something about creating job opportunities, how we go about it? Fucking federal jobs program. Okay. Federal jobs program. Get these people to work. Okay. Pay them. They're unionized employees across the board, and get to work. Okay. Get the motherfucking work.
Some of like the great, like, most advantageous policies, you know, be they, you know, complete infrastructure overhauls, new avenues of transportation, etc., would be, you know, incredible employment opportunities as well.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, start building a fucking high-speed rail from New York City to Los Angeles. Okay, fuck it. And put every goddamn person to work in every individual state. There you go. There you have it. I'm paying over $2,000 for a studio in LA. How the fuck can I ever save for a house? Monthly payments aren't an issue, but I can't save a dime. Exactly. Those are the legitimate problems, right? Those are the legitimate fucking issues that people experience. If Kamala Harris does not talk about those issues and how she's going to solve those issues, and instead leans into these like fucking neoliberal, like, you know, tax cuts. Like, that's the other aspect of it that's so fucking annoying. We will never have like the Trump bucks, right? That was phenomenal. It was a necessity, right? Because America is the engine, the consumer engine that runs the entire planet. So if the American population all of a sudden is like broke as fuck, don't have a job, they can't buy the treats. And if they don't buy the treats, then the global market collapses. So obviously they needed to get money so they could continue buying the fucking treats. So they did. That was the last time the government ever offered like actual direct cash infusions. And it was awesome. It was great. It was fucking fantastic. Okay. It was fantastic. Since then, of course, we immediately went back and we're like, we absolutely cannot ever, ever do that again. We have to always present everything as a tax cut, as a tax credit. There's no other way that the Democratic Party can operate. No subsidies for the working poor, only subsidies for big businesses. You know, you can't solve these issues while money is still in politics. You're literally in a fantasy land if you think that anyone in power is going to take away power from the corporations. All right, dog, I know that. What do you want me to fucking do? I'm just giving you answers as to why things are fucked up, okay? Yeah. You know what the Democrats are hyped about? Getting Taylor Swift to endorse Kamala Harris. They won't shut up about how they drove up 350K users to vote.org. I know. And by the way, look at everything that we just looked at. Look at everything that we just covered in terms of like what the Republicans are worried about. Okay? Tough question. You are between LeBron and Trump. LeBron in you and you and Trump. You moving back or forward? If LeBron wants me to throw it back, I'm throwing it back. Okay? So not exactly a tough question. You didn't have to read that or answer it. No, I did. I think I speak for everyone when I say everybody needed to hear what I had to say about that. There was a lot of people that were wondering what my take is on this issue. And as you know, I mean, I didn't even fucking hesitate. Like I had the answer locked in. Okay. It was in the chamber. I popped off with that real fucking quick. So yeah. And for people saying MPreg, it's like, yeah, dude, imagine my offshoot, my spawn would be such a dominant force in basketball. It would be great. I wish LeBron could impregnate me so I could have a son that absolutely goes to the NBA. I'd be like those fucking YouTube parents that just like constantly put a fucking camera on their children from the earliest age. I'd be like, that baby needs to dribble. Oh, you want fucking titty milk? Sorry, baby. You're going to have to learn how to dribble, dog. Okay? What if you get a girl, though? It's same shit. What? You think I give a fuck? WNBA, baby. The fuck? It don't matter. No titty milk for you until you learn how to dribble. You get the GOAT jeans and your washed ass jumper, kid would max out on D3 on average. No! If LeBron could learn to be a consistent three-point shooter, so could our child. Okay? You made Felix leave. Most same bronsexual. Can you see the fires from your house? Is that why it's so goddamn hot out right now? There's fucking fires. Never coming on the broadcast after this clip. Okay, dude, chill. Let's hear what the
in Doylestown, Bucks County, they call this the scenic stroll.
All right, I'm getting tired already. Are you?
On this morning walk, we asked them to walk through the night before. Who thought the winner was Donald Trump? Who thought the winner was Kamala Harris?
I'm still amazed that some people will support Trump after all the crazy things that we heard last night, eating pets, babies being murdered after 9 months of birth. That craziness makes me uncomfortable.
If division has been a bad thing, Debbie, why should Kamala Harris heal that or fix that?
I think because she won't amplify the break. She won't feed the fuel, the fire that keeps that stoked. I think she'll really take the rhetoric down.
Yeah, she needs to. She needs to amplify the ad break at the top of the hour. You think you know what normies think, but you really don't. What? I know you see me, Mr. Parker. I'm being psychotic, and I know you see me. Please stop. Please, chatter. Come on. Like, please. Oh, my God. Oh, calm down, please. Please. The dangerous side of this streaming business. The 3-minute ad break is what I'm talking about. Here it is. All right.
This is the most competitive of the so-called collar counties, buttoned around Philadelphia. Bucks County is where suburbia swings. They've voted Democratic here in every election since 1992. But it's now home to more registered Republicans than Democrats. Republicans like Pat Galooly. The white male demographic underpins the Trump support base.
Too long still, Jake?
What difference does a debate make? What did you make about Donald Trump talking about immigrants eating dogs?
He's a lunatic. And you have to either accept him as that and let him run the country, that he's a good businessman, and I believe he can run the country better than the Democrats can. But there are certain things that come along with him. So, I mean, you either have to accept that or you have to throw your vote away and vote for a Green Party or somebody else that, you know, is not going to get.
Jill Stein mentioned. Jill Stein noti. Yo, Jill Stein noticed. We're doing it, boys. We're doing it. That's a Jill Steiner in the making. Yo, They Tuesday, where are you? Get into this dude's business immediately. That's a PSL swinger. You could probably swing this guy in the PSL direction. Gloria La Riva, we are coming. Claudia, we're coming. I'm telling you right now.
Is this the Green Party guy?
No, he just mentioned the Green Party as a throwaway vote.
Things that come along with
He was like, Trump is a goddamn lunatic, and I'm voting for him. That's what he said. No, literally. He said, Trump is a goddamn lunatic, but I think he's better at business than the Democrats.
There's so many guys like that. That was the Trump voter I talked to in D.C., where the cowboy hat guy, he was like, I'm from Arkansas. I know the Clintons, and I love them. But this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to vote for a businessman. And I love that. I love that because it's like, you could get one of those guys to vote for George Soros. Like, why not? He's a great businessman. He made $3 billion crashing the Asian tiger economies. It's more than Donald Trump ever did. He's the best businessman. He made like $50 billion.
So, I mean, you either have to accept that or you have to throw your vote away and vote for a Green Party or somebody else that, you know, is not going to get elected.
In American products,
it was her response on female reproductive rights that just slammed it home for me.
On Main Street, they discussed the debate and what meant most.
I have women in my life that have had difficult.
I feel like these guys are awesome. This seems like very much like a West Hollywood voter.
Yeah.
Like if you talk to these guys about like one issue that they are like insanely reactionary on, they will be virtually indistinguishable from Adolf Hitler, but on everything else they will be the most progressive guy you've ever met.
Yeah.
Like I've met so many dudes like this. That are just like, I'm a lifelong Democrat. Okay, I love the Democratic Party. You ask them about like a homeless person, they're like, we should melt them. We should kill all of them immediately.
That's ascendant Californian liberalism.
Yeah. Israel, most important ally you've ever seen. More important than anyone else, really.
Newsomism.
Yeah.
It's the rising ideology.
Pregnancies.
Don't ask him about the immigrants. No, he don't give a fuck about. He loves immigrants. No, guys like this love immigrants. They're like, yeah, they work my land. They're my landscapers. I love them. Guys like this love immigrants. They're like, I'm telling you, they're insanely woke. Okay, unimaginably woke. For the same demographic profile, you put this guy in Springfield, Ohio, you're gonna hear the most insane shit. This guy, same exact demographic, insanely woke. Okay. However, like I said, two issues, like anything that like has remotely impacted his life in like some way, they will be Hitlerian, okay? And you'll be shocked to hear like the types of opinions they have on like, you know, homeless people.
And I think of what their life would be like if they had a difficult pregnancy and they were in a state that would, as Vice President Harris suggested, she might have to bleed out in her car.
To a large extent, minds were made up before this debate. In U.S. politics,
this guy's awesome.
Dude, yo, send this guy to Springfield now.
Oh my God. They would start worshiping him like a god. They've never seen a guy like him. I love him.
He's got the full suit and everything.
He sounds amazing. He looks amazing.
I did not know this is what this man looked like.
Positions tend to be entrenched. For both Trump and Harris, this was about reaching beyond the core vote.
17 is a lot.
Whatever the conversation about debate night, that's where victory lies in November. James Matthews, Sky News in Doylestown.
So good.
I get that law in my suburb. There's a guy a few streets over who's super nice, really progressive on weed, drugs, wants Medicare for all. But there was a proposal to build an apartment complex in our area. He said he'd burn it down.
That's so many Americans.
That tracks.
So many fucking Americans.
Yeah. His name, Steph Curry. That's Steph Curry. You just described Steph Curry's politics. Sorry, it's true. He literally did that. Okay. Oh my God.
This is the only reporter they should send out. I love him.
I do have like a soft spot in my heart for like European commentators that come and like talk about American politics like we're animals.
Yeah, no, yeah. Just talking to like the dumbass average American voter.
Yeah. It's always like it's my favorite thing because it's like it reads like they're in the Serengeti.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, yes, we are in the tundra.
Yeah, when they have to try to like describe the stupid things that like American voters care about.
Yeah.
He said that he wanted a businessman in charge.
Let's see what my goats at the 5. No, they don't have Jessica Tarkov on today. God, I'm so old.
Wait, who's Jessica Tarkov?
Jessica Tarkov. So the 5.
I know the 5.
Okay, so the 5. Jessica Tarkov is there's a liberal seat on the 5.
Ooh,
you didn't know this? So the 5. Let's see if there's a full blown like. Oh, here. So here's the wide shot. So the 5 always has, you know, Xanax mom, Judge Janine, who's
I
just
love her.
sloshed out of her fucking titties.
She's so fun.
You got date rapist galore, Jesse Waters,
He's
right?
definitely killed a woman.
Who probably, yes. And he liked it. You have a basic blonde woman that I genuinely do not know the name of because there
Dana
is like
Perino
this.
too.
There's this in every fucking Fox show.
Yeah.
If you don't have the same blonde woman who I think is literally cloned, okay? They are the same woman. You will never be able to tell me, like, I will never believe you. Like, it's impossible to distinguish. Contract mandated blonde woman obligatory for every show.
And then
goat,
Buttfeld, the
Buttfeld.
goat of comedy.
Yeah, the king of late night.
Yes.
the king of late night, Buttfeld.
If you, again, uncuck the streams, Gutfeld is the most watched late night performer of all time and the world's biggest comedian.
So Jessica Tarkov usually sits here. Sometimes they have, what's the fucking dude who sent nudes of himself?
Juan Williams?
Yeah, no, Juan. No, it was not Williams. God damn it. The other one. His name is Juan as well, but I think it's Juan, isn't it? Not Anthony Weiner, man. Fuck. Oh, it's not Juan. Geraldo Rivera.
Oh yeah.
They'll have like Geraldo Rivera.
He's sort of lib. He's sort of like he's quiet. He's weirdly like very good on Israel, which is like
really?
a very strange.
Maybe that's
feature.
why he's not on the 5 at all lately.
Yeah, he's like weird. Like he's not like you know, glory to the resistance, but he's like way better than you'd expect. It's very surprising.
Yeah. So Geraldo Rivera or this guy, I forget his name. I don't know what his deal is, but my favorite is Jessica Tarlov. I call her Jessica Tarkov, but she's her name is Jessica Tarlov, and that's the liberal seat. Like this is the hot seat, and they just like kind of bully her. Usually when she's on, like Jesse will make like insane remarks about women, and then sometimes it gets so out of control that even Buttfeld is like, all right, ease up, big guy. Like,
you know,
awesome dynamic.
Yeah, you know it's bad when Gutfeld has to get woke.
No, he literally like 2 weeks ago, he very famously said Kamala Harris would get raped by her generals.
What?
Yeah, he said in the room she'd be paralyzed and the generals would have their way with her. And it was so shocking.
He's like has to have killed a woman.
Yeah, it was so
way.
shocking that like everyone else at the panel froze and we're like, no, that wasn't Buttfeld. But Buttfeld would never.
No, he would never say that. Do you remember when Jesse Waters like he got in trouble because there was a clip of like Ivana Trump like holding a microphone and he's like, I like the way she's holding that like a dick. He's such a fucking creep. Oh my god,
awesome.
he's so fucking scuzzy.
God.
Oh my god,
he's dope. He's
awesome.
Yeah. Okay, let's watch. Let's see what the fuck they're
Joe
talking
Biden,
about.
5 o'clock in New York City, and this is the 5.
And she's like the main host, technically. I don't know who the fuck her name is.
She looks so much like Dana Perino,
Well,
but I know it's not
apparently,
Dana
Greg, it was a
Perino.
showdown for the ages. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris squaring off for their first debate. The night starting out with a handshake and quickly turned into haymakers.
She doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat.
During the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
Messed up that they're showing that part.
Yeah.
That's kind of fake friends. Fake friends.
Well, they did him a favor by not having I worked with the Taliban.
Yeah.
Run Spot Run was when I could tell that he had lost. Like this was going to be a historically bad night.
No,
for him.
that was it. He's like doing Brandonisms. Like
yeah.
That's like a listen fat style moment right there.
He absorbs the power of everyone he defeats. And he misses Brandon so much he became him.
Yeah. Viktor Orban.
Viktor Orban likes me.
Like, I can't get over the Viktor Orban mentions. Like, I know Viktor Orban sitting in his bedroom, okay, in the governor's mansion or wherever the fuck he's staying in
the biggest cave in Hungary.
Yeah. And he's wearing one of those like fucking like those suits that you like wear in old timey shows with like the fucking.
Oh, with the nightcap,
with the nightcap and everything.
He's blowing out his candle,
and he's kicking his feet, excited that he got mentioned by the former president of the United States.
I hate Orban is so fucking annoying. He made a speech at CPAC, and he's like, "We need to be more like Chuck Norris," and it's like. You should be invaded. Russia should invade you.
My favorite is when they're like when I think it was him and Nayib Bukele, which again Trump fucked him over.
Yeah, Trump hates Bukele now because Bukele's too developmentalist for him.
Yeah, I don't think it goes that far. I think someone told him he's Palestinian.
Right. No, I don't think that Trump personally was like, oh no, developmentalism, and he's going to join the non-aligned movement. I don't think he thought that. Necessarily.
I think Trump was like, Bukele, that sounds like an Arab. Why is he in El Salvador? But the thing I was gonna say is like they both went to CPAC and they were like, we hate globalism. And I'm like, dude, you're from El Salvador and you're from Hungary. What do you mean? Like, you hate globalism for like America? Like, what the fuck?
Also, like Hungary gets EU runoff specifically because they're like the EU, the most like globalist project, if you can even assign like one institution or one ideology to that. B, they get EU runoff because they're supposed to be like a breakwater against Russia. The supposed like hated enemy of globalism. But
they're also getting Chinese money.
Yeah, globalism is such an amorphous term that these fucking idiots go, no, you don't get it. The globalists are trying to destroy Israel.
Yeah.
What is globalism then? It's just anything then.
Yeah, it's like not. They can't even do anti-Semitism right.
Yeah, Jesus.
You fucking idiots.
My favorite Trump thing from last time, I have a lot of favorites, but I loved when he said concept of a plan, he said it in such a Homer Simpson tone. He said it exactly like Homer says it.
You think they'll put that
in the concept of a plan
in the 5?
No, I don't think they will. Unfortunately, I have the concept of a plan.
Oh God, it was awesome.
Wait a minute, I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please.
He loved that one.
Yeah, he
talked about it afterwards. He's like, "You guys heard that? I practiced that one line."
That's so Hillary to do that.
Yeah,
that is so. That's such a Hillaryism to have like a single little retort you prepared and be like, anyone catch that?
Yeah, it was lame as fuck.
No one liked it.
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. What you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Quiet, please. She's going to do all these wonderful.
Wait, this makes him look really bad, and Kamala kind of good. What's going on?
Well,
damn, they couldn't find any highlights, dude. What the fuck?
I mean, you know how Murdoch, like after last night, Murdoch was probably like, "Fuck him."
No, he's too busy fucking doing his succession situation in his own family, where he's like trying to rat fuck his children. So the most insane one gets the entire franchise.
Well, like Lachlan or someone was fuck him, you know.
Yeah. There's like a woke one apparently.
Is there?
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I heard that there's like one gay one or something. There's like a woke one who's like, who he wants to make it less, I guess, less profitable. He's a fucking idiot.
I mean, that's why you have to have like 5 kids. Because it's like,
yeah, no, it is literally Succession. Like
that's, yeah. If I ever start like $1 billion business, I'm having 5 of them, because like, I don't know if I'll go crazy or not when I get old. And I want at least one son who's like woke or something.
Yeah, that's
if
what
I fuck up and I like make my kids evil. If I have 5 of them,
that's what Elon was thinking. But like for the opposite, there was like at least one of them needs to be a fascist. If I have 11, one of them will be like the good kind of autism, the Nazi kind.
Oh my god, his thing. I am like his Taylor Swift thing last night was like fucking nauseating, but like. On this, the silver lining is like, you know how like Delta Force, like the first women have started joining Delta Force.
Yeah,
you know that those women grew up listening to Taylor Swift.
Yeah, so
I know what you're saying. They're gonna treat him like an army ranger who tried to call criminal investigation division about coke trafficking.
They're gonna Chris Kyle him.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it was so gross. It was so gross, dude. I talked about that a lot. It was just like, it's so sweaty and pathetic. And it's like, notice me, please notice me, Taylor Swift. Don't worry, babe, I'll fuck you. It's like, dude, you are disgusting. Like you are a disgusting fucking creature. You look like God is punishing you for all of your evil that you've done every day of the fucking week.
Just anyone who like says something like that public, like I usually don't think you can evince too much about someone's character based on their posts or whatever, but like when you're like ostensibly like a real serious person, like you're supposed to be running all these companies, and you like say that publicly, you have definitely done some like NDA worthy shit.
Yeah,
way more
for
that has gone way farther than like just when he tried to. What did he do? He like showed his cock to the flight attendant and tried to give her a horse.
I was like, take this horse.
Yeah. She burst into tears when she saw his like porcelain colored dick, because like who wouldn't? And he was like, oh my god, do you want a horse?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Forget about this. Here's a horse. It's like, no, I need I need psychiatric therapy.
He has to have like done some insane things.
Yeah.
Like there's no way.
No,
if you like think it's like cool to say that, you did some Jesse Waters things,
dude. It was so. For those of you who haven't seen it, I'll spare you. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. It was so gross. Like, where the fuck's the tweet? I'm sure it has like 800 million fucking likes by now. Because every disgusting rapist freak is probably like, oh, this is so funny. Oh, who wouldn't want to fuck Elon? Of course Taylor should fuck Elon. I'm going to make AI photos of Taylor and Elon having 11 children.
There are a lot of women pilots in the Air Force now. Take a break from shooting down God-guided Yemeni ballistic missiles. And, you know what you have to do. You know who you listened to when you were going through the Air Force Academy to become a pilot, ladies.
Oh god, I fucking hate this shit. Like, oh, I can't. It's just I
had to check. I didn't think it was real.
It in my brain when I read it. I was like,
Jesus fuck.
Like the air of entitlement from this tweet too, where it's like, of course she wants to fuck me. I'm Elon Musk, and it's like. But also how sweaty this is. How fucking unimaginably sweaty and gross this is, dude. I thought it was a parody. No, this is divorce levels previously unseen. Like, I don't know, man. I think it'd be sick if Travis Kelce beat the shit out of him. Like, I don't give a fuck about Travis Kelce in any other circumstance, but it'd be fucking dope if he just killed him. Like, he has the right. I think it's his right.
No one with that style of ironic mustache will like do that. And she was dating like a man of honor.
Like it's the legal. You're gonna get banned. I'm saying like it's like prima nocta style shit. You know what I mean? It's like legal for the it's legal in the ancient lands. Like he has to fucking do a trial by combat. You know what I mean? Ay, ay, ay. Disgusting.
Yeah, it just fucking made my skin crawl. Not even necessarily because like the content's fucking bizarre and stomach churning, but more so just like, oh, this guy's like probably raped someone. That was like more my takeaway.
You're reinforcing, dude. I love my chat. Why not Taylor? You're reinforcing that men own women. Just say Taylor gets to kill him, man.
I mean, like when was the last time someone with like, let's say like $500 million personally killed someone? Phil Spector?
The fucking Jinx guy.
Yeah. And see, look, he got in trouble for it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he leaked it while he was pissing.
He kind of did everything he could possibly do to get caught. That's the part, like, he wanted people to know how cool his murder was.
Like, guys, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't put a lot of thought and effort into this take, okay, with the Travis Kelce thing. Like, I'm sure Taylor can do it too, of course. Girls can, anything men can do, girls can do better, okay? That's not, my intention was not to come across as misogynistic in this hypothetical scenario. Robert Durst, you're talking about, by the way.
Yeah.
Let Taylor kill someone, you misogynist. Yeah, I think Taylor Swift should say something. That'd be great. Oh my God, it would literally. What you're saying about the women Delta Force would come true. If she came out and was like, "This is gross. You're a fucking creep. Shut the fuck up." This would cause. Like Elon Musk would have to pay extra for security for at least the next 10 years.
Yeah, like, I don't know if people follow Seth Harp's reporting. He does a lot of really good reporting on like very weird Fort Bragg stuff and special forces stuff. But he posted something interesting about that there are women in Delta now, and it's like, look, just going by the odds, at least one of them grew up listening to Taylor Swift.
Yes.
Like biggest artist in the world.
100%. No, they all did.
Yeah.
I'm a firm
probably all of them. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
She could.
Dude, yeah, it's like that's the real fatwa. A white woman fatwa has never happened before.
Do you think there's any like non-religious or non-political leader who could so easily command people to kill?
Yeah.
I don't think there's anyone close.
No, 100%.
She's like,
I don't even think Trump could do it.
No. Like Trump said, let's take back this country, and they went and they like farted on Nancy Pelosi's desk and like got killed.
Yeah.
If Taylor had commanded January 6th, it would have happened. It would have gone down way different.
Yeah, I think Taylor Swift does command like the most powerful constituency, the #1 consuming engine. Like we talk about America being the consumer engine, but like women make 85% of the purchase decisions in the household. Okay, 85%. Holy fuck, dude. The amount of power, holy shit, that Taylor Swift has. BTS could, maybe.
I could, yeah. BTS, they are pretty nuts. Those are the only people that have like brought in my friend Tom, to heel, even a little bit.
Wait,
I mean,
really?
It didn't really fully stop him, but it was like Tom is pissed off everyone. But he did this BTS bit where he's like, I love BTS, but Jimin sucks.
No. Bro, you're gonna get me.
Yeah,
I'm gonna catch flag
he had to,
for invoking that in here.
He had to, he had to endure the storm for a while.
Taylor made my wife make me draft Travis Kelce in fantasy, so I get it. That's insane.
Jesus.
All right,
things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years.
I have to pee.
All right, but the big controversy of the night wasn't the candidates. ABC moderators David Muir and Lindsay
Dana
Davis
Perino,
getting called out
so
after
much
aggressively
like her.
fact-checking
It really
Trump 5
does.
times, but 0 times for Harris.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi.
And here are the questionable Harris statements that they let go.
A detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing.
Yeah, this is like, it doesn't even matter like if a moderator is biased, because like, you can point to like every debate that's happened since we've televised them where there's probably like an instance of moderator bias, right? It's just inevitable. But the moment you start like complaining about it and trying to make the news cycle about that, you lose so many more people than you gain no one, and you lose a ton of people. Because even if like you get enough people to think that, it's still, you still come off as a fucking loser. It's the same problem as Trump like constantly talking about the election being stolen. No one wants to be reminding people of their loss. It's death. It's the sign of a campaign that is in a tailspin. It never works.
The president then at the time say there were fine people on each side. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking.
Meanwhile, the Harris campaign wants a second debate. Donald Trump says
that was the only time where it was like they could have I guess like fact checked her or about the Hamas rapes thing.
Yeah. Well, God knows they're not gonna fucking fact check that.
Yeah. David Muir is sexy, but like they're decapitating him if he says something in front of 65 million people like that.
Yeah, you don't get to be on the news asking questions like that.
No, not at all.
Fucking way. if he had to push back on that for even a second, they would be like trying to organize protests against David Muir.
Yeah,
they'd be like, my daughter goes to fucking Colombia and she's afraid she's gonna get killed because of David Muir normalizing anti-Semitism.
Yeah,
like you just can't. They don't like
welcome back, anti-Semite of the week, David Muir.
It would be like Bill Ackman would be like, I'm offering a $500,000 bounty for anyone who has a video of David Muir breaking a menorah over his leg.
Yeah, that's someone said David Muir is now working for Zeteo. You'd only see him in those fucking on those Twitter clips of him asking the State Department very normal questions that they never respond.
They're the only people who are actually like pushing Matt Miller in anything.
Like the only people doing real journalism in this fucking country are like the same 20 people that have been doing it for the past like 40 years too.
I watch all of those.
Noticeably, none of them working at New York Times.
Yeah. The only people who like it's either them or like whatever like British reporters are there.
Yeah.
I have gotten very well acquainted with all like the state spokespeople, and like they're all just repulsive. Matt Miller, I may hate him the most, but my least favorite newcomer is that fucking Butterball.
Oh, a Fat Sauger.
Yeah.
He's goofy though. He's goofy.
I mean, with him, you at least get, there is the fun in that, like, he's like crying himself.
Vedant Patel. Yes.
Yeah, Patel.
He does. He does seem like I feel like I said this before, but like every time he trips up, it almost feels like there's like a little bit of humanity inside of him that's saying like, this is not right.
Like you would be unrecognizable to like even the adolescent version of you. You are doing complete evil. He knows it. Matt Miller is like, he's dead inside, nothing, but him, he
apparently,
there's a sadness in his
I thought
eyes.
that, and then someone told me he's a University of Florida graduate.
Okay.
And then I was like, never mind.
Yeah,
he got this job. He did not deserve this job at all. I don't know how the fuck he got the job.
Oh my God. They're letting anyone in.
Yeah. Oh man.
I went to ASU. Let me run the State Department. I mean, no offense to ASU graduates in the chat.
But yeah, it is pretty funny that if they are incompetent, it's usually because, unless it's Karine Jean-Pierre, who's just bad at her job,
horrible,
who is just genuinely bad at her job. But
terrible.
like usually those press people, like when they're doing a bad job, is because like it's kind of hard to just consistently defend a genocidal apartheid regime when people are just like constantly asking you. It's been 200 days since you said that you would investigate the death of Hind Rajab, a 6-year-old, by Israeli authorities. Oh
yeah,
that's why I have a special place in my heart for Kirby, who like absolutely is a freakish monster, who like I think watches the latest reports in order to come. Like I think he just gets like sexual gratification.
Kirby
from
is
it.
like a full sociopath.
Yeah.
There's like no shame or anything there. he is a complete nihilist who like enjoys like the mass murder of children.
He wears,
there's no doubt.
He like one of the hostage families or whatever gave him the idea of dog tags, and he has not stopped jerking off with the idea of dog tags on. He never takes it off.
Yeah.
He can't nut without it.
He's just, I mean, that's people like him are ideally why you would want life sentences to exist.
He reminds
you can't
me,
let a person like that out in society.
Yeah, he reminds me of like an old school, like, you know, government man. Like back when, like 60s CIA stooge, like more competent, evil as fuck.
He's the type of guy that would like personally tell Lieutenant Calley that he got pardoned.
Yeah.
He's mulling it over.
Well, you know, when you don't win, it's like a fighter. When a fighter has a bad fight, gets knocked out, or loses the fight, the first thing he says...
Dude, he is coping so hard. He went into the spin room, which he did after the Hillary debate as well, which I think Hillary won in that instance too. I think if I remember correctly, the first debate that he did with Hillary won. So he like did the spin room back then as well. But he immediately started talking about like 3 Twitter polls that he found that were available for 24 hours. And in the first, like he clipped them in the first 23 minutes and was like, see, 95% said that I won.
Yeah, and it was like what, like Cat Turd is running the poll?
Yeah, it was like Insider Paper or something. It's like one of those like Groyper accounts that fucking presents itself as like a breaking news now type account.
He didn't even get because like everyone in the Trump sphere is like, well, okay, he lost, but it's because he had to fight the moderator and Harris. He was fighting 3 people that night. You know?
C-SPAN fucking ran those polls? No shot. What? There's no way.
We want a rematch. So we won the debate according to every poll, every single poll. I think that...
Oh, the C-SPAN poll is also a Twitter poll.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's see.
Yep. Yeah, no, agree.
The only thing this shows is that Twitter is not real life at all. It is just dominated by fucking right-wing Nazi losers. If I didn't click that, they would ban me on Twitter. Okay, chat. You don't understand.
Even 3-on-1, Trump won. Yeah, no, agree.
That's crazy. These guys are so fucking delusional.
Are we going to do a rematch? I just don't know. We'll think about it.
Yeah, he's not.
There's no way.
He got fucking clobbered, okay?
Probably the single worst performance of his political career.
Yeah.
Historically bad.
Yeah, it's pretty apparent. Like Fox News did the fucking death.
Now.
The Fox News was doing the death spiral chants. Brit Hume literally was like, "This is the worst debate I've ever seen." Like,
well, yeah, Brit Hume is like a pre-Trump guy. Like he's like a Bush guy, so he knows.
I know. He's single-handedly watched this party that he loves go from like the competent country club Republicans to like the Trump party.
Furious.
That is a wrap.
Like Brit Hume was probably there when Karl Rove thought of the idea to say that John McCain had a black illegitimate daughter, and he's like, "This is what this fucking party is now." These fucking idiots.
On the Harris-Trump presidential debate, now in the books.
Here with us tonight for post-debate analysis, Brit Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr., Laura Ingraham, Jesse Waters, plus Sean Hannity will be with us live from the spin room. Well,
what a weird career Harold
inflation,
Ford
abortion,
had.
Immigration, January 6th. It took about 40 minutes to get to a question pressing Vice President Harris on the list of changing policies from when she ran for president in 2019. About an hour before foreign policy came up, the first question of the debate, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Never fully received an answer there. However, Vice President Harris was clearly well prepared, practiced, on the offensive much of the night. Former President Trump did take a lot of the bait that she threw out in some of those answers, but he pointed time and again, as he did there at the end, about what she has or has not done as vice president. The question now is, how much does this move the needle?
Yeah, I mean, it has to be said that she was really never held to the fire. She was not pressed by the moderators on her past positions and how she got from a very progressive.
Yeah, I mean, you know you lost when you're crying to the referee. Like, this is not what this is not what the Fox News coverage looked like after the last debate. You know, that's how you know. That's how you know when Joe Biden was like collapsing, having a fucking meltdown on stage. They were doing victory laps. They were popping fucking champagne. That's how you fucking know this shit sucked for him.
Sean Hannity is in the spin room. Thoughts on this debate, Sean?
Disagree on other parts of what he said. I think the biggest loser in the debate, and we talked about this pre-debate, is ABC. The fact that we didn't get
soldier, like he knows, but
just
yeah.
So your thoughts?
I don't think the American people are watching and thinking any of these people won.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Who's to say?
Yeah. Who knows? Has anyone ever won a debate?
Yeah. What are debates really? No one cares about them.
What does it mean to win?
Famously, that's what Ben Shapiro said. Ben Shapiro was like, nobody cares about debates. Okay.
That's Ben.
Yeah.
You said.
Yeah.
If Ben said that, that's a sign of like self-harm
Yeah.
incoming.
No. Yeah. He. Oh no. He used I think he used the term fuddy-duddy at the end of it or something. Like, he was busting out the big words. Words that he only would words exclusive when he's only talking about like Arab people or whatever. They were utilized tonight.
God.
He's putting money in the swear jar.
This was rough. This was pretty intense at times. She started off shaky. She regained her footing. But I thought she was going to come out with some of these memorable lines.
Okay. Laura Ingraham doubles down, whining about the ABC News moderators being too harsh on Trump, showing that this will absolutely be the MAGA talking point this week. Britt Hume,
from person, who was well prepared, had answers, and knew where she was going.
Not only a different person from the person she was in that interview on CNN, but a different person from the absolute dunderhead so many of us thought she was during her conduct as vice president, when she would come out with these ludicrous statements that started.
I love it.
Yeah.
Dunderhead.
Yeah.
100%. Listen, son, I was there when we shot a missile at the Pentagon. This is worse.
Midair,
unburdened by the past,
unburdened by common sense, and here she was tonight. She was composed. She was prepared. She kept her cool. She saw advantages. She took them. She baited him successfully, which is the story of the debate, in my view. So she came out ahead in this, in my opinion, no doubt. Now, whether it'll move the needle in the race, very few things seem to. But
see, no more Brit. They're not making any more Brit Humes. They're not making anyone left who could do 9/11. They're making this guy.
Yeah, this guy is the best, though.
Wow.
It's weird. I can't take him seriously. He's not on an airport.
Yeah. Where is he?
Yeah, it's weird. But he is still wearing a shirt that is noticeable.
This is like the Republican uniform now.
Yeah.
Like the dumbest T-shirt you've ever seen over a blazer for some reason. They love that outfit.
Yeah.
That's like the
debate
coolest
is
thing.
over. I'm mic'd up because I'm getting ready to go live on Newsmax in 2. Getting ready to go live, so I'm mic'd up. The debate is over. What did you guys think of the debate? Friends, Kamala came prepared. She came prepared with lots of points that I don't know that President Trump was ready for. It was not a slaughter, and I'll tell you why. Because she was pushing lies that if somebody doesn't know what the truth is, then they wouldn't know. They don't know what to think. And how many Americans actually go research? How many actually go research and fact check? I've been trying to put the fact checks out. She still pushed the Charlottesville.
Fact check. Yeah, fact check. Haitians are eating cats.
he's really spiraling in this.
Yeah, this is not good,
Lie.
man.
Absolutely a lie. She pushed so many lies, but she was very, very cunning in exactly why and how she said what she said. And at the end of each...
this is cognizant that like Kamala baited the fuck out of Trump.
There's not a single thing that she baited on him on that he didn't walk directly into.
Yeah. This debate won't matter. It was just eliminated as an inflection point. The American people still know nothing about Kamala Harris's positions. Donald Trump is still Donald Trump, and the legacy media are still a giant flaming dog turd.
Woo! Yeah, man.
Wait, did he put himself on the shirt? Wait,
yes,
is that
he did.
him? Oh, come on, bro.
Yeah, it's Elon.
That space is reserved for Viktor Orban, dog. Okay.
Yeah, he did not shout out David at the debate. He shouted out Viktor Orban.
Yeah. It is pretty funny because people are like, oh, why didn't they fucking fact check Kamala Harris? Like, what are they supposed to fact check her on? She's boring as shit.
Yeah.
Like, she's not gonna come out. Like, what would be the liberal version of like?
Oh, Kamala, you said our dreams undergird our ambitions. Is that true? She just says bullshit. You can't like that's not.
It's like old school buttoned up politicians. Like the last time the fact check ever happened was like Mitt Romney one time, and that was like a big point of contention, a big point of controversy that it even happened. And it's like, yeah, back in the day, a lot of you are young, but like politicians would at the very least try to lie in the direction of the truth, or would try to lie in a way that still gives them an out. Donald Trump completely dropped that shit. He's just been saying 1 million Americans get killed every day by migrants.
Yeah.
Like, what are you supposed to do? Not say that's wrong.
Yeah, there's a difference between like that's exactly it. We're like when Bush lied, or any of these guys, or any of like the supposed successors to the Bush Republicans, when they did it, it was always in like such a way that if you fact checked it, you looked like you were quibbling or like just looking for a confrontation.
Yeah, they used to care. They used to care about like how they messaged it. And I think Donald Trump was correct when he predicted that like it's better to just like drop the dog whistles.
Yeah.
Because like clearly the American population was way more responsive to that. That's why they were like, he tells it like it is, you know?
Yeah, but then the problem with that is like you can't then like point to like any type of propriety or norms and go, hey, why aren't you giving me that?
Yeah.
Why aren't you extending me the same professional courtesy?
Yeah.
Well, you chose not to have this.
Yeah.
You don't want it. It's mostly advantaged you and hurt you in other ways.
The closest you can get to like a fact check would be, and it's not even remotely in the same territory as like shit that Trump says on a daily basis, but like it would be the bloodbath thing.
Yeah.
Where he was like very obviously talking about the economy and like using violent language, but he's not talking about like, the streets are going to run red with blood or whatever. He's just saying like the economy is going to fucking tank. Having said that, however, he says a whole bunch of violent shit anyway. So that's also like a useless fact check in general. What are you going to fucking act like Trump doesn't say insanely violent shit about like direct political violence on a daily basis? Or what are they going to do? Like call out Kamala Harris because Donald Trump said, you're the reason why I got shot at? That was awesome.
Yeah.
He was like, Kamala
you say
Harris.
horrible things about me and that got me shot.
Yeah. That's Kamala Harris, when she was saying like, our dreams are going to be starting when we start the process of dreaming about our start. That's when that was the activation code for the Manchurian candidate to fucking snipe Donald Trump.
Yeah. When that kid heard about $50,000 for startups in majority minority neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I have to kill him.
Yeah, I have to kill him.
I love this policy so much. It's such a good idea.
Yeah. Whining about someone else getting you shot is loser shit.
It kind of is. I did kind of think that because it is like that doesn't come off strong. Yeah. You're so mean to me that someone almost killed me.
Yeah.
If someone said that, like in your personal life, even if it was true,
yeah, you'd be like, you shouldn't have missed.
yeah. If you had two friends and like one of those friends put up like billboards about the other friend where they're like, this guy is terrible, he's a terrorist, he abducts children, and someone shot at the other friend and like hit him in the ear, but it didn't really like hurt him that bad. But the other friend starts blowing up your group chat and he's like, the horrible things you say about me got me shot in the ear. You'd be like, can you shut the fuck up? Like, I don't care. Like, you're like, either kill him or shut up. I don't care.
Yeah, Cat Turd talking about like pet murder is pretty crazy. Like, dude, come on, dude. You put out like a massive Twitter post. Like, you effort posted about murdering your fucking dog, dude.
He is the Labrador flattener. There is no dog that is safe from him behind the wheel.
It's crazy. Like, he has killed multiple pets and he will do it again.
I don't know anyone who's like been like, whoops, I ran over my dog.
Dude, this is the same shit. It's the same shit as a woman in Springfield being like, look at the trash. They're piling up trash. And then it's like her trash can looks the same. You know what I mean? It's like, it's fine when I do it. It's bad when they do it.
Yeah. When you kill a pet, just kill it. Don't eat it. Don't get anything out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Or Christy Nome.
Oh my God, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, we haven't even like seen what the fuck the Fox 5 are saying about
There's
this.
been big electoral shifts. I mean, like seismic things happening in this campaign. Joe Biden's debate, Trump's the assassination attempt on his life, Joe Biden dropping out, and the race basically remains tied, and it probably will be after this debate as well. But what did you think about last night?
Well, I don't know who won, but I know who lost. It was the American people.
Boom.
You know, you could say if you complain about the refs, you're losing. Well, if the refs are corrupt, you gotta complain because everybody lost.
So it's fine.
I actually got dumber watching it. I felt like my brain was being waterboarded by.
Yeah, you shouldn't have watched it. And if you did watch it, forget about it because it's stupid.
Yeah, nothing happened. Don't even ask me about it.
Yeah. 65 million people got stupid last night. Please don't say that you watched it or bring it up ever
Sheer
again.
nonsense of these idiot moderators. But we were so sidetracked by the mechanics of the debate, the muted mics, that we forgot about them. I honestly don't know how anyone can decide who won the debate. That's like trying to guess the price of a painting that you suspect is a forgery. You can't.
Bro is unwinding the entire career trajectory of, like, he's literally just saying, like, why do people even commentate on politics? Like, why? It's stupid. It's just like, what a dumb thing. You just have like 5 of your friends sit around in front of a table and start talking about politics. Why really is anybody doing debates?
Who really cares? Like, is anyone even noticing this stupid shit? I like sports. This is dumb.
He said, who even keeps tab of like who won a debate? Like, as though he hasn't been doing this professionally for like 40 fucking years.
If you went on Fox after Joe Biden went havudababa at the debate and you were like, who really knows what politics even are? They would make you the new, like, lady.
Yeah.
You know, they would never forget about it.
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. They put a fucking dunce cap on you and parade you around town.
They would make you the new Alan Combs. They would make you...
give you cancer.
Yeah. They would torture you for 20 years and give you cancer. If anyone went on there and said this shit.
I heard that, like, he actually hated Sean Hannity by the end of it or something. Like, that
kind of makes sense.
I don't know if that's real or not, but I forget. Someone was telling me about that, like that he might have actually given him cancer.
Sean Hannity is like, he has a strong enough like willpower that I think he could incarcerate somebody through prayer.
Yeah.
He probably went to so many Catholic churches and was like, can we give this guy cancer? And they were like, no, Sean, stop asking. And then he found a weird enough Catholic church, like that guy in Texas who got kicked out.
Yeah.
And he's like, I can help you.
Sean Hannity's built like what I imagine the Trent twins are going to look like when they go older and then stop cycling Anavar.
His skull has to weigh like 80 pounds.
He is such a perfect like high school football quarterback who just got old and never let that go.
I love him. He was like a construction worker who would like call into conservative radio and be like, I trust Bill Clinton as far as I could throw him, and with all those Big Macs he eats, probably not that far. And then they like made him a millionaire. So I love his whole story. I think he's very inspiring.
Did you know that Sean Hannity knows karate?
Oh yeah, no, he's an MMA guy. He trains with Chuck Liddell. There's a great video of Sean hitting some pads.
Oh, that's so sick.
It would be my honor to spar with him.
I do like Sean Hannity. I think like out of the Fox News lineup sucks so much. I mean, he's such a brown noser and really fucking annoying when he's like, Mr. President, yes, Mr. President. What else would you like, sir? Like he gobbles Trump's ass so hard. But I do kind of, I don't know why. There's like I mean, I guess it makes sense. I mean, now that you said he was a construction worker originally, like there is I don't know what it is. There's just something about him that like feels more real.
More human, like
more human.
Yeah, with Bill O'Reilly, like we know that's a psycho.
Yeah,
that's a psychotic man.
Yeah, Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah,
fucking Glenn Beck.
These are all psychos.
Yeah, these are sociopathic monsters.
Bill O'Reilly cannot complete a single commercial transaction without screaming at someone.
Yeah.
And like getting in the face of like a 5'3" woman and be like, I'll fucking kill you. I'm a platinum customer.
Yeah.
But Sean Hannity, he's just like a glad-handing dickhead, the likes of which we've all met in our lives. There's a positive aura about the man.
Yeah, he's the only person he's the only person I think that like I don't know, I wouldn't like I could keep a conversation with him without like wanting to kill him.
Yeah, I could watch like a UFC event with Sean Hannity and probably have a pretty good time.
Whereas like everyone else, I mean, he's a dumbass, don't get me wrong. He's not a good guy either, obviously. Like none of these guys are. I'm just saying that like every single person on the lineup is such like bloodless sociopathic monsters, like Tucker Carlson, you know what I mean? Like I don't like Tucker Carlson at all. Like I can smell the fucking CIA operative off of him.
Yeah, Hannity is the only one where it's like if he was like my seatmate on a cross country flight, I'd be like, oh, okay. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
And I'd probably end up having like a way better time with him.
Yeah.
Can't objectively decide a winner in a sham competition. This is truly the first DEI debate where one candidate was subjected to a high standard and the other was held to no standards at all. They removed the essence of fairness to achieve an outcome that could not be scored. You cannot score that. That is why you can't say who won or who lost. A liberal should be ashamed that your candidate needed the odds to be stocked so heavily in their favor. You know, for many Americans, Harris entered as a mystery and exited as a mystery, and that was the goal, to keep her under wraps. So anyone who attributes that to Kamala's skill is an idiot.
He's talking shit to Brit Hume. Brit Hume is going to ride on you.
Yeah, I mean, they don't care. They know. He knows that they have to say this. He's like the fucking politics chief of Fox News.
He's talking shit. Like Brit Hume was like, she used to be a dunderhead and now she's the talk of the town.
Yeah, but this is the editorial section where they're gonna. He has to say this, but I think like I don't know why absolutely zero people on their side is ever going, maybe Trump should try a little bit harder to like massage the narrative.
Yeah.
Instead of just like letting it rip because he got so comfortable by overwhelming a rather non-adversarial media after the 4 years of having adversarial media. Like he just got comfortable with like just saying whatever the fuck he wants and being kind of like captured in the Truth Social and like, you know, MAGA Trump crowd spaces. So like there's not a lot of coverage over the things that he's saying. And that has caused him to miss us, like to no longer be as cognizant of like some of these other boundaries, you know, like adults are inevitably going to go, this is not okay. This is not correct. Like they're not telling Trump like, hey man, you know, dial it back a little bit. And I think that's a bad instinct to lean into.
They aren't even entertaining the idea that like a normal person saw Trump and maybe was a little freaked out. They're not even talking about like what a normal person's reaction to Trump would be. They can't bring that up because the moment you do, you have to actually objectively evaluate his performance.
Yeah.
The only people on this channel that will do that are like the former Bush guys.
Yeah. It is kind of funny though, because like I thought he was gonna be sleepy. Like I thought he was gonna be sleepy and kind of boring, especially with the muted mics. And I thought that could like maybe present as more moderate and be beneficial for him. And then I saw Laura Loomer get off the plane, and immediately I was like, never mind, I was wrong. Immediately I was like, no, it's gonna be fun. This is gonna be a fun night. Trump's gonna be fucking insane.
If they had given him a sedative, it would have gone better.
Yeah,
it would have been. If that weird thing he did at the one Hillary debate where it sounded like he had a sore throat, that would be a better strategy than whatever the fuck he was doing up there.
Yeah, I think he legitimately came in and was like, you know, I've seen the Dana Bash interview, like she sucked, you know.
Yeah,
she's not good in a contest. She's not good in a like adversarial setting. So, and there's a lot of shit that they will inevitably call into question. So, you know, he'll be able to just like, you know, do light work.
Yeah, just steamroll, make it part of the show.
Yeah.
But instead, it just looked like he was whining when he wasn't saying things that completely baffled and alienated most undecided voters.
Yeah. But it's also because, you know, he just leaned into every time that Kamala Harris like would do a subtle jab in the midst of like talking about other shit too. It wasn't just like she wasn't even like going overboard with attacking him. There was a certain point where I was like, okay, like dial it back a little bit. But even then, like she would usually package it. She would use it very cleverly in an effort to like deflect away from other conversations that were hard for her to have, like on immigration.
Yeah, every time she used it to get out of like immigration or the economy or the general, are you better off? Like every time she did that, and like anyone with half of a functioning brain could be like, oh, she's trying to bait me to get away from that. But instead, he was like, oh, you're going to bait me? Well, I'll show you.
Yeah, he could have
fucking kill you.
He could have easily been like, how about you, instead of bringing up this old stuff, like answer the question for once about, do you feel better? Do you think the American people are better off now than they were when I was president? Like if he had said that, it would have been dramatically better. It would have been significantly better for Donald Trump, but he just couldn't. He was so mad the whole fucking time.
Yeah, like if he had done that first, if he had, you know, answer the question or like, you know, look at the state of the world under the Blinken State Department and the Biden administration.
Breaking in first under Biden, Egypt to receive full military aid tied to human rights.
They bought a bunch of Chinese planes. They're buying some J-10s, and they think they're going to buy China's other stealth aircraft, the FC-31/J-31.
I like that.
Very cool plane.
They were withholding a portion of Egypt's military assistance over the continued human rights abuses.
Oh.
But now that they're like, I assume, full blown behind Israel, even more than they were before, then now they're like, oh, okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
You can have it all now.
I think part of it,
it's the secret trick. If you're a human rights violator and a fucking, you know, in a dictatorship in a client state, just say, I love Israel and I will do anything for Israel. And then the cheat code is America forgets about all of your human rights abuses.
They're buying these J-10s, but America is we're giving them the financing to do it. We're giving them some pretty good terms on like a $10 billion loan.
Uh-huh.
And I think, I don't know, there's this guy I found on Twitter who's like an Egyptian defense policy specialist. He says there's like an option in there to buy some stealth aircraft from China. The J-10's a good plane. That thing's fucking cool. It's very fun in War Thunder. The J-31.
Oh, Chris Murphy came out. My favorite.
Yeah, the hero of the Senate.
Yeah, it's no secret. We did a soft coup. We tried to do a soft coup in Venezuela, and this
guy fucked it up.
Yeah, Orange Mussolini fucked it up. I'll never
fucking hate Chris Murphy.
Yeah, what an insane thing to openly, publicly write.
Oh my god.
We have like our our they them CIA is fucking up, dude. our you know what is it, like anxiety riddled
millennials with imposter syndrome.
Millennials with
anxiety.
imposter syndrome. It's no secret that Egypt remains a deeply repressive autocratic state, and I see no good reason to ignore that fact by waiving these requirements. Has he said that about Israel? What has he said about Israel? I want to see what Chris Murphy said. He must have been hitting the fucking liberal Zionism.
I would guess that he's like we needed an investigation guy, but we remain firmly committed.
Murphy presses Blinken on the importance of a Palestinian state.
Yeah, a two-state solution. What a fucking hero!
Murphy presses Blinken on the importance of a Palestinian state as a part of a potential Israeli-Saudi normalization agreement.
That's happening too.
He's like, are we giving Saudis nukes? Well, then, you know, we have to give Palestine at least a moment to have a conversation.
We need a Palestinian Bantustan that will have no military and be constantly bombed by the IOF
also,
Air Forces.
This way, Saudi Arabia can have nukes.
Yeah. Oh, my fucking God.
Yeah, these guys are doing great work around the clock, man. We definitely have a phenomenal...
How can Trump not beat that? Like... Just gesture to the Blinken State Department. Look at the fucking world.
Yeah. Well,
what a fucking idiot. He's so fucking stupid.
Well, I think it's because he's like, you know, he got $100 million from Miriam Adelson and is like, probably very excited to fucking, you know, do a permanent annexation of the West Bank or whatever the fuck they want to do. But
I don't even, but like, I'm not even saying that he has to be coherent policy wise. I'm saying like, just to make that a sticking point, the failures of the Biden State Department, but he can't do it because he's so fucking stupid. Oh yeah, this is the guy.
What is it? In a first with the Biden admin, the U.S. will provide Egypt with a full amount of military assistance. Everyone, U.S. will totally cut aid to Egypt due to its tensions with Israel and buying Chinese Russian weapons. U.S. let's pay Egypt and offer F-15EX, F-16V ASAP.
Yeah.
So what? Like, first of all, anyone that says they're gonna cut ties to Egypt due to tensions with Israel is insane. It's like thinking Erdogan is actually gonna fucking put NATO forces and invade Tel Aviv. Like, you're living on a different planet.
It's even more delusional than
it's like
that.
thinking Jordan is going to invade Israel. Okay.
Yeah. It's, you would have to be the most insane Zionist to even pretend to believe that for a second.
Yeah. Yeah. These are like anyone that thinks any of these other like American regional partners or client states that are propped up by Western money or literally have direct leadership that was planted there by the West, whether it be fucking, you know, British Empire cutouts or, you know, directly the American State Department. Anyone that thinks that any of these states actually carry an ounce of resentment towards Israel is the most delusional person who just simply does not understand foreign policy at all. Okay. Egypt would not exist without the endless money faucet that we give Egypt. Like, Egypt would probably be in a much better situation overall, most likely if they were to get, like, you know, maybe some more Chinese money. I don't know. I'm not talking on that. But, like, currently, as it stands, we give them a shitload of money. America gives a shitload of money to Egypt. I think even, well, not this past year, but not since Israel needed additional funds to do genocide. But, you know, in the past years, Egypt has gotten more money than Israel has.
They are, I think... in many years, they were the top recipient of military aid altogether.
Which is why it was crazy when, like, Bob Menendez got popped for that shit. It's just like, this is why I always say it's like, it's just paperwork.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that these guys are getting, like, the fact that these guys are getting popped, I mean, fuck Bob Menendez, by the way, he's a giant piece of shit. But, like, the fact that these guys were getting, like, hit because they are collaborating with allies, like with aligned nations that are getting like that are in the sphere of influence. But then like nobody talks about Israel is so funny.
Yeah.
Like, what is it? Is it because they don't have an American Egypt pack? Is that what it is?
The only counter argument I've seen to that is for people to just outright say that it's Jew hatred. To compare any of these countries, any of these instances of outright corruption or foreign lobbying or unregistered foreign lobbying in the case of Russia to Israel.
Yeah.
Just, you know, sight unseen, it is all just pure Jew hatred.
Yeah, that's what it is. Israel is literally the vector of fascism around the world. Egypt's economy has been taking a major hit from the Houthis attacking, lost massive revenue from Suez Canal tolls. The U.S. Navy has basically been defeated and can't open the sea. Do you guys remember that the former Obama advisor Stuart Seldowitz was threatening the street food vendors when sending them to get tortured in Egypt? Yeah. That's true. Yeah, what happened to that guy?
Yeah.
I'm sure he's back and, you know, getting
he
another...
found another guy to fucking harass.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one like that ever gets what's fucking coming.
Yeah. I mean, anyway, yeah. Oh, yeah, we have our black sites in Egypt as well for torture. And so there's that too. But overall, like I said, I mean, the Israeli economy is fucking caving. Israelis are like escaping the country.
They can no longer provide like guaranteed air security over Tel Aviv, which is a massive development.
Yeah. And America is on a fucking double suicide pact no matter what.
Yeah.
They're just roll dogs. Like, you could have 99% of American voters be like, I need you to stop giving unlimited funds to Israel. And they'd be like, we can't do that. It's just not going to happen.
We are committed to going down with the ship, and it is going down.
Yeah.
How many people it takes with it on its way, we don't know yet, but we know it's a lot.
Let me ask you this. I ask, like, do you think that, Like how much? Oh, by the way, Shannon Sharp.
Oh, I
accidentally-
saw it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He sounded like he was doing a great job in that video.
Yeah, his stroke game is on point.
Yeah.
Wait, let me run the 3-minute ad break also. All right, last question for you. How much do you think that like America's undying loyalty is like fear of defense contractors like getting upset / how much of it is like a genuine ideological project that they're committed to? Like they just genuinely are rabid zealots.
I think it is. Well, like, okay, you have to kind of like rewind the clock for like a large part of modern American history. Israel was, just another sort of U.S. client state that its existence and the organization of its state security apparatus benefited American defense contractors and people who get paid just from the cash flow and runoff of those things. How it was treated in the media, how politicians saw it, generally like along those lines. After Bush won, really, is when you start seeing like the incredible like penetration of the Israeli lobby. Like there's always been like an Israel lobby, and it's always been like pretty well organized and well financed. But
yeah, I mean, even back at like JFK,
right? Yeah, you didn't really see like every American politician saying these insane fucking things really until after Bush won. And I think at this point, it really just is like, it's a combination of like an already existing like imperial ideology with like whatever this iteration, this form of Zionism is.
But like, there is an argument that I know you also can make about like cutting ties, or at the very least restraining Israel for Israel's own benefit, from the perspective of like American dominance continuing.
Yeah. I mean,
which is why I don't understand why like they don't even take the off ramp of like liberal Zionism and be like, oh yeah, we're just gonna go back to like pre-October 7 basically.
Well, because like in part, well, you know how like they're not making any more Brit Humes in the Republican Party. They're not making any more. I don't know who a good comp would be, but like I don't know, Jim Wrights in the Democratic Party. There are no longer any real like. There are people who like fit the role or look the part of like a sober administrator of empire, but there is such a thing as like crackpot realism as it exists on the Democratic Party side. It may not be as like loud or bombastic or outwardly ridiculous as the MAGA stuff, but they are just as big zealots for both the empire and for Zionism, and just as deluded and just as removed from reality. And on neither side are there any, sober administrators of the empire. There are no more HWs, so to speak. These are like complete, like rabid ideologues.
Yeah, that's the because from a competent leadership perspective, they should have made that phone call like months ago. They should have been like, what the fuck are you doing?
What do
like,
you think HW does in this situation?
Yeah. They should have been like, dog, you're fucking up the bag for yourself. Like, we do not have an endless money supply. Like, it's just
Brent
Brent
Scowcroft or any of those guys from like the pre-Clinton State Departments, they would have gone, this is on this current path, this is going to end. It may not end this year, next year, or within this decade, but this current path is fucking unsustainable. We have to do something. Everyone from Blinken on down to Biden to Harris, for that matter, are insane and completely disconnected from reality. We don't, usually depict them as such because, it's not as ridiculous as like Trump going out there and saying like, oh, they're eating fucking cats or like whatever. But it's the same type of delusion, and it's sort of a marker of where we are at as an imperial project, that there's not even any more sober administrators.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I mean, we keep repeatedly banging the war drums and conducting more military exercises like in the like surrounding region of China. And now China is also responding in kind by doing military exercises with Russia in like in and around like Alaska. And I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's too much at stake with a global war with China. I feel like that's not going to happen. One, because I feel like they're much more sober in their approach to this kind of thing.
Yeah.
And much more restrained, like insanely restrained in comparison to any other country. And that even includes Russia as well.
Yeah.
Obviously. But, and beyond that, we're a massive trade partner. Like, this is not, like, we did not have the same level of trade relations with the USSR at all, if any at all, as a matter of fact, in comparison to China, that would like make the Cold War.
There was some trade relations there, not zero, but like it is incomparable to what we have with China. Yeah, it is. Yeah, incomparable. I think like the biggest threat for that happening is that there may be a current on the American side that like they believe, paraphrasing here, but basically that like we could probably beat this iteration of the PLA, but not the iteration that will exist in 10 years. That's what I fear they think. And they think it's going to happen no matter what. We might as well do it when we like feel like we know we're going to win. That is the thing I'm like most afraid of with that.
Wait, say that again. With what?
With how and when and like the reasoning for like a confrontation with China.
Oh yeah, I just don't know. Yeah, I mean, I mean, there's another part of this equation with like respect to Iran. I feel like both Iran and Hezbollah and Lebanon have been significantly more. I mean, I wouldn't even say restrained at this point. Like it goes beyond that. I would say like they've been limited for one reason or another in comparison to like the Houthis that have been just going crazy. And I don't know. I mean, they said that they were going to retaliate for the assassination, and they seemingly are not doing that at all.
I've seen people say, and you know, I don't necessarily share this, but I mean, I don't want to ever get in a position where I'm Monday morning quarterbacking this for anybody. But I've seen like complaints among some people I know, both in the Middle East and like who have families there, who have complained that like they felt that Hezbollah didn't do nearly enough, and it's like emboldened, it's emboldened the West because I don't know if you saw, but there are like Rafales, like the French fighter jets. Those are now flying over Beirut, and they feel that like by Hezbollah not providing enough of a response, it made like France and the West in general think, well, okay, if they're not gonna fucking do anything, then it's a party. It's 2004 again.
Yeah,
we can go crazy. I don't necessarily want to say that's the case or not, because like, what is the counterfactual to that? What if, you know, they did do that and this still had, like, I don't really know. And I don't want to, you know, from while playing War Thunder in like Glendale, telling Hezbollah what to do, because who fucking knows, right?
You don't want to be the Redditors for Ukraine.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. And yeah, no, I mean, it does seem that it is beyond restraint though. That's what it seems like right now, certainly.
Yeah. I think so too, but who knows? Who knows what
the future holds?
Who knows what the future holds? Yes, Hagari said yesterday that Hamas is crushed, and they will move forces to the northern border. I think they're ready for October surprise. Yeah, I've been saying that like Benjamin Netanyahu is gonna like try to move in a direction that favors Trump, but I don't even think he can help him at this point.
Yeah,
like Trump is so cooked.
I play DCS also. Responding to somebody in chat.
Oh.
I'm just frustrated with the current state of DCS. They broke a lot of my favorite mods.
Do you think the State Department is selling lesser evil retaliation withholding to Iran? No.
There's no fucking way.
No. Also, a war with Iran, like a hot war with Iran, would destroy would cause irreparable harm to the global economy, because they would just attack the Saudi oil refineries and shit. So I think that there's that. Like, ultimately that would can you yeah, he was just blowing smoke. Do you think Trump will be held responsible for violating the Leahy Act? What do you mean? They should put fucking Joe Biden under the prison for violating that then. Like
the Leahy Act, come on. you can't be a grown ass adult and think someone's going to get prosecuted for the Leahy Act. No,
Yeah.
they're not.
No, that's the thing that you do for complementarity. Not that it matters for the United States of America, but like to at least have the responsible government, like to present yourself as like a nation of rules and laws.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you only use that against like people that you hate.
The entire point of the Leahy Act is to pass it and say you have it, not to use it.
Yeah. It's the other side of the invasion of the Hague Act. Like,
Yeah.
You get that on the peaceful dove side, and then on the right side, on the Republican side, you get we're gonna invade the fucking Hague if you try to hold a war criminal that is of Israeli origin accountable for their crimes.
But then if you're a Democrat, you get to say things like there must be accountability.
Yeah.
My favorite thing in the world, just general accountability.
Yeah, I think you weren't talking about Leahy. I think you were talking about the Logan Act, which, again, you know.
Well, there's also a Leahy Act as it concerns foreign lobbying.
What?
Isn't that there's also a Leahy Act? Let me look it up.
Oh, for like FARA violators?
Yeah. I'm looking it up.
Yeah, that was my favorite part about the Russia story was like, now do Israel.
Oh, yeah. The Leahy law, Joe Biden would be buried under the prison.
Yeah.
Prohibits the U.S. Department of State or Department of Defense from providing military assistance or foreign security force units that violate human rights with impunity.
Yeah. What is a FARA violation? It's a Foreign Agent Registration Act.
Yeah, it's when you don't declare that you are lobbying for a foreign government. It's what Paul Manafort got nailed with.
Yeah, but if you're Israel, it's fine.
Yeah.
Don't even think about it. Then if you were to say, hold up, this seems weird that a foreign government has such a stranglehold in our Congress over lobbying. If you say that, then you're an anti-Semite.
If you think it's weird for a foreign government to individually pick out American college students and identify them and say for employers not to hire them because they are anti-Semitic, you in fact are the anti-Semitic one.
Yeah. Don't say that.
Don't say it. Don't think about it. If you see a headline about it, don't read it. Throw your computer out.
Yeah.
You don't want to take a risk with these things.
Don't do that. You're getting real anti-Semitic right now.
Yeah, don't even chance it. It's not worth it.
The annoying part, aside from obviously full, complete domination and total control at the behest of an apartheid state that is currently conducting a genocide, is also that like when you say this shit, like there's literally Nazis who can get away with saying this shit as well, and they don't even give a fuck about like Israel murdering every Palestinian they can fucking find, but then they could just be like, oh look, see, the Jews are controlling America.
Yeah,
you're the same fascist. There's no difference between a guy. There is no difference between a guy who is like posting those videos of like the Kahanis or whatever, you know what I'm talking about, where it's like, oh, the Goyim are our cows, like they need to serve us. And the guy that's in the video, you're just the same guy.
Same person.
You're the same person.
Same ideology.
Yeah.
I've said it before, but like if I was a guy from one of the fucking Dakotas who had not ventured far outside of that territory, and I just saw how the Israel lobby is treated, and I saw my representatives go up every year and they pledge allegiance to this one foreign country, and I see what a third rail this is to even talk about, and I see the social consequences and employment blacklisting of people done by a foreign government. What conclusion do you think I would come to were I just some guy from the Dakotas?
Yeah,
what do you
exactly?
Think? I have a pretty good idea of what I would think.
Well, we know what they think because they're saying it. It's everywhere now. They're like, well, what do you mean? Of course, Jews control the fucking media and every ounce of power that we have here.
Yeah. It would be impossible for someone to see all this and not even think that like a little bit.
Yeah, it's but that also then is beneficial for Israel.
Yeah.
Which is so shitty. It's beneficial because then Benjamin Netanyahu could be like, you see?
See, it's not safe for them. Yeah,
look at how anti-Semitic these guys are. We should kill them. Like, it's great. And then that way you can continue the same cycle of just like having people that have no interest in Israel whatsoever be like, well, I guess, yeah, those guys are anti-Semitic. let me maybe we do need Israel.
Yeah.
It's a great never-ending cycle. Like, it was already there. It was obviously always there. It's like there's that underlying sentiment that like most normal people will even like lightly lean into every now and then, but Israel literally pushes them off that cliff to be like fully diving in, especially every single time they say that like we're doing this for Judaism and that we are doing this for Jews and all Jews care about this. And if you were to say that that's not true, then you're anti-Semitic.
The biggest public event in the history of Israel was the public funeral for Ovadia, who was sort of like a chief religious figure among Sephardi Jews. And he, if you want to go insane, just look up some of the stuff he said. Everyone likes to make the joke about like crazy Salafist guys who live in London, right? Ovadia said things that like really put those things to shame, just with the roles slightly altered.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. There's, oh God, it's so fucking insane. It makes me feel insane though. Like when I have friends who are tapped in and will just like immediately reflexively defend Israel. I'm just like, dude, what are you saying right now? Like, you grew up here, bro. You fucking don't give a shit about Israel. What the fuck are you saying?
I've like completely given up on anyone who is like fully with it at this point. I don't think there's anything you can do. I think that's someone who would have been a fucking concentration camp guard. I have like no interest in talking to anyone like that anymore. What is frustrating to me are people who like generally do know a lot of the bad shit and aren't necessarily like
what is it, Noah Breslau or whatever?
No,
the liberal
isn't anyone
Zionist
specific, but just like the type of person who does know. There are people like this who like know how bad this is, and they want, you know, weapons shipments to, you know, be paused or hopefully stopped. But there's just like an extreme qualification they put on this where it's like, yeah, this is bad, but like it's weird if you care about this and you're not Jewish or Palestinian, or like just any of the qualifiers they put on it to make it not what it is, which is, you know, the most nihilistic, racial exterminationist government on the face of the planet. I don't know. It has been very revealing for a lot of people. It really shows what things are negotiable with some people.
Like what could it be if you recognize the atrocities? You know what I mean? Like, what if you recognize the atrocities? Like, what is causing you to still hold out hope in any capacity that like this country that has been like an apartheid on a good day and a genocidal one every other day is going to somehow magically turn things around? Like, you just don't believe that.
The liberal Zionists are a great example of crackpot realism.
Yeah,
what they say and how they say it, it takes the appearance of something that's well reasoned and adapted for the modern world we live in, but in actuality, they're more divorced from reality than even the most, you know, psychotic rightists in Israel. The psychotic rightists know what country they live in. They know what country Israel will be for as long as it exists in this form. The liberal Zionist is significantly more delusional.
Yeah, but I just can't wrap my head around it. That's what I mean. It's like, I guess it's kind of like America.
Yeah, no,
like American liberals.
It's the same thing as what we were talking about with like the crackpot realist administrators of empire. The appearance of propriety and you know, a relationship with reality, in actuality, a much more like nihilistic and insane racialized viewpoint.
But it's like American liberals, but like at least in terms of the genocide ongoing in like Palestine in Gaza, there's like a separation there, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is like being an American liberal when like the indigenous genocide was happening, and being like, no, you don't understand. Like, we're just gonna do land acknowledgements later down the line, but like this is actually fine.
There's just like
there's not really like a modern equivalent that I can point to where there's like that level of closeness to the atrocities and the ongoing slaughter beyond like World War II. Literally,
like I mean, there were people in Nazi Germany who were like, look, there has to be a better way to get rid of the Jews than this. You know, like the human mind has like endless potential to obfuscate and to distort things that you can see with your own eyes, to interpret reality in the most insane and baffling ways possible. And usually when someone is doing that, they're doing it from a standpoint of like tribalized racial superiority, whether they know it or not. That is the problem. I think that a lot of these people do not know that they think the same things as like Ovadia or the guys in that video. They feel the same way. They won't, God forbid, they say it because that's provincial, you know.
Like I'm sure they don't have like the
hick bullshit.
Well, I don't think they have like the like Jewish supremacy attitude in terms of like being above like Christian Westerners or whatever. But I think like they feel that way about Arabs being like wholesale barbaric.
I mean, it's complicated.
You know what
I mean, who can get inside someone's head, right?
Yeah.
But I think with a lot of these cases, they think that, but they don't realize that they think that.
Maybe. I feel like it's
I realize, you know,
everybody picks and chooses. Like Benjamin Franklin thought Germans were swarthy and beneath the like white Anglo-Saxon, but he made an exception for the French.
Yeah.
So that's how I see it. Like where
it could be like tailored for like a type of American liberalism where like, I don't think I'm above.
Especially if you have ties, like especially if you're like an American conservative, as many like hyper reactionary Israelis are as well. Like they have dual citizenship. They live here as well.
Yeah.
They fucking love Trump.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. But yeah, I saw this poll from Haaretz the other day that was like 75% of American Jews are voting for the Democratic Party, and Israel ranks as the 9th out of like 10 priorities they have in the top 10 priorities. And it's like, yeah, I don't think like the idea that like American Jews are just immediately going to magically not vote for the Democratic Party after consistently voting by 80% for the Democratic Party because of Kamala being like, we should just stop giving Israel weapons is so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Not only that, but also like, one, it's not the top priority.
How many fucking Jews do people think there are?
That's what I was gonna say. And where do they live? Like, what do you think? Like, California's gonna turn red? Fucking, New York's gonna turn red? Is that what? Or Florida's not gonna turn blue anyway?
Yeah, it's the argument I hate the most when people are like, "Oh, she'd love to do that," but the electoral consequences. There are more. I guarantee there are more furries that vote. They have a larger population in America.
Yeah, it's just,
I'm sorry, but it's true.
It's not like necessarily a very large and consequential voting block at all, but it doesn't even matter because it's not their top priority. It's insane. It's like, that's the liberal version of like, that's woke anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
Jews are all of one mind. They just only care about Israel doing genocide, and they will never vote for anything else.
Yeah, American Jews are at an increasing rate, like alienated and unfamiliar with where the average Israeli is at, which is a good thing. But
I don't know. I feel like if they were more familiar, they'd be fucking way more resentful.
Well, yeah.
Like you even see it here, to be honest. Like just talk to a dude who just came fresh back from fucking Israel, and you'll very quickly go, okay, I got what's going on here. There's like 95,000 Jews in PA. Maybe that's their logic. No, dog, that's not. The reason why I just told you what I just told you is that if you think, first of all, there are Jews in Pennsylvania in this chat that are literally single issue voters in the opposite direction. Okay? Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, Jews are not of one mind on Israel to begin with. Okay? There are literally a shit ton of Jews in this chat that are living in Pennsylvania right now who are either directly anti-Zionist or don't give a fuck about Israel, okay? That's my point. They're going to vote for the Democratic Party for a list of different, like, reasons.
Getting a Jewish for getting, like, I don't know what the exact breakdown is of how Jewish voters split Democratic. I know it's huge, but changing that, it would be like getting Jews to not drive Volvos, or to be like, don't go to the doctor when you have a cold. It's not going to happen. Something crazy would have to happen.
Felix, you had a great take on Josh Shapiro today. Wait, what did Josh Shapiro do?
He said he just the usual, like, there needs to be a state where Israelis can feel safe, but Palestinians have rights.
What?
And it's like, you covered up a murder. You covered up an uncle crime.
There are 150,000 Muslims in PA and 185,000 Arabs. Yeah, that argument also fucking sucks because there are literal polls on it. There are literal polls on the subject matter. Okay? You understand that, right? Like, there are literal polls on this where it shows by like minimum 30%, people will be more enthusiastically voting for the Democratic Party if Kamala Harris ceased weapons transfers.
I don't get what Mehdi is saying here, because it's like, yeah, Shapiro said something bad.
I thought the vice president.
It's also exactly what Kamala says, and he agrees with. What's the fucking difference?
And Walls is not saying anything either. He's not the secret Somali I thought he was.
I thought the vice president had a great night. I thought she not only laid out her vision for what she wants to do in this Commonwealth and this country, but I thought what she also did was prosecute the case effectively against Donald Trump.
Also, he doesn't sound like Barack Obama.
He stopped doing it.
Have you noticed
going
that?
crazy with that the week of this election.
Yeah.
He went even beyond. It was one of the most insane things I've seen like an adult man do.
Yeah. It's weird.
He was like,
show him to be the unhinged.
Religion is my life. Yeah.
That was
I go to church and get right. What? What are you talking about?
I love that. I'm
Jewish
proud.
Josh?
I'm proud of my religion.
I talk to the preacher man to get right. What, Josh? What? What are you talking? What the fuck? So weird.
I'm proud of my faith.
He's just repeating stuff he saw in memes. Funeral food is so damn good, I'd be forgetting who died. Josh, what? What did you say?
Zoomers are going to cancel him for doing AAVE. They're like, oh my God. Once they find out he's doing AAVE and he's inappropriate age gap relationship.
I was talking to my sister Kamala the other day and I said, Jewish pussy got me acting strange. Josh, what are you saying? What?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Person that he is.
So weird.
Let's see what he's
be
saying.
The unhinged person that he is, peddling more conspiracy theories and bringing more chaos to this country. I thought she did an excellent job.
How do you think about her answer about Israel and the war in Gaza?
Look, I thought she was absolutely right to say Israel has the right to defend itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really? I'm shocked that you said that.
Amazing, Mr. Idea volunteer.
It was absolutely right that she said that.
Oh my fucking God.
It's so shit. Like, her statement is actually shockingly shit. And
she repeated the fucking...
She hasn't even changed it. Like, she's not even, like, tweaking it a little bit.
No.
Like, she's like, no, this is it. This is the best possible thing that we've come up with.
She's pretty much saying exactly what Biden said. Like, Biden also, like, said this bullshit where it's like, yeah, but they have to, like, pay attention to Palestinian lives or whatever.
Biden said kids are dying. Like, do you remember?
She hasn't even said that.
Yeah, Biden literally, when they were like, Biden would, on the one hand, be like, I saw dead babies and their heads were being cut off after they were dead. I saw it. And then they would douse them in kerosene. And then that same fucking Biden would then turn around when protests were yelling at him and be like, oh, everybody calm down. Kids are dying. And it's like that's an acknowledgement that I have yet to see from Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Like, or when she... I don't know. She talks about it. She talks about it like it's a natural disaster. Okay. She talks about it like it's a fucking natural disaster. I don't know what the fuck's going on. And that, you know, she cares about the self-determination. That's got to be an Obama era.
Yeah, that's
she
Obama
dropped that
bullshit.
determination in there, like self-determination in there to shut everyone the fuck up that like was desperate to be like, oh, she's so different.
Yeah, that worked on everyone who was going to vote for her anyway and wanted to go like, oh, what a change. What a fucking sea change.
Yeah, it's so bad.
After the horrific attack by Hamas on October 7th, murdering 1,200 Israelis, taking nearly 250 people, including Americans, hostage, raping women, sexually assaulting.
Oh, brother. Oh, my God, dude.
Too bad none of them were friends with your friend and could call you.
Dude.
After they killed their fiance.
Dude.
You fucking scumbag.
Dude, it's like, give it a fucking rest, dog. It has been an entire year of genocide, dog. You can't. I can't deal with it. Like, it is so obvious what the fuck is happening.
The mass rape lie is especially repulsive now that we have confirmation of Israeli sexual torture concentration camps.
To death. They raped Palestinians in their concentration camps to death.
School children, grandparents, whoever they could fucking find.
What? Hasan, the guy you with frequently is a pro-Israel bar. Watch out. What? What does that even mean?
This guy, he's like stroking out. He needs to get one last message out.
I'm college educated.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
What did he just say?
What the? Well, I'm sorry. Well, what the fuck are you talking about?
I don't even know what he's trying to say.
Communications major, indeed. Indeed.
No, he's got to be drunk. This is a drunk. This motherfucker's drunk as hell right now. I think you're going to a pro-Israeli bar is what he's trying to say. I don't know.
The guy you with frequently.
Don't admit you're sober, dog. That was your saving grace.
Say you're drunk. Please say you're fucking drunk. You sounded insane.
The guy you with frequently is a pro-Israel bar. Yes, hammered. Okay, good.
Okay, thank God. Thank God.
Yes, Felix is visibly Jewish. Don't get tricked. Yeah, he's tricking me to be more anti-Zionist.
Pro-Israel. I hate it when you see like a phrase that you know you're going to be thinking about for like the next 40 years of your fucking life.
I just wanted to know what he meant.
No,
like,
that's the problem.
But he stopped talking about what he was saying.
Yeah. He was like, I have to warn you about something. No, I'm college educated, by the way.
Anyway.
Something like that where it's like I'm going to be trying to figure out what he meant for a long time.
I don't know what that was. Like,
I hope
what
he
he's
tells me
talking about.
someday.
Yeah, he wanted to give us the truth about the pro-Israeli bar that one of us frequents. I can try again. Please try again.
Yes, yeah.
Too
We
many
can give it
people.
anything another
It was
spin.
abhorrent what they did, and Israel has a right to defend itself. And how they defend themselves, how they
Still going.
prosecute that war does matter. I thought she laid that.
He just repeated what she said.
Yeah.
Why are you guys repeating the same things? Do you not have a unique thought? Like, even in either direction, you could have gone further right. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Why are they saying this? I feel like I'm going crazy.
Yeah, how does Mehdi see this and go, oh my God, this guy's so much crazier than Kamala. How it's a good thing he's not the VP. He's saying the exact shit she said.
Yeah, what the fuck?
That out effectively as well. I also think what she did was lay out a vision.
Yeah, how Israel defends itself matters, and they have to do it effectively. As in, we want more baby murders. Pick up the pace, Israel.
This is exactly what they've been saying for a fucking year.
She laid that out effectively as well. I also think what she did was lay out a vision for the Middle East, one of Israelis and Palestinians living peacefully side by side. I think that's critically important. Listen, for the Palestinians, they need to make clear that violence has no part in their relationship with Israel, that Israel has a...
Dude, that is fucking ghoul shit, dude. Like, Palestinians have to communicate to Israel that they want no violence, like that they're not yeah, dude, their existence is aggressive automatically. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, Israel in a vacuum is such a respecter of sovereignty, as we've seen with all of their neighbors.
Yeah, which is why Trump really, remember when Trump annexed or recognized the permanent annexation of the Golan Heights, which is Syrian territory? That was, Israel doing that territorial boundary of respect everybody loves talking about.
Yeah, like just anyone like this who says they want a Palestinian state, if you were even to take them at their word that they actually want that, what they actually mean is they want a larger concentration camp that can be bombed every so often and can exist as a glorified weapons testing range.
Ay. Oh my
right to
God.
exist.
I
We
really
need
hope he
get
goes to
back
prison
that kind
for
of conversation.
covering up a
And I
fucking
thought what the
murder.
vice
It's never gonna happen.
president
no,
did,
it's not.
laying that out was really effective. Has a right to exist. We need to get back to that kind of conversation, and I thought what the vice president did, laying that out, was really effective.
She might change the weapons policy regarding to Israel?
She made very clear that Israel has the right to defend itself.
Yeah, don't worry.
No,
don't worry. Yeah, it's not.
There will be accountability, just no consequences.
Is Israel that is committing violent mass murder and violently, illegally preventing Palestine's right to exist? How come Israelis are never asked to make clear that violence has no part in their relationship with Palestinians and that Palestine has a right to exist? Yeah.
They don't even get asked to stop raping them. So, you know.
yeah. They literally did rape riots, man. They did pro-rape riots, and the main rapist is now like a television star, okay?
They briefly tried to make rape illegal because even they were like, holy shit, this looks really bad.
No, it was for complementarity. I think I 100% believe, 100% without a doubt, that they did that because the ICC is like actively working on the case.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They were like, we at least have to like make an arrest to make it look like we were taking this seriously. And they couldn't even hold it together for that.
Yeah, no conversation. Dude. Like, role reversal in this circumstance, like, you're hearing about it from today. Like, there is not a single like overt pro-rape stance that has come out from like the fucking Hamas side. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, not a single one. As a matter of fact, there are numerous instances where they just like lied and straight up were saying like, no, there's mass rapes happening. Hamas is actually ready to do mass rapes. Israeli maternal units are getting ready to receive the hostages that will have been raped by Hamas militants. Like, they just said that over and over again to do pro-genocide propaganda. Meanwhile, Israel is straight up doing rape parades, dude. It is fucking crazy.
They stormed government buildings with automatic weapons because they do not think it is theologically possible for a Jewish Israeli to rape a non-Jew.
It's just, I don't know. I mean, all I do know is that this can't continue. Like, it will inevitably fall by the weight of its own contradictions. Like, there's just not going to happen.
Yeah. How it happens and the unintended consequences of that are to be determined, however.
Yeah. It's unimaginable. So many similarities. Rachel Corrie's parents call for the inquiry of death into Aishinur Ezgi. It's just not going to happen. I told you guys this, and obviously this breaks my heart, but I told you this, and I told you that it was not going to happen because I told you what they did with Shireen Abu Akleh. They did the exact same fucking shit. Oh, it was an accident. Oh, it's just
the same accidental thing that keeps happening. That's happened every fucking year, multiple times a fucking year.
Yeah. And also there's, I feel like there's just a complete blackout in terms of like major protests happening, major pro-Palestinian protests happening as well. Schools have completely packed up any kind of fucking anti-Israeli sentiment. They're like aggressively pursuing anti-protest measures. If students were to even remotely try and criticize Israel, it's totally fucked up. And the media rarely is covering it. They never talk about it.
Yeah, it's completely left.
Like, Israel blew up another fucking humanitarian area like 2 nights ago. Okay? 2 nights ago.
They rushed all these people into another refugee camp and dropped bunker busters on it.
Yeah.
Leaving craters several meters into the ground.
Yeah, but hey, listen, if Trump gets elected, the craters will happen more.
Yeah, it's 6 inches deeper. They'll use a 3,000 pound
and then the fucking cynical liberals who have been championing this fucking genocide every step of the way will be like, see, you did this. Now they're invading the West Bank. And it's like, okay, if the Democrats won, then they would invade the West Bank 4 years after the fact, and the Democrats would champion it. Good job.
Trump's signature policy on Israel, the embassy in Jerusalem, Hillary Clinton said that she wanted to do that in 1998. You know, like,
yeah, I still don't think
there are differences in the parties.
To be fair, I still don't think Hillary Clinton would have done that because I think that she is more of a competent State Department head than like she was violent, she was bloodthirsty, but I think like there are certain mechanisms that she would not have disrupted and would have continued, because they always, that was a plan set in motion since the 90s that they never acted on. They would just pass the buck down over and over and over again. Like, I think Trump unwound all of that. He was like, oh, Sheldon Adelson gave me a fucking $100 million. Of course I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Biden outraged by U.S. activist death. Israel kills in dozens.
I'm sure he's fucking furious.
Yeah. Yeah, he was so outraged that he fucking described her assassination in like Looney Tunes style, that a bullet fucking ricocheted off of the dirt and struck her in the head.
Just the most unlucky army in the world, apparently.
Yeah.
They can't stop accidentally doing this.
Yeah. With also like no repercussions anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
I don't even get why they're fucking lying about this.
Yeah,
nothing they can do will alienate Harris or Biden or Trump for that matter. Why even fucking bother?
Yeah, I mean, we saw, if you guys want to see what, like, remember when Biden was going to do a red line in Rafah, and all the fucking Twitter libs that are like super pro Biden, that were Biden dead enders, did this thing where they were talking about how, like, see, Biden is putting a red line. Biden is putting a red line in Rafah. This is Biden's red line in Rafah, okay? Here is Biden's red line before Biden's red line, after Biden's red line. Look at that.
But he was furious.
But he was really mad. So there's that, you know, just before, after. That's Biden's red line. Yeah. But Matt Miller told me it was a large scale attack. This was a safe zone. Remember that. It's actually kind of crazy that like people still act like they're not doing a genocide. It like kind of blows my mind.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's no end to what can be rationalized or obfuscated.
Like, I don't know. All right. Well, on that grim note, thank you, Felix Biederman, so much for coming on. One of your your weekly broadcast visits. Well, not weekly, every 2 weeks, something like that.
Yeah, no, it normally is bi-weekly, but I was distracted by that. But
yeah, no, he was just serving an ad break.
Yeah, I was sidelined by like going to Chicago, but now I'm back.
Yeah. All right. Well, what do you wanna plug?
As always, everyone check out the podcast on SoundCloud, Patreon, wherever podcasts are. We are supposed to be plugging the Patreon more, so this is me doing that. As always, check out our Twitch, twitch.tv/ChapoTrapHouse. And more things coming soon in the future.
Hell yeah. All right, thanks a lot.
My pleasure.
We'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Bye-bye.
Just begun. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sat in Discord at prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right wing pipeline can suck you in online. streaming at your own. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me in so many